Collect Co. For tonight's Facebook record sale, YouTube sale, Twitch, Instagram, etc., etc., etc. Always a fun night. Wednesdays, eve of Metal Night. What could possibly go wrong? Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. Flip crates.
I'm in the middle of it. I've already wrote down a bunch of names.
I trust you, Tanner.
Yeah, I'll bring it to you.
CDs too, or? Oh boy. Okay.
Actually, I hope I saved. Wait.
That's the first one. And I'm going to have to get to that tub before 1 a.m. And then here's the second one. These two boxes. You want to go ahead and take them? Yeah. Did any new vinyl come in? Let's look over here. Thanks everybody for joining the chat right now. Oh no, it's mini guitar night, isn't it? Goodness gracious. It's mini guitars, Jill. Everybody, all of a sudden, for those that's listening, I said mini guitar and everybody in the back room started groaning and moaning. Oh, I think they're, but that's good. That's like when somebody found out they had to play the Chicago Bulls. I was like, oh, but they knew it was excellence. They knew Jordan was coming to town. Oh, we got to play the 59 Yankees. Oh, or the 62 whatever. What's a good 60s baseball team? I think it's the 54 Yankees that was loaded. DiMaggio, Mantle, Maris, you name it. Okay, let's go ahead and get everything shared. Tanner's about to make a statement, everybody.
4 hours.
Wow. Wow. And there could be even more. There could be even more this week. Hey, Otis. He's a very adventurous boy. Imagine being a dog. All right, so I'm going to share this in the group. And over here. And over here. What else do we got? I've shared that. Let's get the link now.
This is the most recent one. There and there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Band on run. The 54 Yankees. Thank you, Craig. Mantle, Berra, Rizzuto. Yeah. Get them to sign a baseball every day. All right, boys. First thing I need y'all to do is sign this baseball. My grandson's going to have his college tuition paid for. What is your favorite Bill Withers song? Buying all this new stuff is very distracting for me, everybody. So that's why I'm late. I've been staying here way too late all this week. I'm very distracted by comics and books and toys and posters and bootlegs and metal records, and I'm just really distracted. And I stay here way too late. I was here until Tanner got here this morning, and that was like at 8 o'clock, and that's usually the time I have to go to bed, and I still had to make the flip video. I hadn't ate anything. I hadn't ordered vinyl, and so I don't think I got to bed till like 11 or 12, probably. Fell asleep. And then I woke up at like 3 or 4, and that gives me about an hour to get here. So I've got to just not touch any more of these books and stuff over here. My routine's this: after I end these streams, I got to start ordering vinyl, which takes several hours every day. And then if I don't, then we don't have as much vinyl show up. And then Otis is here, and he's sniffing my leg. He's sniffing my backpack. Now he's sniffing the CDs. Now he's sniffing a Neil Young autograph. So welcome, everybody. I'm sharing links right now. And we got Paul and Laura today. That was quick. They're marking records. Looks like we got some new stuff over here, including new mini guitars. And it's going to be a fun night. Congratulations, David Johnson, granddad. You got to teach those grandbabies about the joyous sound of Japanese vinyl. The joyous sound of Japanese vinyl. That's the sound. Hold on a minute. That's the sound of Bo, Seth's child, screaming and crying. I think it's funny. Not too long ago, Seth, he honestly does not like the sound of screaming babies. He just sent a video of Bo just absolutely screaming. Which I think is now very funny, because Seth just cannot stand screaming babies. I've been to restaurants with him, and I'm like, dude, they can't help it. The kid can't help it. Now he's currently driving, and that kid was just wailing. Too bad, Seth. And you're fired. I'm going to go ahead and share the bad news with you right now. Okay. Here we go. Let's close this out. Boom. Bam. All right. Welcome, everybody, to Collectco. This is a live stream currently being aired all across the world right now. There's free unlimited access, and if you're watching, then you're about to have a great time, especially if you're a vinyl collector and a music lover, and maybe even a Stephen King enthusiast, because I did work on a few books last night, and I got distracted looking through them and researching books, and yeah, they're right here. I'm about to shift some stuff around to get to them. And then here's these CD box sets. It is Wednesday night, and Wednesday night always seems to be a great night, always. And then over here we got Laura and Paul marking records. It does look like we got some new inventory that came in, like new vinyl, and new vinyl and new mini guitars, which I'm actually about to post in the group. That way everybody knows to be watching, that some people tune in just to be buy those here lately. And I'm going to do a switcheroo and show some of these Stephen King books throughout the night. I got very interested in them myself. And poof, 4 hours later, it was time to go to bed, and I was still here. Let me grab an empty crate right here. There's old Bo. Otis. Bo is Seskid. All right, first sale of the night goes to David Johnson. He sent a message and said, if this is still available, I want it. David, is still available, and you got it. That's sold you for $35. $35. Thank you on that. And then, sir, how far out will you be posting the Van Halen Balance expanded box set that was announced today? Wow, they're finally reissuing Balance individually. That's big news. I'm just now finding out about that. So they're probably going to do it just like for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. It'll probably be a multimedia CD vinyl box set. I guarantee the retail will be around $100, which isn't bad for probably a 2 LP box with CDs and extras, since the OGs sell for like $500. So as soon as I find out about that, I will I'll let you know, okay? I'll get it posted. The pre-order I posted today, was Beck Mellow Gold. It's been long out of print, and it's back in print, and it's coming out in July 25th, and that's one that's heavily bootlegged, not in print, and it is uncensored, explicit. They sent all kinds of warnings, like explicit. Please share that it's explicit. So you must be 18 years or older to buy it, I guess. I don't think we ever have that problem here. I don't think I've ever sold a LP live here to somebody that didn't really care if it was censored or not, or uncensored. So, but that's a big announcement. And the next thing I'm going to do is bring over our first crate of vinyl. I did post a flip crate. I haven't had a lot of new vinyl come in, so I looked at the flip video like an hour, and I was like, probably people's ready for new stuff. And what happens is, here lately, I have been getting a little bit of new vinyl in, but it all sells. So by the time I get ready for the 6 a.m. video, there's nothing left. We had about this much new vinyl left for 6 a.m., so I have to put together old crates. These were actually the no bids last night. This is the no bids from last night. Wham, $35. The best of Jeff Beck was only $25. That was actually a tagged auction. I started it a little bit less, and it didn't get a bid. It's a Japanese pressing. It's beautiful. And then the Christina Aguilera was $275. And I looked this up last night on Discogs. I mean, for $55, some of these sell for hundreds. That's the Mother Earth Plantasia, because I don't recall seeing an OG anytime lately. And if you look up the comps on that for an original, that's not a bad price. It is VG minus, though. Plantasia is $55. And then we got the 31st of February. The 31st of February, and this is $65. It's a 68 Pittman press. It is a 68 Pittman press, which is Butch Trucks of the Allman Brothers. That's $65. That's the only no bids. 31st February, $65. Mother Earth's Plantasia is $55. Christina Aguilera, $275. And then Carol, if you want Beck, $25. Essentially, Margaret also has claimed it at $25, but it's yours if you want it. And then Wham at $35. That's the only no bids last night. Usually we have zero. I didn't do a good job near the end trying to push them and get offers on them. So we usually have zero left over. But those are still available. Okay? And that's Carol's if he wants it. All right? First of all, we do have a few more Japanese pressings. I'm trying to currently figure out what I've done with them. over here, and this, and this. Let's see what happened here. All right, Jeff Beck is sold a marker for 25. I actually may have another one. Let me see if I do. Or did we sell one yesterday? Let's see. Neil Young Skinner's. Here's some of the Japanese stuff I still have. Do I have one over here? Okay. So I don't. I thought I did. I'll check another spot. Carol, I'll let you know if I run across another one. Here is Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. Our first auction tonight, a DJ impressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. That's a $35 start. That is the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. And that is Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. $35 start. I do have a Japanese Leonard Skinner, yeah. I do have a Japanese Leonard Skinner. There's no Obi, but it is a Japanese pressing, I believe. Or is this U.S. and it came from Japan? No, it is Japanese. It is Leonard Skinner, One More From the Road. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has 2 LPs. It's a gatefold jacket. It has inserts, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. Leonard Skinner, One More From the Road, folks. There it is. So there's our first 2 auctions. $35 start Japanese pressings. And the show is officially underway. I think we had a new buyer over here in the group claim some stuff, and he's registered, and he's legit, and he's good to go. So let me pull up his comments and see what's going on over here. Here is the Whole Lot of Records group. Yeah, Beck has 7 pre-orders already. Make sure everybody is in on that. And let's go through some new vinyl here, okay? I'm looking for Ministry, Tom Petty, John Williams, Tool, In Flames, Mudhoney, Danzig, and Static X. But first, here's the best of White Line. My last copy, limited a number to 1,500, and that is $56.99. The best of White Line. The best of White Line. We also have Slayer, Rain in Blood, and Slayer is $36.99. That's Rain in Blood. Slayer, $36.99, and Mayhem, Out from the Dark. Mayhem, 180 gram. That is $29.99 for Mayhem. $29.99. Let me pause there, and I'm going to try to get back into some singles tonight if I can. I was chipping away at this box of a lot of indie and modern type stuff, but every once in a while I want to slip in that's like really cool. Not saying that they're not cool. I'm just saying that every once in a while I'll find one that's like, whoa. We have Moments, Soakers, Danielson, Promises, The Morning Benders, and The Morning Benders, Go Grab a Stranger. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Also here we have Slayer, World Painted Blood. That is $36.99. That's a gatefold single LP. And then Tool's Fear Inoculum. Tool Fear Inoculum is $76.99. That's a triple LP, $76.99 on that. And then we also have Tool Undertow. Tool Undertow is a 2 LP. That's $33.99. And then Static X is sold to John Howard. Thank you, John Howard. That is sold to you. That is Wisconsin Jeff Tripp. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll put you on a wait list. And then we got a new buyer. We do have a new buyer, and he registered, and he bought quite a bit from this flip video. His name's Scott DeWallow. You leaving, Jill? Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Scott is spelled D-O-W-A-L-O. That's actually his last name. Scott is spelled like Scott. He gets Tool Absolute Ultra Rare. Thank you, Scott. And then over here, we got 2 copies of Prince, Naked in the Summertime. That's a live Prince concert. Tracks taken from Spain and Tokyo. Prince is $29.99. And then we got 3 of those, actually. And then here is some Mo-Fi, the B-52's Cosmic Thing. Love Shack Baby. That's $34.99. And Natalie Merchant's Tiger Lily. That's a 2 LP, 45 RPM, $59.99 if you don't have that already. That's Natalie Merchant. Big solo career, also played with, of course, 10,000 Maniacs. Over here, these 3 singles are a buy it now for $10, and the first 2 Japanese pressings are buy it nows for $35 and $35. If you want those, you can go ahead and grab them for $35 and $35. First, Lisa Davidson, though, is going to get a Prince. Elton John, a classic, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. And then over there next to it is a Japanese, no Obi, Leonard Skinner, One More From the Road, everybody. One More From the Road. So let's go ahead and sell this. and that's a $35 buy it now. I'm going to lay it over here with the singles, and Dwayne Caldwell says he'll take the 3 singles for 10. Thank you, Dwayne. Those are so to you. And let's get this over here in a new sleeve because we're going to sell it to Brad Waits. He just claimed it for $35. Welcome, everybody. Wednesday night here at Coletco. So tonight's kind of featured thing, we always have new vinyl show up on Wednesday. We hopefully have new vinyl show up every day. And then Wednesdays is when Paul and Laura's both here, and they usually mark as many records, hopefully, as they can. And we'll have a lot of great new arrivals from them, always interesting crates. And we'll have discount crates, and we'll have flip crates, and we'll have new crates, we'll have old crates, we'll have recent crates, and we'll have crates. So many crates, they'll be coming out of your ears. And then here is Elton John. Some great tracks on here. Danielle, My Brother, High Flying Bird, that's available. Also, Bill Withers, Still Bill, Lean On Me, Gatefold, that's a MoFi pressing for $44.99. And Billy Joel's 52nd Street, that's a 2LP, 45 RPM, Billy Joel 52nd Street. We also got Miles Davis and A Silent Way. And Miles Davis is a single LP, and that is $44.99 for Mr. Miles Davis there. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. It's the Beatles live at the Star Club, Hamburg, Germany. Beatles, Star Club, Hamburg, Germany. That's a 2LP gatefold with Obi, and that's going to go up for a $35 start live at the Star Club. The Beatles, that's going to go up for a $35 start. It's a Japanese pressing gatefold with inserts, booklets, etc., etc. Obi, and the Beatles is now up for bid. Dave Seretna on Prince. This is sold to Dave Seretna, that is sold to him, and Mark Overton said he would do 30 on the Elton, sold to Mark Overton for $30. You got it. Here's John Williams Conducts Star Wars, and this is sold to Scott Duwallow, and that's, I got to get his name down, Scott Duwallow, that's sold to him, Concert Star Wars Trilogy. Thank you, Scott, that's sold to you, and there's one extra here, and I got one copy left of the AC/DC Rock or Bust lenticular jacket, $33.99, and Tom Petty live here, also sold to Scott Duwallow, and that was the 1980 Philadelphia concert. The Beatles is at a $35 start. Prince on colored vinyl. It doesn't say that it is. Typically these are. Usually that means yellow when it has like that yellow 180. But honestly, I don't know or remember. There's no hop sticker saying that it is. There's no hop sticker saying that it is. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. Girls Just Want to Have Fun, Time After Time. This is going to go up for a $35 start. That is up for bid. There's the insert. There's the gatefold, or excuse me, there's the cover, not a gatefold. And the Obi, that's a $35 start. Let's grab a few more singles. A few more Kiss on, but all the Kiss stuff is gone until Monday. Whatever was left, we sold last night. We had about 10 left, and we'll have more on. It'll be another Monday night Kiss night on Monday for sure. But right now, those are all spoken for. Let's see what we have here. We got Deer Hunter. We got Edward Sharp, Deer Hunter, Edward Sharp, and Edward Sharp. And let's go ahead and put another Deer Hunter in there. So we'll do 4 there, and we'll say those are a $10 start. 2 Edward Sharps and 2 Deer Hunters. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing, Chad. Yes, somebody just told me that as soon as I went live. Balance is being reissued. That's big. I'll get that up ASAP. That sounds like a great one. And then over here, we have Hello, I'm Dolly Parton. That is $34.99. So that's all analog by Ryan Smith on Flame Galaxy colored vinyl. Dolly's Vinyl Me Please. But that's a big announcement. Glad to hear that. OG balances have always been rare and desirable. Back in print. Hopefully we can maybe pre-order about 100 of those. Maybe we can sell 100 of those. That'd be great. All right. Let's see what else we have over here. So Cyndi Lauper 35, Beatles 35, those 4 singles 10. Anybody else on anything in this crate, just let me know. I'm just going to read the titles. We have Dolly, we have AC/DC, John Williams, Miles Davis, Billy Joel, Bill Withers, Natalie Merchant, B-52's Prince, Tool, Slayer, Mayhem, Slayer, and White Line. There's that crate. I got one more to knock through, and then the other one just has a few titles, which was all the newest stuff that came in yesterday. But I think there are several claims out of this one, so let me move these over here. I hope everybody's went ahead and hit the like button. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for watching. Thank you for participating in Coletco every night. I know some of y'all here every night as soon as I go live, and you're here until I say goodnight. Some of y'all hop on for 20 minutes. Some of you hop on for 20 hours. Whatever the case may be, welcome. Let's jump over here and see what else is going on. First thing I have here is I'm still looking for some ministries. I'm still looking for some In Flames and Mud Honey. But here is Coldplay, and this is Rush of Blood to the Head. Coldplay is $33.99, a Rush of Blood to the Head. George Harrison's album Dark Horse, it's a remaster, $38.99 on that. And then Dancing Skeletons. This is sold to Scott Duwallo. Thank you, Scott Duwallo. That's sold to you. Appreciate that. And boom, that's done. And then here is Alcatraz Live 83, yellow and purple vinyl. That's $33.99. And then this is the newest album here by Sparks. It's called Mad. It's on a lenticular cover. It is a gatefold jacket, $34.99. First of all, these 3 singles are a buy it now for $10. And Cyndi Lauper's a buy it now for $35. And the Beatles are a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants those, you can grab them right now. Those were up for bid. Now they're available for a claim. You can go ahead and just buy them for the no bid. Here's this here, and boom, boom, boom. And we have this, and Cyndi Lauper is a buy it now for $35. Surely somebody wants to jam out. The girls just want to have fun, and somebody surely wants to get emotional lip singing or maybe singing out loud time after time. Surely somebody wants to get emotional singing that song. The Second Hand Unwinds. The Beatles, live in Star Club, 1962, and this is a buy it now for $35 as well. Surely somebody here wants to hear the early roots of the Beatles, their early days, pre-Beatlemania. Surely. The end cap is disturbing. It is, because it's disturbed. It is disturbing. It's disturbed. I'll change it in just 1 second. I got to find something good. What are the singles? Deer Hunter, Edward Sharpe, and Deer Hunter. Deer Hunter, Edward Sharpe, 4 for $10. Those are buy it nows for $35. The newest album from Stereo Lab, Instant Holograms on Metal Film, $39.99. And Mud Honey, Every Good Boy Deserves Fudge. Mud Honey's a 2 LP, and that is sold to Scott Duwallo. Thank you, Scott. That's sold to you. $33.99. And I have 1 copy left of the Psychedelic Furs Talk, Talk, Talk. That's $39.99. J.D. Conklin on the Beatles at Star Club. That is sold for $35. $35. Thank you. Let's find a good end cap record. I'll do that in just a second. I mean, we got a lot of options here, but I'll go ahead and do the first thing I see right here. I mean, how could you go wrong with this one, right? Let's just pop this in here and just see what happens, okay? Led Zeppelin 3 is only $33.99. Surely somebody needs that. Okay, over here we have 2 copies left of Portishead, and that is $44.99. That's a gatefold, $44.99. Still got Cyndi Lauper for $35. Surely somebody needs that. And then over here, Cynthia Herdron. She got those 4 singles for $10. Thank you, Cynthia. Those are sold to you. Van Halen. Speaking of Van Halen, 5150, $39.99 on Van Halen 5150. I still got Slayer, and that's Undisputed Attitude. Slayer is $34.99. And Wheatus is a music on vinyl press. Wheatus is $39.99. $39.99 for Wheatus. That is still available. Let's put up some new auctions then. Next new auctions are coming up right now. King Crimson, Japanese, do what? Here is King Crimson, and this is the young listeners or persons? The young person's guide to King Crimson. Essentially a King Crimson compilation. No Obi, but the vinyl's near mint, modest, and pristine. A really good one to have here on Japanese vinyl for a band like King Crimson. It has a book, it has an insert. Obviously, always really cool artwork. There's the moon that kind of looks like the earth and it's crying. Or maybe that is the earth and it's crying. It's a gatefold, always tripped out artwork. King Crimson, that's a $35 start on that. $35 start on that. That is King Crimson, and guess what? It is up for bid. You can buy it, you can bid it, you can do whatever you want. Here's a Japanese pressing I never get in. Never get this title in. ELO, a new world record. Oh boy, I wonder if David Johnson's watching. This thing is beautiful. It's embossed, and I really don't care anything about selling it because I don't think I have it. But if you want to bid, I'm going to put it up for a $45 start. It is an ELO new world record, mint, Japanese pressing, embossed and glossy with Obi. That's now up for bid. So 45 and 35, those are now up for bid. Also over here we have Petra. Come and join us. Petra is $38.99, 180 gram remastered. We got In Flames, Clayman. This is also sold to Scott Duwallo. Thank you, Scott. That's so due for $29.99. Appreciate that. ELO's at 45 with Brent Robley. There's another In Flames, and there's Slow Thrust. This is actually opened. It's a 2016. It's on gold vinyl, and it's $29.99. So ELO does have a bid. Let's go ahead and grab some more singles over here. The Second Hand Unwinds. Time after time. Okay, here is our next singles. We have what here? Gap, Dream, Alibaba. We got Haberdasher. And what else do we have here? Kishi Bashi. Okay, those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Now up for bid, 1-0 starting bid. ELO 45, ELO 48. We have what? Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. I've got 2 copies here, and they're both available. It's a music on vinyl press, and that's $39.99 for Ministry. Over here, we have Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey, $38.99. And then Cyndi Lauper. See, all I had to do was sing a few lines. All I had to do. That's all I had to do. I had to belt out a few lines of Time After Time, and boom, Jerry Rock says, Chad, that was it. I need it. How much is Disturbed? This is the newest anniversary edition of Down with the Sickness. It's on green vinyl. It's a 25th anniversary gatefold, and it's only $33.99. Janet, how could you say no? I need you to say yes, sold. And then Cynthia Herdron wants Ministry. There's 2 here. I'm assuming, Cynthia, you wanted The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. So thank you, Cynthia. That's so to you. If you want the other one as well, just let me know. King Crimson doesn't have a bid yet. Looking for a $35 start. Here is Towns Van Zandt for the sake of the song. Towns Van Zandt is a Vinyl Be Pleased edition. $34.99 for Towns Van Zandt. And we have a reissue of an album that's usually out of print, out of stock. And that is Sting, The Soul Cages, $34.99. Now, I can sing some Cyndi Lauper. Don't make me get down with the sickness. I'll start growling like a bear. This is Disturbed, and that is sold to Janet Gray. There we have it. Next thing we have is Megadeth, Euthanasia, in the picture disc. Never pressed, well, I should say, hadn't been pressed on vinyl in ages. It's only available as this picture disc. Really well made, too. Megadeth is $39.99. Euthanasia. Warrant's Dog Eat Dog. That's $38.99 for Warrant. And now, that's what I call the 70s. I've got one left. It's a triple LP, $34.99. So ELO's at $55. These 3 singles are a buy now for $10 if anybody wants them. These 3 singles can be bought for $10 if anybody wants them. They are available for a buy now. And then King Crimson's also available for a buy now. What a nice buy on that for $35. That is available, 3.5. The young listener personer's guide to the great music of King Crimson, whatever they did that. Whoa, sorry. I just slapped the heck out of the camera with King Crimson. We're good to go. You're not on a boat. If the boats are rocking, don't come a-knocking. ELO's at $55. Next thing is Matt Marco says he'll take a Megadeth. Thank you, Matt Marco. That's so do you. J.D. Conklin got King Crimson for $35. Led Zeppelin's new and sealed. It's $33.99. ELO's at $55 with Brent Rimley. Hammers Up. We're about to sell it. Next thing is Blue Murder, a reissue of an album that's been long out of print. 2 LP. I've sold about a dozen. I have one left. $54.99 blue with black blue with, what did I say? Blue with black cap. Whap, whap, whap. I am sounding like the guy from Disturbed. Next thing we have over here is a Japanese pressing of Deep Purple, and this one's called Live in Japan. Very nice here. Live in Japan. $35 start. It's a 2 LP. It's 1 LP. It's 2 LPs. It's got an insert. It's got a gatefold. It is up for bid, and it's a $35 start. The other bidders have set out on ELO. Now the hammer's on its way down. And now Susie wants now. That's what I call the 70s. That is so to Susie Breedlove. How about Talking to the Trees, Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts? Guy Shard, are you watching? I think that's the one he wanted yesterday. I'll make sure. And then Tyler Hubry wants Blue Murder. Thank you. If anybody wants on a waiting list for any of these, just let me know. And then the next thing I have over here is what? Metal Massacre on Ruby Red Vinyl, Paul. It's $38.99. All right. And then over here is ELO, and this is sold. And this is sold to Brent Robley for $55. Now the hammer of justice has been struck. Paul is going to sing And Justice for All for us. Gotcha. What's that? Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah. Hammer of justice calling you to doom. That's my best That's my best James Hetfield right now. Oh man, I'm gonna make an announcement. If I disappear Friday and Saturday, if I'm not here Friday and Saturday, I'm just gonna let you know I'm at a Metallica concert. Okay? I've got a big itch to take off to Denver to go see Metallica. Tanner's saying I need to go. I mean, I click on airfare tickets every night and ticket. I'm just like, it's not even the price. It's just me pressing that button to book it. I'm like, I gotta get up there because if not, I'm gonna regret not seeing them again before they take off. So before they take off overseas, I was like, if I don't go see them in Denver, I'm gonna have to leave the country to go see them again. And they don't do back to back. They're not doing back to back shows like overseas, I don't think. And I don't really want to go to I don't know if I want to go overseas right now, like to Europe. I think that might be, I want to come back alive, you know. Okay, so first thing we have is, where did I leave off? Susie got Now 70s, Tyler got Blue Murder, and then it is clear vinyl. Yes, it's limited edition clear vinyl. That is limited edition clear vinyl. Buddy Cordova got Metal Massacre. That's so to Buddy Cordova. And Deep Purple does have a bid for $35. Stick to your Night Shop, Collect Cobain. And then over here is ELO. I forgot to put that in the crate. Brent, I was trying to hide this and make sure that you forgot about it, but that's so to Brent. That's one of my favorite albums there, 55 on that. I wish they would, man, if they would play And Justice for All album in its entirety. Gosh, man, they're just not going to do it though. All right. Yes, that's perfect. All right, Guy Shard got Neil Young, Thank You, and Final Call on Deep Purple. I actually need to tell, you got to bring Paul and I Metallica shirts if you go. Yeah, I know, because I didn't get everybody else. I was going to tell Paul right then, Paul, you might not need to come into work tomorrow because he's usually off on Fridays. I might need him here Friday and Saturday, but I'll text him later. So I'll text him later and let him know he might need to move around some days. But if I do it, I got to book everything tonight. And, you know, I think the last time I took off was for another Metallica show. So that was, what, a month ago? I think that was the last time I took a day off was the last show. So, and the most important thing, I got the blessing from my mother. She texted me today, and she said, you need to go to Denver. And I was like, okay. That's what she told me. I got the blessing from Julie. She said, you need to go to Denver. I was like, okay. Otis and Tanner's leaving. Or just Otis? Both of them? All right, so here we go. We got the Beatles, 62 to 66. We got the discography book. We got the lyric book. We got the gatefold jacket. And it does have just a little bit of that discoloration on the inside of it, but a great Beatles compilation. Help, I Need Somebody, $35 start. $35 start on the Beatles, okay? And Mark Overton got the Deep Purple for $35. We're officially rolling. And Mark Overton, thank you on that. Let's get that in a new sleeve. This is sold, and here's this. Whew, that also means the plane I was going to catch to Denver leaves, I think, at 5 a.m. out of Nashville. And that means if I wrap up the show at 2, Thursday night, 2 a.m. approximately, I'll have 3 hours to get to the airport to get on a plane. So I'll probably have to come here tomorrow ready to leave. Oh, it's going to be, it'd be a heck of a trip. I'll be probably very sleepy till probably that night if I can get some sleep. Okay, next auction is Hall & Oates Private Eyes. Hall & Oates is a Japanese press. This is a $35 start. Hall & Oates Private Eyes, $35 start. And that is now up for bid. The last time I took off out of state to a concert, I told my mom I was on the plane going to Vegas to see Tool. And I texted my mom, I said, I'm on my way to Vegas. And she said, okay, have fun. That's all she said. She probably thought I was joking. And then I landed and I took a picture of the Vegas Strip. And she's like, you're actually in Vegas? And I said, yep, I'll be back in a couple of days. That was last year, I guess. Okay, here's our next couple singles. What do we have here? This is Terrible Thrills, Jarvis, And this is Mad Lib Beat. What is going on here? Law Ground Wire, produced by Mad Lib. Raw Ground Wire Hub. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Okay? So let's go over here and see what's happening. I had the Beatles at a $35 start. And then I have Hall & Oates at a $35 start. And the next thing I have is boom, 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 boom. Okay, Jarvis right here. Don't let him waste your time, and One Man Show by Jarvis. Okay. Those are now for bid. Now, this was a crate of new stuff here. So, Metal Massacre is the first one, Volume 1. Metallica, Steelers on here, Black and Blue, Serathon, Gold, Rat. It's $38.99. And we also have Warrant, Megadeth, Sting, Towns Van Zandt, Ministry, Slow Thrust, In Flames, Petra, Wheatus, Slayer, Van Halen, Portishead, Psychedelic Furs, Mudhoney, Stereolab, Sparks, Alcatraz, George Harrison, and Coldplay. There's that. All right. Here we go. Okay, and then here was the newest stuff from yesterday that's left. Rod Bryan has the 3 singles for 10. I got 2 copies of Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. 2 of those left, new and sealed, $29.99. And both of these ministries got sold. One to Scott DeWallow. We have one for Jason Wilski as well. So Jason Wilski and Scott DeWallow. And Scott DeWallow got Ministry, Tom Petty, John Williams, Tool, In Flames, Mudhoney, and Danzig. I think we got everything we were supposed to get for him. So thank you, Scott, on that. I've got 2 copies of The Best of Billy Idol. That's $39.99. And I've got 2 copies of Pearl Jam, Even Flow. Pearl Jam is $28.99. And I've got 2 copies of Michael Jackson Thriller. Michael Jackson Thriller is $28.99. Thriller, Gatefold, new and sealed, Michael Jackson. And we have White Line, Fight to Survive. White Line is $34.99. I've got 1 left of those. It is on splatter vinyl. Hey, there's another Disturbed, so we just sold 1 to Janet. I do have another one. Those actually came in yesterday. So Down with the Sickness, green vinyl, $33. Johnny Cash Volume 5 is $33. And Michael Jackson Dangerous is $38.99. Rod Bryan, you get these 3 singles for $10. Thank you. There's that and there's that. And then the Beatles, a great price at $35 for that 6266, and you can pick up Private Eyes for $35. So those are buy it nows for $35. The Megadeth, Paul's still here. Megadeth is $39.99. Megadeth is Euthanasia, $39.99. $39.99. Megadeth, Euthanasia. The Beatles is a buy it now for $35. 62 to 66. That is a fantastic comp. I mean, if you don't have the blue and red albums, if you don't have any Beatles, if you're not a super freak over them like I am, if you're not a Beatles super freak like me, and you don't have anything yet, and you're just wanting something Beatles, and you don't want like 10,000 different albums and 30,000 different pressings, at least grab the red and the blue. That will get you the best of the best. I also recommend buying everything they've ever produced, but also that will get you a good start, okay? That's the early years, which it cuts off right when they were starting to transition to psychedelia and really start to change. And Hall & Oates is a $35 buy now as well. Private Eyes. Euthanasia, buddy, is a picture disc. It's an official release. I'll show it to you in 1 second. And here was some of the newest stuff from last night. This is Michael Jackson Dangerous, 2 LP, $38.99. Dangerous. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. 1991. That was a big song. Isn't there something on here from like, what was that movie with Michael Jordan, Space Jam? I think that song, one of those songs are on here, 1991. So that's very tough to get OGs of. $38.99, Michael Jackson Dangerous. So there's one of those. And then we got Johnny Cash, we got Disturbed, White Line, Michael Jackson, Pearl Jam, Billy Idol, and Judas Priest. Buddy Cordova does want a Megadeth. You got it. All right, and that's always a big seller. Tomorrow is Thursday Night Metal Night. And I meant to tell Paul and Laura, I'm not going to relay this message to them right now. that, where are we? Who's around the corner here? We probably need to pick out some boots. You might be doing that. Are you doing that? Metal stuff? Yes. Paul, me and Paul, we're on the same wavelength. Yes. So tomorrow for Metal Night, we're going to have some of those boots that were advertised in the Post. Metallica boots, Judas Priest boots, Iron Maiden boots. When I get the pictures from Laura, I'm going to post them and boost the ad. Y'all are going to be wanting to tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be one of those crazy metal nights. I mean, I hadn't really talked about it much this week, but we got all this stuff from all these other collections. We got all this new stuff. I mean, I hadn't been really posting it because I don't like posting it to the day of because y'all know how hectic it gets. People wanting to buy it. Just crazy. So make sure y'all are tuned in tomorrow for that. Megadeth, it's going to be a crazy night. Megadeth, so to Buddy Cordova, Michael Rudolph on Michael Jackson Dangerous, okay? There's that, and there's that, and here we go. Free Willy song. Do you say have a good Beatles album to have? Yeah, well, I've always said here's the blue and red albums are essential compilations. I have this one here. It's $35. It's also got the lyric book. Just a little bit of discoloration, but I mean for $35. Love Me Do. It's in chronological order too. Love Me Do. Please, please, please. For me to use you. Yeah. And then it goes all the way here. Here's 65. Help. We Can Work It Out. One of my favorites. Day Tripper. Drive My Car. Norwegian Wood. Here's Rubber Soul. And then it has some stuff from Revolver. Eleanor Rigby. Oh, look at all the lonely people. Paperback Writer. So it has some of their singles too. It has some of their singles too that wasn't on albums. So that's a great compilation. Great compilation. Next thing is this and this. And that's $35. And we still got Hall & Oates. All right, let's get it some more Japanese. Trying to chip away this Japanese box. First thing we have is Jackson Browne for Every Man.
They're perfect.
Perfect Japanese pressings. Perfect. Perfect. I'll put these right over here. Did that just come out of those tubs? Wow. Okay, and then here's Jackson Browne for Every Man. Jackson Browne is going to go up for bid. It's a $35 start. This is a great album, Jackson Browne for Every Man, a Japanese pressing. It has an insert. It has this original inner sleeve, which it makes it look a lot better when you actually put it inside of the jacket here. So there we go. That's how it's supposed to look. Very nice. Has his original version of Take It Easy, his original version of These Days. Nice. Jackson Browne, a $35 start. Tim Graham does get the Beatles. Jennifer, you were second, then Brian. And then let's put this right over here. Welcome, Scott DeWallow. First time, yes. So, Scott, I've hit your like button. Welcome to Coletco. Thank you for, that's a great first purchase there. I've got all these pulled for you. I just did it live right here. I mentioned your name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, or 2, 4, 6, 7. They're all pulled for you. You got everything. Now you have $8 in limited shipping. Anything else you buy tonight, anything else you buy Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, just let me know. There are one Disturbed. There is one Disturbed left, $33.99. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction. Paul just handed this one to me. It's Cheap Trick Dream Police. This was just handed to me. It's beautiful, too. It is from, actually, this came from the collection where the Kiss bootlegs came from. This came from the collection with the Kiss bootlegs. And it is near mint minus and pristine. It is perfect. Whoop. You know what? It just fell out. The Flexi disc, too. It even has the Flexi disc. So the vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has the Cheap Trick solicitation form. It has the insert booklet. It's with Obi. That is from the same collection as the Kiss stuff. $35 start. I think Tanner's working on the CD stuff right now. If not, he'll do them tomorrow or tonight. I think he's coming back tonight. He's gone? Okay. Well, he might have been taking Otis home. He might be done for the day. He's either done for the day or he had to go take Otis home. I'm on the rehab tonight. All right. Jackson Browne is near mint minus and pristine. I got to go up front because I stopped by a gas station on the way in and got some monsters. Mike, I got to put some V8s in the fridge up here. So let me go do that right now. I got to put my monsters in the fridge and the V8s in the fridge. Also, I hear music playing up here, which isn't good because if that comes through on my mic, we don't want to get a copyright strike, right? So let me push these over here. I'm going to move some of these into the fridge. Let me mute this music. Don't like doing that. What's playing? Oh Darling by the Beatles. And what's up next? Nutshell. Here's what's playing here in the store. Oh Darling by the Beatles. And then Nutshell by Alice in Chains. Bridge Over Troubled Water, Simon and Garfunkel. Rush, The Weapon, Part 2 of Fear. Immigrant Song, and the Monkees' Daydream Believer. That's what's on my personal shuffle here in the store that plays on loop. So y'all know what kind of music we listen to here. I think sometimes they come in and turn it off, though. They're like, okay, we're listening to Chad's music for a few more days, especially on Mondays and Tuesdays when the store's not open. We have to keep it playing. We keep it playing during the store hours because it's just, you know, you want great music. You want great music being played when people's in here shopping. So, but I think sometimes they're like, all right, we're turning Chad's music off. We've heard enough Rush, Zeppelin, Beatles, Simon and Garfunkel, and Jim Croce for one day. What are y'all up here doing? I walked back here to my auction block and they've taken it over. I've been infiltrated. What we got here? Oh, more Japanese. Thank you.
Both of these are EXEX Plus.
Okay, awesome.
They have like one small market.
Sergeant Pepper's, Hollywood Bowl. We got some great ones. So those are EXEX Plus. There we have it. Gotcha. Kramer. Nice. Cosmo Kramer? Interesting. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, so I'm back here. What happened? Disturbed's still available. Sorry, I had to walk away. We'll do CDs later, claims, and then live CDs. Scott, if you've messaged the page, you're good to go. Cheap Trick 35, Jackson Brown 35, final call on those. And Johnny Cash is American Recordings Volume 5, and that is 100 Highways. Now, Brandon, if you're looking for the one with Hurt, his cover of Hurt, that's on Volume 4, and I have those in stock. They're $44.99. Here is a flip crate, not last night's. I think it's the one from Monday. The one from Monday that I posted on Sunday. Excuse me, the one I posted on Sunday. I've never gone through the leftovers. So actually, here's a few vintage discount records that are on sale. The first one's Andy Summers, Robert Fripp, I Advanced Mast. It is now $19.99. It's clean, no condition notes. It was marked $29.99, and there's only one other $19.99 record, and that's this nice, clean copy of Rumors. And it's EX or better. It's $19.99. So Cheap Trick has a new bid for $35. Guy has Jackson Brown for $35. We're about to sell it. I'm trying to mix in a few more singles over here, and let me go ahead and grab a few more and see what they are. Got some interesting stuff here. We got Nina Cherry, Bobby Brown, and Prince on purple vinyl. I'll do those. There's Prince on purple vinyl. That's Purple Rain. And we got Nina Cherry, Buffalo Stance, and that's a double-sided. And then Bobby Brown, and this one is Our Own, On Our Own, and it's also double-sided. And Prince is on purple vinyl. Those three for a $10 start. And then, Scott, you did want Disturbed. Scott DeWallow, if you do want Disturbed, let me know, okay? And I'll pull that for you. And we got more singles, some cool, interesting stuff coming up next. Attack from the Mondo Reverb. So I got a whole box of singles. We're putting them up 3 at a time for $10 starts. I don't know what they are. They might not sell. They might get bid up to $100. Who knows? Cheap Trick 36, Cheap Trick 37. The first $19.99 record is Brian C. He gets Robert Fripp for $19.99. If you don't have a nice, clean OG copies of Rumors, this would be a good start. And it has the insert with it, which has really cool photos of the band. And inside are the lyrics. Loving you isn't the right thing to do. That's what I tell Otis. And this is $19.99. That's Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Now, over here, he said he did want it. Okay, I don't think that came through on my end. So let's pull that last Disturbed Down with the Sickness to Scott DeWallow. And Brandon, if you do want that Johnny Cash, I have them right over here somewhere, and they're $44.99. It's a 2 LP. That's why that one's always a little bit more. And I think it's just because also it's a big seller. $44.99. I'd have to do a little bit of digging, but I do have them. I don't know what crate. Back here behind me are 2, 4, 5, 5, 10, 15, 22 crates of new vinyl. 22 crates of new vinyl back here behind me. Zombie Man on Fleetwood Mac. Can you remind me of your actual name? And I won't forget. Again, $19.99. Now, here's some $14.99 records. Elvis, and this is a nice copy. Shrink wrap, Target price tag, hop stickers. You could have walked in Target back in 1977, and this was on the shelf. Shrink wrapped, sealed with hop stickers. You can buy it right now for $14.99. Also, we have Paul McCartney Press to Play. Paul McCartney's half off at $14.99. Paul McCartney's half off at $14.99. And Carole King Tapestry. This was $24.99. It is a nice, clean OG copy. Terre Haute pressing. A little bit of ring wear, but a classic. $14.99, okay? Now, back up here, we had Cheap Trick at 37 with Steve McGee. The singles have bids for 10, 10, 12, 10, 13, 11, 14, and Scott Arnold, Zombie Man. I can remember that. Scott Arnold on Zombie Man. Or actually, I'll probably still call you Zombie Man if I forget, but now they know whoever's tagging, so there's no confusion. That's Scott Arnold. Now the singles are at 15. Bob put 22. 22, is that a claim, Bob? 22. And then the singles are at 16. And then next is Kevin Kubina on Elvis for $14.99. Guy Shard, you get Jackson Brown for $35. Thank you, Guy. That's so do you. Beautiful copy of that. Welcome, everybody. Hope everybody's went ahead and hit the like button for me. I've got this one to show you. We're basically in a discount crate, and then Tanner's pulled everything from this morning's. It's all been tagged and stickied. He's already locked everybody's comments, and I'm going to show you the leftovers of that. We do have a huge shipment of mini guitars in tonight. Huge shipment of mini guitars in tonight. These singles are at 16 with Donna Turner. Now for $9.99 records. There's just a couple. Styx is half off. $9.99 on Paradise Theater. And that's the only one, actually. That's the only one. That's the only one. And then Cheap Trick, I think we were done. That is 37. I was waiting for one other person, Scott Nicholson. Let me make sure he's done and I didn't miss a bid. It is at 37. 22 crates. That's 22 crates of new vinyl that's already been shown. That's old stuff. That's our current back stock. 22 crates worth. Actually, over here on the table, the ones I showed tonight makes 23, 24. And then the one on the table in front of me is 25. So back stock, 25 crates of new vinyl. Back stock is 25 crates of new vinyl. We got drums in. We got mini guitars in. Yes. Is it storming around Lebanon? No, it's not. It's hot and crispy. Dr. Zebo on sticks for $9.99. And now the rest of the crate's all $6.99. The rest of the crate is all $6.99. Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy. VG Condition, $6.99. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, VG, $6.99. Michael Pender from the Moody Blues, The Promise, No Condition Note, $6.99. And Nielsen Sings Newman in shrink wrap. Harry Nielsen is $6.99. Donna Turner got these three singles for $16. Thank you, Donna. Those are sold to you for $16. Appreciate that. Those are done. Cheap Trick is sold to Steve McGee then. Paul handed me a couple other Japanese pressings. I'm going to get rolling with those too. A beautiful copy of Cheap Trick here from that same collection all the Kiss stuff came from. And this had the flexi disc with it and everything. It is hot. Now, of course, y'all know I'm pretty much going to bed during the morning time. And I sleep mostly during the day. And so I don't get to experience most of the hot weather. But when I do get up, it's still brutally hot. I get in my Tahoe and I'm like, oh my gosh. Golly. Yeah, it's just crazy. But it don't really bother me that much. I'm not a complainer because I do not like the cold weather. So that's sold. Amanda Darby bid 17 on the singles. Amanda Darby bid 17 on the singles. Dang it. I don't know if that came through, Amanda. Yeah, y'all must have got some lag. Or there might be a glitch there. Yeah, there's Donna's 16. And if Donna's okay with it, what she's is, we'll sell them to Amanda Darby. So sell these to Amanda Darby for $17. Sell those to Amanda Darby. Sorry, I didn't see any of that. I didn't see her bid. I didn't see we're out. So none of that came through. Okay, Michael Rudolph got Three Dog Night for $6.99. And let's go ahead and get started with some new Japanese pressings. And the next Japanese pressing I was just handed was this one. And this is around EX. That was the grade I was told, around EX for the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Beautiful. A Day in the Life. I read the news today, oh boy, about a lucky man who made the grade. This is nice. It's been stored in a MoFi sleeve. Oh yeah, it's clean. It's nice. Not bad. Nothing to fret about there. Japanese pressing of Sgt. Pepper's. It is now up for bid. Also a $35 start. That is now up for bid. Also in here for $6.99, I have Long John Blues, Long John Baldry. That is $6.99. Also the classic performances of 10 Years After. I'd love to change the world. VG Plus, $6.99. Also we have Malo. That one's called Malo. It's Jorge Santana. VG Plus, $6.99. And the Righteous Brothers is $6.99. That's the leftovers of Sunday flip video. That's the leftovers of Sunday's flip video, just FYI. All right, let's go ahead and get started with some auctions over here. How about the good old Rolling Stones in mono? It's typical for a Stones copy of this era, 66 mono. It is VG minus. It is VG minus, but it is mono. Very desirable mono pressings, but it is VG minus. Finding this in VG plus is a challenge. Finding it better in VG plus is rare. Not many of those are better than VG plus. It's kind of like trying to find an RL Led Zeppelin 2 in near mint. Rare. Tough to get, but that's a $10 start. All right, next thing we have is Dr. Zebo and 10 Years After. So here's what's left in the $6.99 stuff. Righteous Brothers, Malo, Long John Baldry, Nielsen, Michael Pender, Neil Young, and then Carole King was $14.99, and Paul McCartney was $14.99. That's what's left in there. I'm going to give everybody one more second to think about those. If not, I'm going to offer them as a bundle deal. Now, I didn't get all of them done, but I wanted to kind of test the waters. I've got some Stephen King books that I priced last night, mostly because I was just curious what some of them go for, and etc. And I've got 2 price points. I've got $19.99 and $14.99, and they're all beautiful condition, dust jackets. Some of these more modern ones are first printings, and then we do have some older ones as well, and I'll show you some of those in just a second. But if anybody's interested, these are $19.99. This is Stephen King, The Stand, dust jacket, very nice, and I think some of these that are a little bit newer, like I said, are first printings, but I was trying to memorize his bibliography to get the exact compilation. But, you know, some of these new are, you know, $50 if you were to purchase it at a bookstore, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million. But there's the first one. That is The Stand, $19.99. And then I think this one probably should be more. Probably closer to like 24 or 29, but I'm going to keep it simple. And this one's The Wolves of Calla, and that's the Dark Tower 5, which I think is a series he does. That one's $19.99, and I think this one's really popular. And man, some of the versions that look just like this randomly sell for like $40 and $50. I didn't quite understand what I was looking at. But here is Stephen King, The Gunslinger, and that's also $19.99. So that's the first 3 $19.99 ones. The Stand, The Wolves of Calla, and The Gunslinger. And they're all very nice, and those are $19.99. I'm going to try to put these over here so they're out of my way back here behind me. No other claims here. So here's what I'm going to do. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and that's also going to include Carole King and Paul McCartney, 35, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. $40 for those last 8 records. We'll clear them out, and based on getting the Paul McCartney and Carole King in there, that's a great price. Has anybody bid on the Beatles? 1 bid, 2 bids. Tony Kepler bid 35. J.D. Conklin, you bid 35. So you're tied. You are tied, and final call on the Stones for 10. Michael Rudolph said he'll take those last records at $40. Thank you, Michael Rudolph. That is sold to you. Thomas Baumhart second. And then the Stand here is sold to Robert Barnett for $19.99. Thank you, Robert Barnett. That's sold to you for $19.99. Yeah, the Gunslinger's book 1. That's right. And I think some of the first pressings of that can get really pricey. First printing. So the Stand is sold to Robert Barnett. Thank you. Okay, I've got about 20 price. I bet we have 40 I looked it up. I think he wrote 57. He's wrote 57 novels. I think we probably have 40 of them. So we got most of them. And I've got about half of them ready tonight. I'm always trying to double check them. I don't think we have any I was like, man, I wonder if we have the first carry or anything like that. But we had some pretty good ones over here. It looks like coming up. Okay, so that's that. And let's get into some other new stuff over here. That's all that's left out of that crate. Thanks everybody for joining us. We got to keep this show on the road. We have almost filled up already a first full crate, and that's just doing this and doing that. And now, oh, I know what we're going to do. We got to show the next flip crate. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that right now. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's only 8 records left out of this 50 or 60 I pulled from the flip crate this morning. So what you're looking at here, most of these are sold. I'm not going to have to go through them. I don't have to go through them. All I'm going to do is just put them in the crate over here. My restream just got booted. That's weird. My restream just reset, so I lost everybody's comments. So let me look up here on my monitor. Carl Berger has the Beatles at 39. So J.D. Conklin, you're out. And Carl Berger also has the Stones for 15, so that's a final call. So I got to remember that. So J.D., let me know if you're in or out on the Beatles. And my restream just got booted, but I'm back and live and connected. So every morning in Whole Lot of Records, we post a video at 9 a.m. automatically, like clockwork. 9 a.m., this is it. And all this is vintage discount records. And everything you're seeing me pull out of here right now sold. I don't have to go through them. They're already spoken for, and they've already been tagged. And all we're doing right now is just putting them over here into the sold crate. And if Tanner's liked your comment, either he might like it as Tanner Hackett, he might like it as the Coletco page. That means whatever he liked, you got partial or all that comment. And if you do them all individually, you'll know exactly what you get. If you group a couple up together, sometimes he replies maybe, sometimes I reply. But there's that, okay? The Beatles are at 40, and then here's this, and here's this. And here's this. These are all sold. Great deals. I had fun with this one. I put a lot of crazy good deals in here. Now, here's everything that's left. Okay, so here's what's left, and these are available. I can't believe no one got this. This is Buffalo Springfield, again, in shrink wrap on the first label. Just a beautiful copy in shrink. Yellow Atco label for just $19.99. That's available. That's the only $19.99 record left. There are no $14.99 records left. Those all got sold. So no $14.99 records left, and here's $9.99 stuff, and these are all discounted. Golden earrings, $9.99. Carl Berger, you're out on the Beatles, but I will go ahead and sell you the Stones for $15. Let's go ahead and get another auction up right quick, and that's Madonna, Who's That Girl, the original motion picture soundtrack, an 87 U.S. Specialty OG. There is a little bit of cover wear up here. VG condition, a $15 start. Okay? And then it's up to Carl Berger on the Beatles. Final call to JD. Also for $9.99 is Jefferson Airplane. This is $9.99. Carl bid $45 on the Beatles. Man, my phone's glitchy tonight. See, that didn't even pop up again. That bid still didn't pop up. Glitchy restream tonight. So if I miss something, y'all have to stay on top of me because I'm missing about every other comment for some reason. Maybe it'll correct itself. Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks. That's now $9.99. And if anybody's made a claim out of here, I hadn't seen any. So Buffalo's 19, Golden Earrings 9, Jefferson Airplane 9, and Jay Giles 9. And now the rest are $6.99 records. And the $6.99 records were Songs of Christofferson. He's been defaced, though. I didn't realize it till I was looking at it closely. They've colored his eyes black, and they've colored his mouth black. I didn't notice that till, I didn't remember showing that the first time and ever catching that until you really start looking at it. But he looks kind of scary, doesn't he? $6.99 for Christofferson. Also, Allison Moyer Alf. That's VG Plus, $6.99 on Allison. We Are the World, $6.99, USA for Africa. And a complete full album here, of course. Jefferson Starship Spitfire, original on sleeve, $6.99. That's all that's left in there. That's all that's left in there. Those records are all that's left from this morning's flip video. And one more time, that's $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. That's Starship, USA for Africa, We Are the World, Allison, Chris Christofferson. The $9.99 records were Jay Giles, Jefferson Airplane, Golden Earring, and then one $19.99 Buffalo, Springfield. Tom said will take the Chris Christopherson for $6.99. Zombie Man on the Jefferson Starship, and Jerry Rock was second. All right, the Beatles are still getting bids, and Madonna, Who's That Girl, is a $15 start, by the way. All right, let's grab a few more singles I've got over here, and let's see what I can pull out of here this time. The next one's right here. This is Attack of the Mondo Reverb, the Mysterix. The Attack of the Mondo Reverb, Band of Horses, Acoustic at the Ryman, and then Islands, No Search Party, and Aloe Heels Are Bloomin'. Those three singles are going to go up for a $10 start. All right, and then Jefferson. Okay, yeah, Zombie Man first on that one. And Carl Berger's at 50 on the Beatles. J.D. Conklin, you're out. And then Madonna is a final call to Craig for 15. So let's bundle these then. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and I'll go ahead and make that 10, $35 if you're buying everything that's left in here. Come on, Michael Rudolph or Thomas Baumhart. Come on, Michael Rudolph or Thomas Baumhart. Come on, Michael Rudolph or Thomas Baumhart. $35 for everything that's left. We're making deals. Thomas Baumhart, thank you. $35 sold. I called that one. There's that, and Michael Rudolph was second. You can count on them. Well, they have tattoos on the back of their neck that say bundle. They do. They have, on the back of their neck, there's a tattoo that says bundle. All righty. Amazing. I'm going to take a picture of these mini guitars and make a post in the group. Let everybody know that these have come in and we've got them. Chad, do you know if Seth rated my desk for metal auction stuff? I'm looking for specific tiles that I get requested less so I can't fight them. Yeah, I think he does have some stuff. Yes, I think he does have some stuff. And I also think he's actually got a few things ready that may be somewhere here in this building. I don't know where, or I hope he's brought them back. I'll ask him right now. I'll ask him right now. Seth is a raider, okay? He's sneaky. He's mischievous. He's mean. He's untrustworthy. Okay, I'm taking it too far now. But you got to watch Seth. We've gotten stuff in. I told him a long time ago he couldn't buy anything else from the store. We'd get collections in, and he would come in and just like start picking a bunch of stuff out, taking it home. And I was like, whoa, man, what are you doing? He's like, I'm buying all these. And I was like, no, you're not. You're not buying any of this stuff. You can't have any of this. This is for paying customers. All right, here we go. So, first thing we have here, Beatles 53, Beatles 55. Beatles is at 55. And Madonna is sold for $15. And that's sold to Craig Weatherford for $15, okay? There's that. These singles got a bid for $10 with who? John Durden. And that's a final call for $10. Attack of the Mondo Reverb, Band of Horses, and Islands. And they're still bidding on the Beatles. I got to wait from J.D. Conklin now. Carl Berger has this for $55. All right. Here are a few. Here's what we're going to have to do. Let me pull this up. Okay, so this is new. It was supposed to come out, I think, about a month ago, and they got pushed back. And let me see if I can find a pricing gun, because I think some of these pre-orders I didn't get a lead for Ed, or I probably didn't leave my price. Let me see if I have a pricing gun handy. You're about to hear me go chick and price some stuff. Give me 1 second. I don't know where it is. Nope, no luck yet. Okay, let me go find this. And this. All right, so this is Deicide, which was supposed to come out June 6th. It's now June 25th, and we have them in finally. So there's that. Is this a price sheet? That's part of it. What is this stuff? Okay, I'm probably going to have to price some stuff on the fly. Let me see what else I have here. One second, please. Okay. So here's Deicide. Deicide is $39.99. And this is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Deicide, the 1990 debut album from the defined the death metal genre. Metallica white and red Centurion pressing. Includes lyric insert remastered. We got one for Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. These are $39. They're not stickered. Whoever's tagging these, make sure they go in, please, for $39.99. One for Hiram Aponte, one for Justin Deckelman, one for Hiram, one for Justin, one for Autumn, and one for Tim Floyd. And that was Hiram Aponte, Justin Deckelman, Autumn Betts, and Tim Floyd. And then Danny Thomason and Darren Chrisman. Danny Thomason, Darren Chrisman, and then Sean Fairweather. And if anybody else wants one, we have one for Scott Smith, and I have 3 left, okay? So that was Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr., Hiram Ponte, Justin Deckelman, Autumn Betts, Tim Floyd, Danny Thomason, Darren Chrisman, Sean Fairweather, Scott Smith. I've got 3 extra copies here live right now. Steve Weaver on a Deicide. Steve Weaver on Deicide, thank you. That's sold to him live right now. Wow, they're still bidding on the Beatles. These 3 singles are sold to Robert Barnett for $11, and now the Beatles is at $60. There's 2 Deicides left if anybody wants one for $39. Let me figure out what's going on here. Yeah, I'm going to have to open my laptop for some of this. Give me 1 second. Luckily, I've already got it back here. And I went live, and I didn't even think about new vinyl till it was over here and realized, oops, I don't even have price sheets ready. But don't worry, I'll be able to knock it out. I know exactly where this stuff came from, and I'll be able to knock it out righty now. So let me take care of this. Let me just open up my inbox, and I'll be able to price some of this stuff on the fly. I want to get a pricing gun, though. Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. Let's open this. We got to get some more auctions up. Holy moly, we got a lot of stuff to auction. First thing, next thing, is Paul McCartney's Band on the Run. Paul McCartney is a Netherlands press. Check that out. 1978 Netherlands pressing on limited edition lilac colored vinyl. How cool is that? That's an official pressing from the Netherlands, Holland. VG condition on purple lilac vinyl, a $25 star. They're still bidding on the Japanese Sgt. Peppers. Carl Berger has that for $60. Carl Berger has that for $60. Carl Berger has that for $60. Let me open up some of these invoices here and see what we got. And some of this stuff is special request. And I might have to, let's see, where does Ed keep his pricing gun at? Does anybody know? I'm going to have to go raid Ed's desk. Usually he keeps it over here where all the new vinyl comes in. But sometimes he moves it around. Does anybody know where it is? Pricing gun. Anybody know where an extra pricing gun is? Ed's desk. Maybe he keeps it underneath here. I raid Ed's desk all the time. Nope, not back here. It's usually up here. Here it is. Is this it? Does this have stickers in it? Aha! I found one. Thank you. I'm going to mark all these pre-orders so they don't get confused. And special request. Wow, look at all these CDs that have sold. Absolutely incredible. Holy moly. New auctions, new this, new that. New everything. New this, new that, new everything. All right, so the Deicides, I'll go ahead and mark the couple that didn't sell. We got 2 left. They're $39.99. What is today? June 25th. June 25th, and those are $39.99. Here they are. So we got boom and we got boom. Those are sold and sold. Thank you and thank you. Paul is at $25, and now the Beatles. Carl Berger says he's at $60. JD Conklin, it's up to you. He's out, and this is going to go ahead and sell to Carl Berger for $60. Thank you. Let's get that in a new sleeve. This next crate has several requests from Justin Deckelman. I think it's special orders. So you got Deicide there, which is a new release, a pre-order, new reissue, I should say. It came out, 35 years ago. It's a new release. new reissue, whichever term you prefer. And I got 2 of those left. Paul McCartney's getting new bids. Let's go back over here to our Japanese stuff. And Paul's at 25, 26, now 35. What a cool pressing of that. And then over here in the Japanese bin, I do have a Japanese pressing of Night Ranger, and this is 7 Wishes. And Night Ranger, I'm going to put up for just a $1 starting bid. Yes, you heard me correctly. We're going to put Night Ranger up for a $1 starting bid. There's the insert, there's the obi, there's the cover. That's going to go up for a $1 start. So this first record here is Chris X, From Blue to Black. Chrisix, Chrisix. Now this was a special request for Justin Deckelman. It's $33.99, and if anybody else wants one, let me know, which means I can order this for you. I can get you one of these if you want one. This one's sold to Justin Deckelman. It's already gone, but if you want one, let me know, and we'll put you on a waiting list. Same thing here for Mayhem. This is Mayhem, and this one here by Mayhem is called Demonic Rites. It's a 2 LP, and this one is $46.99, I think. Let me pull up. I think Ed priced some of this stuff out to Justin. I'm also going to pull up messages here and make sure these prices match up to what Ed quoted him. Let's see what here. SoFly, Driver, and I don't know if he priced out these or not. I think sometimes Justin just maybe says, so yeah, I want to make sure. But that's right, and that's what I'm marking it. So this is Mayhem. Demonic Rites, and that is sold to him for $46.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Night Ranger has a lot of bids all of a sudden. And then over here is another one, and it's a album from Toxic, and that is Dismorta. And Toxic Dismorta is $33.99. And if anybody else wants one of those, let me know. So these are some special requests. These are just all special requests. You can message Ed at any time, and he'll take care of you on stuff like this. And same thing here for Chrisix as well, or Chrisix, Chrisix, another one for Justin Deckelman. And this one will have a tag on it, but it's called Full HD, and it's also $33.99. Okay, so there's that, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. Now, I hadn't really been paying attention to comments, so yeah, let's see what's going on. That one has a sticky note on it now. So the first thing we have, I was up here at the top, okay, and we put up a 1978 Netherlands purple vinyl. That's an official 78 press of Band on the Run on purple lilac vinyl. It got bids up to 35 and then 40 with Carl Berger. The Night Ranger was a $1 start. We got bids for 11110. Mystery Machine wants a Dia side. Night Ranger 26375, 159, 15, 13, 15. And then Night Ranger 2025, Night Ranger 16. Sent a message on your Facebook page 4 days ago. I was in your store last Friday and purchased about 7 albums and paid to have them shipped, wondering when they'll ship out. Chad Kernan. Okay, what I'm going to do right now, Chad, I have no knowledge of that, but whoever's watching the sale is going to make a note to check on messages from Chad Kernan and the status of getting his record shipped that he purchased here in the store. I honestly don't know anything about that. News to me, but that note will get to Tanner and Ed, and they'll be able to tell you what's going on. Night Ranger 25, Night Ranger 30, and then Night Ranger 35, okay? And then Band on the Run is a final call then for $40 to Carl Berger. And then here's another pre-order. Leonard Skinner live at the Ryman. And let's pull this up in the group. I'm actually going to go ahead and mark these other Dia sides because I like making sure records are stickered so they don't get keyed in, or if they ever get put back or something, we know what the price was and when they come in. So let me go ahead and mark these other Dia sides that were pre-orders, and then I'm going to go ahead and tag these Leonard Skinners over here. And then I may print out the price sheet for this last one, and that way I have it over here next to me, because we got a lot of cool new releases in. Okay? And there's that, and there's that. Got all those marked now. Was that it? That was it, including that most recent one. Yep. All right, so this is Leonard Skinner. Leonard Skinner over here. The pre-order for this is a new Live at the Ryman on Go Vinyl. It's an indie exclusive on Go Vinyl. This is a new release. It comes out Friday from Leonard Skinner. It's Live at the Ryman, a 2 LP, $44.99 for Leonard Skinner. indie exclusive Go vinyl. Not autographed, $44.99. It's a 2 LP Go vinyl. We have them, and they're $44.99. The first person who pre-ordered was Jamie McCord. Thank you, Jamie McCord. That is so to you. I should have extras. We also got one for Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick Hall. That's so to you. And then we also got one for Stephen A. Young. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. That's so to you. That's Leonard Skinner live at the Ryman. Let me pause right there to update some auctions. We have Night Ranger at 30, which was a final, 35, which was a final call to Harold. And now Wings has a new bid for 42. Carl Berger, you've been outbid on Wings. Now he's back in at 45. We've only sold one Stephen King book, and that's The Stand. And these are available, Garrett. They're $19.99. I think you hopped off last night when you commented about the books. I was going to tell you, when I bought all these, the first thing I thought about was like, I bet Garrett will end up with a bunch of these. I have The Gunslinger and Wolves of Kala, and these are $19.99. We have 2 price points tonight, and that's $19.99 and $14.99 on the Stephen King books. Wolves of Kala is $19.99, and The Gunslinger is $19.99. I've got 2, and I've got about 15 or 20 more back here behind me. I'm showing the $19.91s first. Those are bite nows. They're all bite nows. Okay, then next on Leonard Skinner was Catherine Lutz. Thank you, Catherine. That's so to you for $44.99. Also, Mike Moore got one. Thank you, Mike Moore. That's so to you for $44.99. Live at the Ryman, Go Vinyl. Shepherd Michael also got one. Thank you, Shepherd Michael. That's so to you. And then we also got one for Darren Wallace. There's one for Darren Wallace. Thank you, Darren Wallace. That's so to you. And then Marsha French got one. Thank you, Marsha French. That's so to you. Appreciate that, Marsha French. I appreciate that. Thank you. And then over here is Sherry Darnell. And I'm going to make that the last one in the crate. And I've got to swap out crates. But yeah, Stephen King. I've got 2 back there. Gunslinger, Dark Tower 1. And here's this. And I'm going to say that crate's full. And let's start it on another crate. Very excited to see what's in all the other new arrivals bins. Big night for mini guitars. We got mini guitars in tonight. Holy moly, that's going to be exciting. Goodness gracious. Yes, yes. First thing over here. And so Night Ranger is sold for $35 to Harold Ackerman. Thank you on that. And now Wings is at $45 with Carl Berger. Rod Bryan, it goes back to you. Let's get some other auctions going. Looks like we got a great batch of auction stuff over here. It's officially time to get hot and heavy into those. Hot and heavy over those. Hot and heavy. Who's hot and who's heavy? Here we go. Ban on the Run. Final call. Let's go ahead and do some more Leonard Skinner pre-orders. We got another one for Bill Sammis. Thank you, Bill Sammis. That's so to you. We got one for Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott Beebe. That's so to you. So there's one for Bill Sammis. There's one for Scott Beebe. And then here is the rest. And those are going to go to Todd Kilgore and Debbie Blair. So there's 2 more sold. Todd Kilgore and Debbie Blair. Thank you, Todd Kilgore. Thank you, Debbie Blair. Those are sold and sold. And then the next couple, the next one and the last one goes to Clifford Umstead. All right, those are sold and sold. Okay, so first thing we have is 1, 2, 3. 3 Leonard Skinner. Did anybody claim one live? Anybody claim one live? I don't think so. So I still got 3 left. Those are available. Go Vinyl, celebrating 50 years of Leonard Skinner live at the Ryman. 2 LP, $44.99. There's 1, 2, 3 left. 1 deicide left. And here's everybody that got one for the pre-order. That was Jamie McCord, Rick Hall, Stephen A. Young, Catherine Lutz, Mike Moore, Shepherd Michael, Darren Wallace, Marsha French, Sherry Darnell, Bill Sammis, Scott Beebe, Todd Kilgore, Debbie Blair, Clifford Umstead. All right, Wings is at $46. Let's get another auction going, and that is on lilac colored vinyl, just FYI. Lilac colored vinyl. Any of the books, I have some of them tagged, but if I can show you the title page. If you're curious, I'll try my best to identify them. But give me 1 second. I'll show those again. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan. Martin Scorsese presents The Blues, available for the first time on vinyl. I remember selling these. It's been a while since I've had any of these. Limited to 2,500 copies on blue vinyl. This one's numbered 109, and this is Martin Scorsese presents Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Blues. And that's going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start. Nick Bargeron wants SK The Wolves. And this is sold to Nick Bargeron for $19.99. And like, for example, the Gunslinger here, which I think, the title page here, this one originally came out in '82. This is the first Scribner hardcover edition, July 2017. Books are not really that confusing, but there's a lot of information right here on this page that can determine the difference of a $5 book sometimes or maybe a $1,000 book. It's kind of like looking at the dead wax of a record. So I'm about to show a few more over here. So that is sold, and then over here is Stevie Ray Vaughan getting lots of bids. There's only been 2 no bids tonight. This is Hall & Oates, a $35 start. And then these 3 singles is $10. And this is the only 3 no bids. Alibaba, Gap Dream, Haberdasher, and Kishi Band. Those 3 singles for 10, and Hall & Oates was 35. That's the only no bid so far tonight. And the only thing left in here are the 3 Leonard Skinner Live at the Ryman's and the Deicide. And that's a great idea. I'm going to put those right over here. And there's one more record in here, and it's U2 live on air. And I think this is either a new release, or I have a waiting list for it. Let me pull this up right quick and see what's going on over here. Let me see when they shipped. They shipped yesterday. Let's see here. Metallica. Oh, they shipped me a couple more Ride the Lightning boxes. Great. I think we have a waiting list. Yeah, this is $34.99. This is U2 live on air, 1982, $34.99. This is U2 live. It's an unofficial, and they're $34.99. I have 2 of them, and let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list. I feel like I've had this before, and it was back ordered, but let me check right quick. I have 2, and they're $34.99. Let me go ahead, and so we got Skinnerd at the Ryman. Okay, those came in. U2 on air. And then we got 2 Ride the Lightning boxes. But give me 1 second, because either those might already be spoken for, honestly. But before I do that, let me go over here to this and type in U2. The only waiting list I have for U2 is absolutely nothing. There's no waiting list for U2. So these are sold to Brent Ribley and Kathy Collinsworth. Awesome. First crate of new vinyls, a sellout. Let's get a waiting list going. The only thing we've sold out so far of new releases tonight is U2 here for $34.99. So that is available, just FYI. Okay, I got to do one thing over here on my phone before I bring over the new crate. Those are sold and sold. Let me put this over here. The U2 is right here. It's a live unofficial, live 1992. Okay, got that taken care of. Okay, so there's 2 auctions. I feel like Paul's been up since yesterday, but it's got a lot of bids. And the last bid was $49, and Rod Bryan went out, and that was the only 2 bidders, so it's sold. Thank you, Carl Berger. That sold you for $49. 78 Holland Press Lilac Purple Vinyl. Believe it or not, I have this copy. I have a copy of that in my collection because that's a really cool official colored vinyl. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan is Martin Scorsese Presents the Blues, numbered. We got 1 person on a U2 waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Travis is first on waiting list. They're $34.99. All right, they're $34.99. What I'm going to do is the next crate of new vinyl is not priced. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the crate empty, and as I show them, I'm going to price them. I have 1 more 1999 Stephen King book, and then the rest are going to be $14. This is Insomnia. This one's $19.99, Insomnia, and I believe this is first printing, Insomnia is $19.99. Boy, I looked through, first published 1994. I think this is first on that one. I looked through so many of these last night. I was going through his Wikipedia page. I was trying to figure out so much stuff, and that's where about 4 hours of my night went last night. I looked up, and Tanner was walking in the door. I was sitting on the floor over here going through Stephen King books, and Tanner was like, dude, you should be in bed. What are you doing? And I was like, I have went down the Stephen King rabbit hole, and I can't get out. And but yeah, that one's $19.99. Okay, so Stevie Ray Vaughan is essentially, it appears unopened. the note from Laura appears unopened. Very good chance it is. Whoever bought that originally bought it from us, okay? Carol Puckett on the YouTube list, and then Bass Kicking wants that last deicide. Bass Kicking on that last deicide, and Melanie Clausen on Insomnia for $19.99. Okay, thank you on that. Let me bring over that other crate of new vinyl I was talking about. Let me do that right now. And here is this. And, oh, there went my knee. That felt pretty good, though. Let me bring these over here. We got new arrival crates over here as well. Paul, and I'm sure Laura's working on stuff too. Also working on getting the auctions ready for tomorrow, photographed, etc., etc. Let me pull up this price sheet right quick and my waiting list, and we're about to go through some stuff. I got a ton of box sets to show tonight too. I mean a ton. We got Zeppelin box sets in. We got Metallica box sets in. There are several box sets in to show as well. Is this the invoice I'm looking for? That's all the mini guitars. That's okay, though. I'll take those, too. And what about this one here? What is this one? Led Zeppelin, Postal Service. That stuff's already come in. All right, what about this one? This one is Coil, Baby Huey, Skid Row, Scars. Is that all this? King Gizzard, Neil Young, Jane's Addiction. I guess so. Okay, we got it. All right, and I know a lot of these prices by memory, but I have to just double check them. Okay, so we sold that. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 60, 61, 64, 65. Next auction, we have a request for Van Halen, Diver Down. Let me see if I can find that in here. We got a ton of stuff. We got Zeppelins. I see Velvet Underground. I see Miles Davis. I see more Stevie Ray Vaughans, Def Leppards, and Beatles. And here is Fair Warning. Did you mean Fair Warning? He did say Fair Warning. This is an 81 U.S. Allied OG, original under sleeve, near mint minus. That is a nice copy. Mean Street, $45 start on Van Halen. That is now up for bid, okay? That's now up for bid. First record here. I've got 3 of them. And make sure I'm on the right invoice here. Okay, I am. All right, these are $33.99, always a popular seller. This is Jane's Addictions, nothing shocking. I've got 3 available. They're $33.99 from Rhino. And I don't know how many of these I've sold because OGs are pretty tough to find. As y'all may know, I think if I have 3, there's a good chance I have a waiting list. So let me go over here right quick and check. I'm going to search Jane's, and there's Carla Brecky on a waiting list. So thank you, Carla. I'm going to tag one of these for you right now. I'm going to take you off the waiting list, and I've got 2 extra Jane's Addictions. If anybody else wants one, that is $33.99. Van Halen's at $72, and now, Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $72, and Van Halen's at $46. Next thing over here I have is, I'm not going to say the title till I price it, and that is Mudhoney, and this one's self-titled. No waiting list for this, so these are available. Mudhoney is $29.99. I've got 2 of them. That's their self-titled album. Mudhoney, I have 2 of them, $29.99. Scott Smith on a Jane's Addiction, and Kelly Vladorchik on a Jane's Addiction. Those are sold and sold. Van Halen's now at $47, and Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $72. And Bass Kicking wants Toxic. Now, that was from the waiting list that Justin Deckelman was on, right? The special request. That Toxic album, is that right? If so, I'll have to take down your name for that one. Stevie Ray Vaughan should be on blue vinyl. Stevie Ray Vaughan's a 2024 Euro, which is music on vinyl, limited edition 250 on blue vinyl. Blue vinyl. Blue vinyl, okay? And then over here is Van Halen, and that is at $50 with Melanie Clausen. Thank you, Melanie, on that. Okay, next thing I have over here is Rage Against the Machine. This is Renegades of Funk. That is $33.99. I have 2 of these. And this is Rage Against the Machine, Renegades of Funk. No matter how, $33.99. What was that other here? So how many box sets my budget gun took a hit? We have over here Rage, and these are $33.99. Renegades of Funk, $33.99. Ivan R. and Mudhoney, there's 1 left. There's 1 Rage. One of them, unfortunately, has a light seam split. Okay? Unfortunately, that one has a light seam split. Let me ban this person from our page right quick. So, okay. Now, he's gone. Rage is $33.99, and we have this, and this here, and this is Let me see if I can do this faster by this way. Okay, I can't do it faster that way. Okay, nice. Let me make sure. Yeah. All right, so these are $34.99. Some 41, all killer, no filler. Some 41, all killer, no filler. $34.99. I have 2 of those available. I haven't had that in a long time. Tom Sullivan, I'll give you the Rage. I have 1 left with a light seam split, just FYI. Now, Ivan got Mudhoney, Van Halen at 53. Tom got a Rage, Van Halen 55. And I have not sold Red Hot Chili Peppers or Jamie Johnson yet. And then Kelly Vladicek on Sum 41. There's 1 Sum 41 left. There's 0 Sum 41s left. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Stevie Ray Vaughan. The most recent high bid, I think, was George Sambaraz at 72. Are we done? Travis Woods, I think it's up to you. He says he's out. Brandon asked a question. Brandon, I'm assuming you're not bidding. Final call to George Sambaraz for 72. Next title is another Rage, and this is the Battle of Los Angeles with Testify and Gorilla Radio. This one's $33.99. I have 2 of these RATM, Ratum, Rage Against the Machine, the Battle of Los Angeles. That is $33.99. Those are available, and I've only got 1 copy of this, and I think there might be a waiting list for it. Let me check right quick. I know the price. And it is, let me type in another word here. Yeah, Fred Carnell. Only 1 of these come in, so I don't know if they were sold out because I probably would have ordered more, or maybe I only ordered 1. I'm not for sure. These are $29.99. So this is LA Guns Renegades on white vinyl. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. This is sold to Fred Carnell. If anybody else wants one, let me know. What is the Van Halen? Somebody asked. It's an OG 1981 U.S. Allied pressing, a fair warning. Near mint minus. Jennifer Corbin has it for $57. George Sambaraz does get Stevie Ray Vaughan for $72. The next auction I have going up right now is the following. What is the following? The next thing I have going up right now is what? Miles Davis. Facets. Miles Davis, Facets. It's a 73 Netherlands compilation in mono. There is some writing on the bottom of the back cover and some water damage maybe. The vinyl's VG. Miles Davis is going to go up for a $20 start. Now Van Halen's at $60. There's 2 Rage Against the Machines in there. Next is House of Pain, Fine Malt Lyrics. And these are, I'll do them for, I think they put them on sale again. Yeah, I'll do them for $29.99 this week. I think my distributor marked them down. And no, I don't have any more jump ropes, unfortunately. No more jump ropes, unfortunately. Yeah, these are, I'll do them for $29.99. No more jump ropes, but this is jump, jump around, jump, jump. That is this pressing. And I used to could get jump ropes, and they sent me a bunch of extra ones about a year ago, I think, whatever they had left. I asked if I could get more, and I gave away the last couple last week when we started reordering these records. But it's remastered. It's pretty much not too easy to get an original. I think I do have somebody on a waiting list, Charlie Marks. Charlie Marks, he was on a waiting list. Thank you, Charlie. And I've got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. Vladicek says he'll take one. And now there's 1 House of Pain left, okay? Van Halen still getting bids all of a sudden. Miles Davis is a $20 start. Donna Turner wants a House of Pain. Now those are sold out again. No surprise there. Next record is $38.99. I don't even have to check this one. Blink-182, Enema of the State. Blink-182, Enema of the State. Very popular here. I have 2 of them, and they are $38.99. Blink-182. There's 2 of those, gatefold single LP. Back to Corey. You're out on Van Halen. Jennifer has it for $63. Miles Davis is in VG condition. The cover has a couple issues down here at the bottom. Couple issues down here on the bottom with the jacket. A little bit of writing, too. Vinyl's in VG. And that is billed as a 1973 Netherlands mono. Netherlands mono, VG, $20 start on that. Next thing in here, now this is an import only, so it's kind of a pricey record, but I went ahead and ordered it because I've never seen it in stock before. And let me get you a confirmed price on this one. Okay, and let me do some math over here. I'll do it a little bit. We'll do it for, actually, I'll do it for the list price, and that's $54.99. $54.99. This is Jane's Addiction, The Great Escape Artist. The Great Escape Artist, Jane's Addiction. They're $54.99. I've got two. I don't think I've ever had that before. I don't think I've had that one before. And I've got two of them. They're $54.99. All right, there's this. Let me go ahead and mark this next record because I know exactly how much this is because we've already had three from them tonight. Here is another one, and this is Rage Against the Machine self-titled. That is $33.99, Killing in the Name Of. And there was a waiting list for this one. There was a waiting list for this one. Also, Charlie Marks. So thank you, Charlie Marks. He got that, and that sold to him for $33.99, okay? That's done. Now, over here is Van Halen. It's at $70. They're still bidding on that. If anybody wants Miles Davis, it's a buy it now for $20. Did I get the claim? Yes, sorry, I thought I answered your question. Yes, Mark, you did. You got that last Sum 41, all filler, no killer. She's out on Van Halen. I'm about to sell it to Corey Ross for $70. Miles Davis is sold to Donna Turner for $20. Let's get another auction going. And the next thing I have over here is Def Leppard, Pyromania. Def Leppard's an 83 U.S. Pittman original. An 83 Pittman original in VG condition, a $25 star, Def Leppard, $25. I do not have another Jane's Addiction, but Tom, I can put you on a waiting list. We have Rage First Record, one sold to Scott DeWallow, and one sold to Tom Sullivan. So now we're sold out of Rage Against the Machine, self-titled. Those are poof gone. Right in the midst of things, let me go ahead and show you a couple more Stephen King books. These are $14.99. We got Stephen King Finders Keepers, and we got Stephen King Night Shift. Those are $14.99 each. Quick buy it nows on those, $14.99, $14.99 on those. Next thing I have here is, I'm pretty sure these are 33 too. They are, and early for Metal Night, but here it is. And the reason I ordered this is because I think a pre-owned copy last week in a bin for $29.99 had like 7 claims. And of course, we only had one. I was like, well, wait a minute. I can still get those new and sealed for about the same price. Half Speed, red marble vinyl, Overkill, Years of Decay, $33.99 on that one. Patty Anderson wants Night Shift. That's $14.99. That is sold. And I think we're done on Van Halen. That is sold to Corey Ross for $70. How much is Rage, if I may ask Mr. Auction Man? All the Rage Against the Machine albums are $33. We just sold out of self-titled. We still got Battle of Los Angeles, and we still got Renegades, but it does have a split over here, okay? And then Overkill, I thought they were saying okay, but that's sold to Kenny Stanley and Steven Weaver. If anybody else wants one, we'll put you on a waiting list. No bid on Def Leppard, looking for a $25 start. And I had a bunch of claims. I was like, well, as soon as I order a bunch of these, though, we'll have too many. Because the last time all those releases came out, we were selling the heck out of them. I ordered a bunch more, and I had them forever. So I'm careful on not ordering too many overkills. Here's our next auction. It's the Velvet Underground self-titled. Nice. The Velvet Underground's an 85 German reissue. It is a reissue from Germany. Of course, OGs of these albums, and pretty tough to get, especially high grade that like this. A little bit of cover damage up here. Looks like a sticker was on it at one point. So a little bit of cover damage, but the vinyl's clean. $25 start on that. So we got 2 people on a waiting list. And on Overkill, Years of Decay, and that's Justin Deckelman and Charlie Buck. We have not sold Hank III yet. Melanie wants Finders Keepers. Def Leppard has a bid for $25. Chris Smith on Renegades. Chris, I'm assuming you're okay with that really light seam split at the top. I'm going to go ahead and tag you for it on that. And then next thing is, next thing over here is what? Let me go ahead and take this stack of books to the back room because I don't want too much weight over here on top of the 45s. And I'm going to separate these. So let me go take these into the operations room. We've had shelves and shelves full of CDs. Now our operations room is going to be shelves and shelves full of books. It's going to look like a library in here. It's going to look like a library. You should see a couple of these metal racks. Tanner said him and Caden combined spent 4 hours putting CDs in alphabetical order this morning. So it took 8 hours combined to put all the CDs from last week in alphabetical order by the person's name who purchased it. That's amazing. And then over here, we're pricing stuff straight out of the bin. This is Skid Row's self-titled album. This is Skid Row by Skid Row. I've got 2 copies remastered, $33.99 on Skid Row. Def Leppard's about to sell for $25, and so is Velvet Underground. Final call on those. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. And the next auction I have is legendary bluegrass guitarist Tony Rice. Tony Rice Acoustics. That's a 1979 USOG with the original inner sleeve, and it's a $35 start. And then we have Justin on Overkill, and he said also order Taking Over and Feel the Fire, okay? You got it. So there's Skid Row for $33.99. I've got two. That's Sebastian Bach. Ooh, I didn't know this came back in. This is $39.99. I may have a waiting list, but let me check. And this is the reissue of the pretty tough to get album by the Ronettes. And that's presenting the fabulous Ronettes, Be My Baby. That's a music on vinyl pressing for $39.99. The Ronettes. And let me make sure I don't have an old waiting list for that. Somebody might get surprised and be like, what? I was on a waiting list from that from when? February? It's been a long time since those have been in. And yeah, there's actually two people, Andrew Shaw and Chris Bryant. I probably will reach out to them. I'll say it's available right now. That's an old waiting list. I wonder if either one of them's watching, because that is, yeah, that's getting back here with like Puzzles and the Mike and the Mechanics. Yeah, that's like February, March. That's months ago. So I'll some of those that get really old, I'll reach out to them. Let me see if they're still in stock, because they might be like, yeah, Chad, I've been waiting on that for months. Why did you give it to somebody else? That also could happen. But also, we could invoice them on Monday, and they'd be like, I didn't buy a Ronettes album. I hadn't been watching all week. And, yeah, they're actually not in stock anymore. So, we'll see if they're watching. If anybody wants one, let me know, okay? If anybody wants one, let me know. I'm not for sure how to do that one yet. Here's one that looks pretty interesting. I've never had before. Let me pull back up my price sheet here. What happened to your price sheet? What is this one billed as? Very interesting one here. Okay, and then over here is this one. Let me do this one right now. Okay, so welcome everybody. Hope you are tuned in here on Wednesday night. Welcome. I'm pricing some vinyl live right now, just unboxing it and actually pricing it live right now here with you all. And these are $29.99. This is King Gizzard, $29.99 on King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. This is actually new for Friday. I think it's a new reissue. I'm sure it's been out before. I get really confused on this King Gizzard stuff. $29.99, and this is featuring demos recorded between 2011 and 2020, pressed on red velvet vinyl, limited to 500. And that's King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Music to Kill Bad People 2, Demos and Rarities Volume 1. All right, so where did we leave off? I left off by saying Def Leppard had a bid for 25, and then over here, Def Leppard 26, Def Leppard 28, and then Def Leppard 30. The Velvet Underground back here, Jeremy Bryant. The Velvet Underground is an 85 German reissue. EX on the vinyl. Does have some weird cover damage right here, and it's a $25 star. Now Def Leppard's at 30. The Ronettes is $39.99, and Charlie Marks wants a King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. I have two of those for $29.99. And then here is this, and this is, let me find it here. This is, here it is. This is $33.99. This is Neil Young's Oceanside Countryside, all analog clear vinyl. We've actually already had these in before. We sold out, and then somebody wanted me to order one, and that was Guy Shard. So, Guy, thank you. I've got you one right now, and I've got one extra. And this was actually a 1977 unreleased album from Neil Young. That's sold to Guy Shard. I have one extra left there. And Velvet Underground does have a bid for 30. And then we have a bot now on Tony Rice. His stuff's always been tough to get. Acoustics. Tony Rice is a 79 US all disc, $35 bot now. Def Leppard is up for bid. And Def Leppard is an 83 US OG Pittman. The vinyl's in VG condition, and the last bid on that came in was $35. And then Brent put NU for Neil Young. That's so to Brent Robley, thank you. And then Scott Smith got Tony Rice for $35. Thank you. And then over here, we have Jetstream on TR. And then, first of all, though, there was a couple of things. Velvet Underground is at 30. And then Tracy, we've sold several Stephen King books. I have this one left, The Gunslinger. It's $19.99, and I'm about to show you some more, okay? I'm about to show you some more. And then we sold Neil Young, we sold Def Leppard, Def Leppard had a new bid. And then if anybody else wants one of those Neil Youngs, let me know. It's an unreleased album. I can put you on a waiting list, okay? Oh, Jetstream on TR, that's Tony Rice. So Jetstream, you were second. Sorry, my bad. And then Tom Sullivan, I'm going to put you on a wait list for Neil Young. He's trying to put NY. He's put NY. And Steven's out on Def Leppard, so Greg has that for $35 and a final call on Velvet Underground. Next is a classic grunge album, Stone Temple Pilots Core, $33.99. Chad, do you have any new Bambi Molesters? I do not have that. I'm unfamiliar with that. What an interesting title. But if you want me to, I can look in for it. Stone Temple Pilots Core is $33.99. So Tom Sullivan on Neil Young waiting list, Mary Miles on Neil Young waiting list, and I'm going to go ahead and show up another couple Stephen King books, and these are $14.99. And we have Fairy Tale. We got Stephen King Fairy Tale and Stephen King Revival. And that's on a really cool dust jacket. It's got like a foiling refractor to it. There's two more for $14.99 and $14.99. Stephen Parton on STP. That is sold to Stephen Parton. And I'm going to price one more record, then I'm in those auctions. And it is another, well, I'm not going to say it yet. It is another King Gizzard. And this is $29.99. $29.99. And this is King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Teenage Gizzard. And this is on Eco Mix green vinyl, 100% recycled cardboard jacket. And King Gizzard is $29.99. And yeah, we have some people on a waiting list. So first of all, Michael Reed wants on the Cry6 Full HD wait list. Michael Reed, Cry6 Full HD waiting list. And then over here was another Cry6. And the other one was Toxic Dismorta for bass kicking, okay? And then King Gizzard, not to be confused with Stephen King. We got King and we got King. We got Stephen King and we got King Gizzard. I'm assuming y'all want King Gizzard, right? Bass kicking on King Gizzard and Leslie on King Gizzard, okay? Those are sold and sold. And I was taking a breath to sell both auctions right now. And Jason Fornerat says, what are the auctions? Here's what I'm going to do, Jason. No more bids on any of these auctions unless Jason wants to bid. Def Leppard was an OGVG. It is pending right now to Greg Smith for $35. If he says pass on Def Leppard, I'm going to sell it to Greg. And then the other bid is Velvet Underground. And the Velvet Underground had one bid, and that was with Jeremy Bryan at $30. If he says pass, that's sold. Or he can bid on both of them. He got that question in, but I was taking a breath and a pause to end both of those auctions. But they're totally up to him, okay? And so I got a King Gizzard sold to Charlie Marks. I got a King Gizzard sold to Leslie Silvley. I have Revival sold to Mark Stropes. And I got Fairy Tale sold to Tracy Miller. And those are $14.99. And here is the Stephen King Gunslinger dust jacket. I think it's the first from Scribner, what I understood on that one. It actually says it here on the title page too, or reference page. It is first Scribner hardcover edition, July 2017. That one's $19.99, okay? There's that. And now we have these, okay? So these are done. And Velvet Underground is sold to Jeremy Bryant for $30. And that means Def Leppard is sold. And Def Leppard is sold. And that is sold to Greg Smith for $35, okay? Two more Stephen King books. We've sold out so far if I can get somebody bought in on the Gunslinger. Next thing, let's go ahead and introduce another auction then. And the next auction I have, let's do one from the $50 and up tab. I've got a tab that says $50 and up starting bid. That sounds pretty cool to me. And first, let's get started with Audio Slave. Audio Slave is a 2010. This is the music on vinyl. It always seems to be the more definite edition. This is Audio Slave, a 2010 U.S. reissue music on vinyl, EX condition. And what started for $95? Yeah, Audio Slave. Chris Cornell, Tom Morello, okay? There's that, and there's that. And then Mark Stropes, let me know if you want the Stephen King book. If not, I'm going to sell it to Charlie Marks, okay? Charlie got some King Gizzard, and it looks like he's also about to get some Stephen King. And let's price another record out of the new arrivals bin. What is next over here? Aha. This is Mud Honey, and Mud Honey is Super Fuzz Big Muff, and Mud Honey is $29.99. Let me make sure I don't have a waiting list for those. Mud Honey, let me pull up my waiting list over here. This is old Mud Honey. And so, Patrick, what I'm going to do, let's make a note for me to message Andrew Shaw and Chris Bryant about the Ronettes, because they're technically on a waiting list. So if both of them pass, I'll tag you for it. If it sells, I'll reach back out and see if you want on a waiting list. This is sold to Charlie Marks. Charlie, you was on a waiting list for Mud Honey. Charlie Marks, you was on a waiting list for Mud Honey. Thank you on that, Charlie Marks. And I have one extra copy if anybody else wants one. There's one extra copy of Mud Honey if anybody else wants one. And then, so Mark passes on Gunslinger, no problem. So this is sold to Charlie Marks. Audio Slave is a $95 start. And then just for a $15 start is an 85 USOG VG Plus condition of David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat. That is a $15 start. So that's up for bid. And Audio Slave is a $95 start. Let me go ahead and show two more Stephen King books. This one's got a spooky jacket, I think. These are also $14.99. We got Holly and we got End of Watch. Holly and End of Watch. Those are also available for $14.99. All right, Audio Slave's a $95 start. David Lee Roth, a $15 start. And then over here, this is one of the best movies ever. A soundtrack. And let me confirm the price. These are $29.99. $29.99. This is Goodfellas. Goodfellas. There's my accent coming out. That was not on purpose either. That was a legit fellers. Goodfellas. $29.99. The soundtrack. Tony Bennett, Aretha Franklin, Bobby Darin, Beyond the Sea. There it is. $29.99. So there's Holly, End of Watch. Those are $14.99 each. And then Charlie says, take other Mud Honey. Okay, so you want this one as well, right? From the first of the bin. That's also sold to Charlie Marks. Or did you want a duplicate? Did you want a duplicate, or do you want the Mud Honey from the first of the bin? So I'll go ahead and give you that first one, the self-titled one, okay? Over here, those are up for bid. Final call to get a bid on Audio Slave. Next over here is a restock of this, and that's Slipknot's self-titled album. That's on lemon yellow vinyl, $29.99. $29.99, and that is Slipknot, $29.99. We have PD Up, and we have Holly, and duplicate on Mud Honey. Okay, so you don't want the self-titled one. I've got that one in too. I don't know if you were watching when I showed, but I've got that one, but he wants the duplicate. Okay, so another Mud Honey sold to Charlie Marks. Looks like Jeff Halsworth first on Holly. Jeff Halsworth, then Jeff Church was second. And then over here, David Lee Roth is a final call to Jennifer Corbin for $20. There's two Slipknots, and this is actually a new release. I'm kind of looking forward to going and seeing this, especially in IMAX. It's a new soundtrack, and it is, they're $33.99. It is on Gold Vinyl, which is an indie exclusive F1, the album. Music from the movie, F1. And this is $33.99. And F1 soundtrack. Ed Sheeran, Tate McRae, Doja Cat, Chris Stapleton's on here, and it's on Gold Vinyl. F1 is $33.99. That is new. Revival is sold. The End of Watch book is right here. This is the only one that hadn't sold. Very cool dust jacket. It's kind of foil, and the fish are embossed. Let's take a look at the informational page here. Copyright 2016. First Scribner hardcover edition, June 2016. First Scribner hardcover edition, 2016. This might be first printing. Some of these a little bit more modern ones get more confusing to me on there. So there's that and there's that. Okay. And then the next thing I have over here is Audio Slave is a buy it now for $95. And folks, that was a 2010 Music on Vinyl near mint. Some of those have sold for as much as $145. And that was what they thought were unopened copies. That's near mint. Over here is David Lee Roth. That's now at $22. And then we have next is Buddy Cordova on Slipknot self-titled. David Lee Roth, $25. And over here is David Lee Roth, $27. Tracks on F1. Let's see here. Don Tolliver featuring Doja Cat, Lose My Mind. Dom Dolla, No Room for a Saint featuring Nathan Nicholson. Ed Sheeran, Drive. Tate McRae, Just Keep Watching. Rose or Rosie, Messy. Burna Boy, Don't Let Me Down. Roddy Ricch, Underdog. Ray, Grandma Calls the Boys Bad News. Chris Stapleton, Bad As I Used to Be. Mike Towers, Baja, California. Tisto and Sexy Red, OMG. Madison Beer, All at Once. Peggy Go, Dance and Pasa Double C. Mr. Easy. Attention, Dark Odd, Give Me Love, and Ombungundanga something, Gasoline. There's that. And Brian D. Leon on Audio Slave. That's so to Brian D. Leon. It's $95. Buy it now for $95. Just let me know if you want it. David Leroff, $27.30. All right, let me go ahead and see what's next over here. I got two more to throw at you. Are you ready? These are Sleeping Beauties, and we have Rose Madder, $14.99 on those. $14.99 on those. Sleeping Beauties and Rose Madder, $14.99. Brian D. Leon is sold on Audio Slave for $95. Let's get another auction up and rolling. There's that and there's that. And the next thing I have over here is the following. And the next thing I have is Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. Somebody asked for it just a moment ago. Here is Black Rebel Motorcycle Club Live. This is a 2009 OG on limited edition purple vinyl. BRMC is a $55 start on that. More Japanese on deck. David Lee Roth, 32. Charlie Marks on Rose Madder. Here is this, and that is $14.99. Thank you on that. That leaves two Stephen King books so far unclaimed, End of Watch and Sleeping Beauties. I'm going to put those right back here. We have started chipping away at this incredible collection of Stephen King books that we just bought a few days ago. I'm going to try to show almost all of them tonight. They're either going to be $14 or $19.99. There is some over here I hadn't really got the research yet. I'll try my best to maybe do that live during the sale, especially if they have a barcode, but I think from what I've seen, a lot of his stuff only gets really, really expensive if it's those early ones. When I say really expensive, like hundreds or thousands, they got to be really early and first printings, or they've got to be signed. And I've tried to check most of them, obviously, to see if any's signed. I hadn't found any. That'd be amazing. I would love to find one signed. I might even have to keep that regardless of what it is. But so far, that's what I've seen from my research. And I hadn't seen any of those super early ones yet. We do have some of them, but I don't think they're like the original prints. But we do have some of his other early books over here. Like, I know we have a copy of Misery, and I thought it was pretty cool. It might be almost auction worthy. David Lee Roth is at 35, now 40. And Black Rebel's at 60. Now, there's one other record over here I couldn't find. I do know the price of it because I have just figured out what it's called. And it is, I didn't know it was called that. I've been struggling over here to figure out a price on a record for my invoice because I didn't know what it was called. But I have now since figured out what they call it. And it is $34.99. It is Riley's LA Guns, the Dark Horse, $34.99. $34.99. I've got two of these. It's essentially LA Guns, the Dark Horse, $34.99. I've got two of those, okay? Two of those on that. There is that. And let's see where we're at now. David Lee Roth's at 40, Corey's out, and Black Rebel Motorcycle Club's at 60. Okay, our next auction is going to go up right now. It's a Japanese pressing, and it is a Japanese pressing of Bruce Springsteen, The River. We actually sold one of these when the sale started because I had one left over from last night. Here's another one, The River. It's a 2 LP. It's a Japanese pressing. It has all the inserts with it. It's very nice, and it's a $35 start. There is The River, $35 start on that, okay? And then over here, LA Guns, that is so to recall. And then Guy Shard on F1. Yes, I've got two left. It's on Go Vinyl, indie exclusive. Go Vinyl, indie exclusive, okay? Next thing over here is this. I'm going to read through these one more time. This is a whole crate of new vinyl. You didn't realize it because I had it over here to me, but this was full. And here's everything that's left. The empty crate is right over here next to me. I've pulled everything out and priced them. And now here's what's left. I'm going to do the Hank Williams III pretty soon here. Next thing is Mud Honey, self-titled. Mud Honey's $29.99. Mud Honey, $29.99. That's self-titled. There's one left. I got two Battle of Los Angeles. 2 Battle of Los Angeles, $33.99. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, Jason, just one bid, and so do you for $60. Bruce is a $35 start, no bid yet. And David Lee Roth is sold to Jennifer Corbin for $40. So to Jennifer Corbin for $40. I do not have 11/22/63. Actually, Mark, one of the first things I did last night, I started looking for that book because I had watched the TV series and it's been on my to-do list for a long time to read it. And I was like, man, maybe there'll be a nice first printing over here of it. And I did not find a copy. Unless that's one Paul ransacked. Did you ransack that one, Paul? Paul might have ransacked that title. I'm not for sure. Who knows? But I have not seen one yet. Now, I will say this. I can't get to everything in this collection. Me and Tanner was talking about it this morning. We've got it like in an alley surrounded by records. And there's not a room to walk. So we got books and comic books from this collection. And there's vinyl up and down the sides. The only way, like the Stephen King books were luckily in the front. And then it's comics. And then I can see more tubs. So for me to get to anything else today or tomorrow, you basically got to take everything out and move it to a completely different part of the store so you can get to the rest of everything. So it took me 4 hours to get about 3 feet in last night. That's usually how it is going through these collections. So here we go. And we have Star Wars, and this is the original motion picture soundtrack. Folks, we're talking about the real deal Star Wars soundtrack here. We have 1 and 2 Star Wars performed by the London Symphony Orchestra. There's 1 LP, there's 2 LPs. We have the insert, we have the merch insert. We have 2 original inner sleeves, and Star Wars is a $35 start. Star Wars, a $35 start, okay? Let's see here. And Dave Seretna wants Steve Riley's LA Guns. Is that a claim, Dave Seretna? If so, thank you. That's so do you, okay? There's that. So, we have Mudhoney for $29. Battle of Los Angeles, $33. Blink-182 is $38.99. Jane's Addiction, The Great Escape Artist, $54.99. Skid Row Self-Titled, 18 in Life, $33.99. Ronettes, this is actually a waiting list, okay? This might be spoken for. Let me pull that out so I don't forget. $39.99 on the Ronettes. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Music to Kill Bad People 2, $29.99. Next is Star Wars is at $40. I dreamed, yes. This is the John Williams, okay? This is the John Williams I have dreams about, okay? That's him. That is the John Williams I dream about. Bruce Springsteen is a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants Bruce, he's a buy it now for $35. That's what David Johnson paid for his buy it now copy. That is from the dreamy John Williams, okay? The dreamy John Williams. That's him. He is a $35. He has a high bid of $40 right now. What a guy. Very dreamy. All right, I'm going to put this right over here. And then Dave did not want an LA Guns, okay? So this is available. LA Guns is $34.99. Rage is sold to Charlie Marks. And then Brian Call on King Gizzard, okay? And then the next thing is STP Core for $33. Another King Gizzard, that is Teenage Gizzard, $29 on that one. The Goodfellas soundtrack is $29. Slipknot's $29. F1, the new soundtrack on Go Vinyl, $33.99. Buddy Cordova on Skid Row. There's now 1 left of those. And now Star Wars is moving to a final call. Wow, a clean, OG, beautiful copy. $40 on that. $40 on that. Next thing over here we have is Tori Amos. Unrepentant Geraldines. Unrepentant Geraldines. Am I saying that right? 2024 U.S. Deluxe Edition sealed. $25 start on 20. Blah. Tori Amos is a $25 star. Star Wars is at $41. All right, anybody else? I'm going to move these right over here. And let me show you 2 more books. And it's the last 2 in this crate, and then I got to get in the new stuff. No, I'll go ahead and show you 3 books. And I think this one's part of a series that we've already shown. Mr. Mercedes, $14.99. The Wind Through the Keyhole. This one looks like an interesting one to me. Just the jacket. And then You Like It Darker. Now, this might be a great deal on this one because I couldn't really figure out what the deal. Some of these just like this, $50, $60. I didn't really understand. And then some sell for $20 and $15 and $10. So I couldn't figure this one out. That was a bizarre one. You Like It Darker, which I think is a stories compilation. It's a compilation of, it's compiled of some of his stories. So those are $14.99. Mr. Mercedes, The Wind Through. And these are all in like new condition. They're all beautiful. All beautiful like new. Every one of these tonight, except for maybe two, are just really nice, okay? There's that. This is the actual soundtrack, like Ed Sheeran, Chris Stapleton, Doja Cat, Tate McRae. Those are there. So, okay. Next thing, I've got a new crate here. I think of some stuff that Paul marked today. So let's go ahead and go through that. And we are emptying crates. So other new stuff I have that came in tonight, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 box sets, mostly Zeppelin and Metallica. And then I have probably about 40 mini guitars. Most of them are already pre-sold from waiting list. And then some I have 1 and 2 extras of. Some I have 1 or 2 extras of, okay? There's that. And Tori Amos is at $32. Are we done on Star Wars? It's at $46. I'll update all the bids in total in just a second. F1 is sold to Paul Brothers. F1, the album. All righty. Nice. Okay, let me bring this crate over here. And let's see what we got, shall we? All right. Give me 1 second. Okay, there's that. I'm going to take a drink of Monster. Sorry for the timeout. Time for about time for a new Code V8 or Monster. Let's go through some new pre-owned stuff. Let's update all auctions and make sure I hadn't missed any claims and maybe all the no bids. Let me get my table cleaned up here. It's starting to look like a library record store. Oh wait, we do have a library record store. So first thing we have over here is I put up an original Star Wars soundtrack. It's got the insert and the merch form, both original sleeves, just missing that original poster, which is always taken out. Everybody took it out and hung it on their wall, of course. The last bid I called out was 46 with Travis Woods. Tori Amos is at 31. Charlie Marks, you did get Rage Against the Machine. And then we have Tori Amos at 32. Denise Ofdahl on You Like It Darker. This is sold to Denise for $14.99. Paul Brothers already got an F1 soundtrack. Melanie Clausen on a Mr. Mercedes. That's sold to Melanie Clausen for $14.99. Tori Amos is at $34. Ryan's out on Star Wars. All right, and Tori Amos is deluxe edition. It doesn't say it's colored. It's a deluxe edition. It's a deluxe edition. It's at $34 with Javi Soto. And since he's done on Star Wars, that's a final call to Travis Woods for $46, okay? New arrivals here, pre-owned records priced as marked. First is Vandergraaf Generator. Nice. Pawn Hearts. Vandergraaf Generator is a 2022 remaster. The note from Paul is top tier prog. It is. Vandergraaf Generator, $29.99 on that. Next here is hold on a second. ACN ODE1. How about I just spell it out? And the note from Paul is tough to read too. Dr. ID and Jusic Reet Meat 2007 free improvisation experimental. I'm not for sure what I just read but I guarantee somebody knows what it is and they're going to buy it. $22.99. And then the Theus Van Leer. Is this on purpose, Paul? Nice to have met you. This is $9.99. That's a jazz rock prog. Man, what an album cover. $9.99. That is Theus Van Leer. Nice to have met you. That is $9.99. All right, so Star Wars is officially sold. And thank you, Travis Woods, for $46 on that. I think I just got the hot picture sent to me for tomorrow's Metal Night. So let's take a look at those. And I can promise you we're going to have some other surprises because I'm over here texting Seth, and I think there's some other metal auctions that have left the building that I'm going to try to get back before tomorrow. So let me go see what's going on over here. And I think we got hot pictures from Laura. We do for tomorrow night. Nice. So let's see what we have here. Oh boy, there it is. A lot of people have went quiet about it, but there is Alice in Chains Unplugged, The Scream, Queensryche, Venom, Dokken, Ugly Kid Joe, Bad English, Striper, Wasp, Poison, Badlands. Oh boy, Voodoo Highway. And I'm pretty sure that is a real. It's not a bootleg. Iron Maiden, Motorhead, Tora Tora, Kicks, Suicidal Tendencies, Slayer, Britney Fox, Black Sabbath, Metallica, Iron Maiden, Metallica, Judas Priest, Dio, Iron Maiden, Metallica, Black Sabbath, Extreme, Contraband, Vinnie Vincent, Armored Saint, Junkyard, that's Typo Negative, Lord Tracy, Dangerous Toys, Megadeth, Halloween, Destruction, Cherry Pie, Marilyn Manson, Les Rocket, Trouble, Wasp, Dream Theater, Rat. Whoa, whoa. Tori Amos is at $36. Chris Gardner, you're out. Let's get another auction going over here. Paul's delivering more records. Psychedelic Lollipop. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, I'll text you tonight because I may be leaving the state to Friday morning. Okay. And so, like, if I make a decision tonight, might need you just to be off tomorrow and work Friday and Saturday for the sale, if possible.
Plans Friday.
Okay. 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 All right. Gotcha. I'll text you about it later. Okay. We have Lou Donaldson, Alligator Boogaloo. This is a 67 US Los Angeles OG, still in shrink. It's in VG condition. Lou Donaldson, a blue note, and that is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on that one. Next thing we have here is the Sensational Alex Harvey Band. Sensational Alex Harvey Band is $14.99. That's a live album. And we have Hate Kills, and that's a 1970 US. Hate Kills. It looks like it's called Hate by Hate Kills. $19.99 on that. Are we done on Tori Amos? It was up to one person. Chris Gardner, Hammers Up. And then the Lou Donaldson, we got a jazz record here. Alligator Boogaloo, a 67 US Los Angeles original in shrink. VG condition, just $20 start on that one. And then we have Steve Harley. This is Steve Harley and Cockney Rebel, Loves a Prima Donna. That is $14.99, Steve Harley and Cockney Rebel. And The Mannequins. The Mannequins is a 2002 power pop album, and that is $24.99 for The Mannequins, $24.99. Let's go ahead and get another auction going, and I'm going to pull one over here from the Japanese bin. And the Japanese bin has a Beatles album, and it's the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. And the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl is a really nice copy. I think we actually said it was EX Plus, maybe just a couple of hairlines, but it is a Japanese Beatles album of the live concert Hollywood Bowl. It has all the inserts, UK with number 30, and that's a $35 start on that. Next thing over here is Charlie Marks on Man. And Man was Mannequins. That's sold to Charlie Marks. Lou Donaldson, a $25 start. He's out on this. And so this is sold to Javi Soto for $36. No. Yeah, Javi Soto for $36. Thank you, Javi. That is sold to you. All right, let's keep going through this Paul crate here. Interesting stuff as always. The Fabulous Rhinestones, Free Willin'. That is $14.99. And we have the Best of the Move. And the Move is Jeff Lynne of ELO and Roy Wood. And this is $19.99. What's the Facebook page for Previous Days Unsold Stuff? That is the discount crates. That's Whole Lot of Records. That is Whole Lot of Records. Whole Lot of Records. That is where we do the discount flip videos at 9 and the new vinyl stuff at 6 a.m. Oh boy. This is a pricey record. It is... Hank III, Rebel Within. It's a Record Store Day exclusive. Some of these have sold for as much as $220 sealed. It is on marble vinyl. It's in shrink and it's near mint. And we're going to start that for a $55 start. $55 start on that. Thomas Hujar on the move. That is sold to Thomas Hujar. Thank you on that. Moving right along here. Another Green World Eno. Eno is a 77 UK reissue. Eno is $39.99. Tyler Hubry says he'll take the Hate. Hate Kills. That's sold to Tyler Hubry. Rod Bryan next on Move. And Nectar, Remember the Future. Oh, man, that's a good one. Oh, man. 1999. That is one of my favorites. 1999 on Nectar. Very clean copy, too. Gatefold. We have Tinsley Ellis fanning the flames. $14.99 on that. Nobody bid on Lou Donaldson. It's just a $20 buy it now. Blue Note VG copy. And the final call to get a bid on the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. That is a $35 start on that. Now, over here, I have a few other... let me try to get over here to the other books from the man known as Stephen King. I have two I was going to try to auction just because there's so many versions and I was kind of confused on what to price some of these for. So I've got three to auction and then the rest I probably will straight price. But I've got two here of probably some of his most iconic that were also made into major movies and then known now iconic movies. And so I think this is a sixth printing of It. I think this is a sixth printing of It. Let's see here. It is, I think it said, fifth printing of September 1986. And this one here, you can tell it has a little bit of wear to it. It was definitely read and handled. Just a small tear here of the dust jacket, but that's pretty cool. Stephen King, and I'm going to say that's a $15 start. That's up for bid for a $15 start. We already sold the Move. The Beatles has a bid for $35. Tyler Hubry on Nectar. Remember the Future. That is sold. And Four Seasons and Hank 3 info again. I can do that. Final call on the Beatles. It's a $15 start. And Hank the Third, Rebel Within, is a 2011 Record Store Day. Limited edition blue marble vinyl. It's a $55 start. And some of them have sold for as much as $220 sealed. And that's now up for bid. And that's a $55 start. Also, we have Hot Lunch. Hot Lunch is a 2013 Garage Acid Rock album. EX edition, $17.99. It has a bid for $15. That's a fifth printing from 1986. And just to give you an idea, like a first printing, especially signed, but like first printings of that book can get into hundreds of dollars. That's an expensive one, OG. And then we have a Show of Hands, formerly Anthrax, a 1970 U.S. jazz rock prog album, VG Plus $14.99 on that. And then Earthquake, Why Don't You Try Me? Earthquake is actually a white label promo, EX $17.99. Hank is at 55 of Gregory. Does it have the balloon imprint on the spine under the dust jacket? Let's see here. I don't see any kind of balloon imprint. If you're actually talking on the main book, no, I don't see anything like that. Viking Press, no balloon imprint on that one. 15, 15, and then 16. All right, moving right along. We're on a Paul crate, so all kinds of different stuff. This is cool because it's a really early record to get Bob Dylan on. It's Newport Broadsides, Newport Folk Festival, 1963. And there's Bob Dylan. EX edition, $12.99. Also Joan Baez and Phil Oakes, all those early folk singers from that era. Next is Geronimo Black. Geronimo Black. And this is a 72 U.S. prog album, EX $17.99. And Gentle Giant, Three Friends. Gentle Giant does have a little bit of cover damage right here. It is VG Plus, and the note from Paul says Prague Royalty, $19.99. It does have cover damage. It is VG Plus, $19.99. May I claim Show of Hands and also that TYS Nice Have Met You record? Okay, give me 1 second, because first I got to figure out what those are. But here is the Beatles. Michael Stanley, let me know if you want back in on It. The high bid on that, $16. And the Beatles is sold to J.D. Conklin for $35. Going to try to slip in a few more Japanese pressings. We actually have a Japanese pressing, I think, from the Hot Picture as well. But this is sold, and it is at 16. I missed a bid from Michael. And Gregory, you're the only bidder on Hank the Third. I'm going to say it's a final call to you, $55. Final call to you, $55, okay? And then the next thing I have is EQ2 Limited Collector's Edition. Eric Quincy Tate, a 77 US, VG Plus $29.99 on that. And then Don Felder, Airborne. Don Felder is EX $12.99. One more record here, and this is what? Fandango. And Fandango is a 77 US rock album, VG Plus $9.99. Okay, may I claim a show of hands? That sounds so familiar. Show of hands. This is sold to Ninja Pony. And then TYS, nice to have met you. That's also in here, right? TYS, nice to have met you. This Van Leer. Yes, those are both sold to Ninja Pony over on YouTube. Thank you on that. New bid on Hank for 60 for Misty. I was about to say, the person who's asked for that record a couple times hadn't bid yet, and I was wondering if they're watching. And Mary Miles on Don Felder. Hank is at 60 with Misty Wires. And then this book is sold for $16 to Melanie Clausen. Thank you, Melanie. That's sold to you. This one's pretty cool, too. Quick auction for a $15 start. Stephen King, Misery. And this one here, Misery. This is first published 1987 Viking Penguin Incorporated. Published simultaneously in Canada. And that's about the only information it gives you. But it is in very nice condition. Dust jacket, Misery, $15 start. That's now up for bid. Hank is at 75. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. And the next auction we have is, let's do something from this tab. And let's do Pearl Jam. And I think this is OG. This is a 1994 U.S. original pressing. OG Pearl Jam. Vitology with the book, original inner sleeve, EX. And Pearl Jam's a $95 start. $95 start. Hank's now at 75. Tyler Ubry on Fandango. Thank you, Tyler. That is sold to you. Appreciate that. And one more record. We have Nectar. Another Nectar. Magic is a Child. And that's VG Plus $14.99. Let me straighten up this crate here because we have filled up a third crate already tonight. Amazing. Definitely moving some stuff, especially with some new pre-orders in. Let me grab a new empty crate. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook? I need the like button on Facebook smashed. I need the like button on YouTube smashed. I need you to make sure you've subscribed and followed us on everything. I'd appreciate that as well. Pearl Jam's a 95. We already have a bid for 105. Misery's a $15 start. We have the Foundations. That's in VG Plus, $9.99. And we have Roy Gallagher. Roy Gallagher's a 79 UK reissue. VG Plus $29.99 for Roy Gallagher. VG Plus $29.99 on that. And we have Bad Habits Headstone. Bad Habits Headstones. And this is a white label promo. VG Plus $9.99. Hank's at 100 and Pearl Jam's at 105. We are doing books. You've already missed a bunch, but there are plenty more. I'll show you what hadn't sold in just a second. But we've already sold a bunch. Next is Foghat self-titled, VG Plus $11.99, and Shocking Blue at Home. Take a look at that. Shocking Blue. Don't see that one as often. Oh, it's a Music on Vinyl press. Music on Vinyl, EX $22.99. Okay, so final call on Pearl Jam for 105. Misery is a course starting bid. Melanie, if you want to place a bid, $15 before I make that a buy it now. Just saying. Let me close this out over here and let me go ahead and be pulling up the prices for these box sets. I got to make sure. I wonder if, let's see. Nobody's Fault. No, they didn't want one. Somebody else wanted a duplicate Ride the Lightning. I know he didn't. Okay, let me take care of that. Shocking Blue. And now Misery has a bid for 15 with Michael Reed. Hank's at 125. John Fogerty's in Shrink. VG Plus $14.99. Hard Nuts. That is a white label promo. EX $9.99. Matt, Pearl Jam already has a bid for 105. And then we have New Hard Times Blue Mind. This is VG Plus $39.99, a 67 US stereo. VG Plus 30. This is the Hard Times Blue Mind. VG Plus, $39.99. Christopher Dean said, I'll take the Nectar from the crate. This one right here, Nectar is sold to Christopher Dean. Misery 1718, can I share a link showing the first editions? You can. That's perfectly fine with me. And then Pearl Jam. I'm going to make sure Matt Marco doesn't want to bid more than 105. If not, I'm going to sell it. We officially have an auction going on for Misery. And Captain Beyond, the self-titled album. No lenticular. There is a sing split on the bottom. Captain Beyond is VG $14.99. Captain Beyond. Also, we have the Seventh Son, 18th Floor Shaking Tracks. That's a fantastic unofficial garage site compilation, as the note from Paul. VG Plus $29.99. Now there's a new bid on Pearl Jam. Matt Marco's in at 110. So Charlie Marks, you're out. And then the last bid that came in on Hank was Gregory at 125. It's up to Misty now. And then we have Blue Jays. Always interesting stuff in here Paul's putting out. A 1970 US, a highly collectible label, and that is Map City. Map City. That is Nascent's Blue Jays. VG minus $14.99. VG minus $14.99. Brent on the Seventh Son. Thank you, Brent, on that. Charlie, you're out on Pearl Jam, and he's back in at 115. Melanie's out on Misery. We're about to sell that then to Michael Reed for $18. Are we done on Hank? I was waiting for Misty to say out. Gregory has it for 125, and she wants one more time the details of Hank. Hank the Third is called Rebel Within. It's a 2011 U.S. Record Store Day edition. Limited edition blue marble vinyl Record Store Day edition in shrink. And it's a 2011 Record Store Day edition. Blue marbled. It is near mint. Some sealed copies have sold for as much as $220. Okay? Next thing is Pearl Jam's at $120. Next is Guitar Explosion, the Electric Underground. That looks interesting. From 1967. EX Condition $12.99. Guitar Explosion, the Electric Underground. And we have 37 minutes of group therapy. That is a 69 US psych. There is tape on the cover. It's got quite a bit of cover wear. Just $14.99. Vinyls and VG. And the Shocking Blue, a 2010 Music on Vinyl Press. VG Condition $14.99. The Shocking Blue. VG Condition $14.99. I'm Your Venus. I'm Your Desire. That song's not on there, but just FYI. All right, so Misery is sold. Misery is sold, and this is sold to Michael Reed for $18. Thank you, that's done. The details on Pearl Jam, it's an OG. Pearl Jam is a 1994 U.S. original with the book and the original inner sleeve, and it's near mint. So there's the original inner sleeve, and it comes with the Vitology book. It's a nice, clean OG copy. 94 for Pearl Jam. And the last bid on this that came in was 125 of Charlie Marks. Matt Marco's out, so that's going once, going twice. They're still bidding on Hank, and now it's at 150. All right. I have got another stack of sold books to take in here to the Operations Center. So there's another stack of Stephen King's. That's the second stack like that for tonight. And there's more where that came from. If you thought we sold a lot of CDs, you ain't seen nothing yet when we start getting into these books. Holy moly. We love media around here. CDs, DVDs, vinyl, VHS, Laserdisc, books, magazines. We love printed media, physical media. That's what we thrive on here. Here's when I was doing a lot of research, this one always seems to be a collectible title. The Talisman. Stephen King, The Talisman. I'll read you what it says on the title page. Stephen King, first published in 1984 by Viking Penguin, published simultaneously in Canada. A special limited edition of this book was published by Donald M. Grant, publisher, Rhode Island. And this is Stephen King, The Talisman, nice with dust jacket, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that, okay? I'm about to show the box sets right now. So here was the first Paul crate. We're going to do a quick recap. And actually, as I'm recapping this, I'm going to go ahead and start showing some of the box sets. Oh, thank you very much. Is that pizza? Laura has snuck in some pizza. You know the rules. All right. Pizza. All right, Hank's at 20, Talisman's at 15. And Pearl Jam, I think, is sold then. There was no other bids. And Pearl Jam is sold right here to Matt Marco for $120. All right. Those are sold. End of watch. I still have end of watch. Yeah, it hadn't been claimed yet. Talisman has a bid for 15 with Melanie. Let me get Pearl Jam back in the sleeve. There we go. All right, let me put this there. They're still bidding on Hank. And there's that. All right, so first thing I have is first, though, Gregory wants the last 3 records here, okay? These last 3 records are also to, Chris Knapp. Chris Knapp said, Chad, grab me those last 3 LPs. There you have it. Can I get the Blue Jays? You can. Let me get started right here. First, Vandergraaf Generator, Pawn Hearts, a 2020 remaster. That is $29.99. And then we also have Akinondi 1, and that is $22.99. Who got Pearl Jam? Who did I say? Pearl Jam is sold to Charlie Marks for $125. I think I said the wrong name. I'm glad he threw a flag. Pearl Jam is at $125. Pearl Jam's at $125. Pearl Jam, and that was sold to Charlie Marks, okay? That is sold to Charlie Marks for $125. Charlie Marks at $125. Charlie Marks at $125. That was the sold price. Hank is between 2 people, Gregory and Misty. Misty's out. Final call to Gregory for $200. I don't know what that was. And then the Sensational Alex Harvey Band, $14.99. And then Steve Harling, Cockney Rebel, $14.99. So the first thing I have this and this. The Fabulous Rhinestones, Freewheelin', $14.99. And Another World, Eno, $39.99. Another World, Eno. Those Eno albums are extremely desirable, and they always seems like we have them laying around here quite often. It seems like quite often we just have them casually laying around here. With that being said, let me show this right here. Let me get these a little bit closer. 2 of these came in tonight. These are $324.99. In about the last month, we've sold 11 or 12. These are $324.99. Let me get it open here. $324.99. Just so you know the price. $324.99. And it's Metallica Ride the Lightning. Metallica Ride the Lightning. I have 2 in stock right now. The Super Deluxe. And I think y'all have seen at auction when some of these go out of print, like Injustice and Master of Puppets, what they can sell for. We sold an Injustice last week, I think, for $1,500. We've sold Master for, I think, as much as $900 before. The last one sold $750. So Ride the Lightning is $324.99. I have 2 available. Okay, there's that one. Jumping over here, Hank is sold for $200 to Gregory Roberts. Thank you, Gregory. That's sold to you. And then let's update the book back here. The Talisman. And we had 1987. This is the Talisman, yeah. And this is 87. on this one. Hope that helps. Michael Hamburger has this for $18. That's the high bid on that. Okay, now back to the next auction we have over here. Next thing we have over here is Jamie Johnson, the guitar song. Jamie Johnson is a 2020 US limited edition black and white vinyl. So it's 3 LPs, black and white. And so one LP's white, one LP's black, and one's black and white. It's a 2010 OG that is now out of print, a $35 start. Jamie Johnson. That's up for bid. Jamie Johnson. And then over here, the Metallica is, give me 1 second. So the Metallica, you get the LP remastered, an LP live 1985 Palladium, Creepin' Death picture disc, CD of the album remastered, another CD of interview and radio ads, another CD of demo and vault mixes or rough mixes, another live CD from San Francisco, another live CD from London, 84, that one's 85, another live CD from 85. You get backstage passes, posters, lyric book, and then a DVD, a live concert, and then another DVD. So book, 72-page book, posters, all these CDs, LPs, and the Creepin' Death picture disc. A lot of stuff on there. So that is, I've got two. I've got two in there. Okay, there's Jamie Johnson. He's up for bid. This book is officially sold for $18 to Michael Hamburger. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you. As soon as I said that, a bid came in for $19. Melanie, I've already sold it for $18. And here's what's left so far for $14.99. I don't have, well, let me rephrase that. I don't know, but I don't think I do have The Shining. Sorry, I've been seeing your question, Stephen. I hadn't answered because I don't know, but I don't think I do. But here's what's left so far tonight. Sleeping Beauties, End of Watch, and The Wind Through the Keyhole. Those are all $14.99, okay? There's Jamie Johnson. He's up for bid. And now, quick recap here. Tinsley Ellis, Fanning the Flames. Tinsley Ellis is $14.99. Hot Lunch was a 2013 Garage Acid Rock, EX $17.99. Earthquake was EX $17.99. Newport Broadside with Bob Dylan, EX $12.99. Geronimo Black, a 72 US Prague album, EX $17.99. Gentle Giant was VG Plus $19.99. EQ2 Limited, Eric Quincy Tate, VG Plus $29.99. Also over here, The Foundations, VG Plus $9.99. And Roy Gallagher, VG Plus $29.99. Roy Gallagher, VG Plus $29.99. Jim Sedal wants Hot Lunch. Jim Sedal on Hot Lunch. That's sold to Jim Sedal. And Bad Habits, Headstone, VG Plus $9.99. And Foghat is VG Plus $11.99. Over here is Shock and Blue, EX $22.99. John Fogerty, VG Plus $14.99. And we have Hard Nuts, EX $9.99. The Hard Times, Blue Mind. And somebody already requested this one. I was trying to get to it. Who requested this one earlier? Blue Mind. That was Blue Jay. Tyler Ubry wants the Blue Jays. I got Blue Mind, Blue Jays. There's Captain Beyond. And there's Blue Jays. Sold to Tyler Ubry. Tyler Ubry got the Blue Jays, okay? Thank you on that. Now, let's update everything. We pulled Hot Lunch, right? We pulled Hot Lunch. So, Jamie Johnson is up for bid. It's a 2020. This is, excuse me, I may have misspoke earlier. So, let me figure this one out again. Jamie Johnson's a 2020 limited edition, black and white vinyl. So, it's a triple LP with book. This is the only vinyl pressing of this album other than the 2010 OG. So let me explain that again. It's a 2020 US limited edition, black and white vinyl. It is out of print, and this is the only pressing that's been available since the 2010 OG. That is the Jamie Johnson album right now. High bid is $65. It's on colored vinyl. Okay? Sorry, I got something in my eye. Not good. Okay, now Melanie Clausen wants End of Watch. This is sold to Melanie Clausen. Thank you, Melanie. That's so to you. Brandon Jones wants one of the Metallica boxes unopened. Now, Brandon, I think they always like to... Now, they are sealed, but if you're talking about in the shipping box, we always like to open them to make sure they're not damaged, okay? So it will come sealed. The Metallica box will come sealed. The shipping box, I always make sure that they're not damaged before we, do that. If that's okay with you, because some of that we don't want to have a big nasty corner smudge or something smash. So this one here that I've opened would be best. That way, because I've looked at it and it's perfect. It's got foam padding all around it. This is the way you would want it, if that's okay with you. I mean, the actual box is sealed. That's what's important. And I've actually seen a lot of people when they list these, they say open to make sure, because if you notice right here, you can see where some of these have took a ride, and that's happened. If they hadn't been in this foam, they could have been hurt. So if that's good with you, thank you. And that means I have one left. Now, Rob and Glenn got Fog Hat. That's so to Rob and Glenn. What Time's Mini Guitars. I'm about to start showing them in between this next crate. And then Jamie Johnson 6265. And then Jamie Johnson 80. Do I get an air horn? Not quite. You're close. That was $324.99. You're close, but not quite. It's supposed to be $500. I've got one left if anybody else wants a Ride the Lightning box. I had two more show up I didn't know was coming in. So there's those, and I got more to mix in. Anybody else before I bring over another crate of some stuff here, Paul Mart? And I'm going to start trying to slip in all the mini guitars in between all that, and a few more Stephen King books. But right now, Jamie Johnson's at 80. We got to keep this show on the road, everybody. The show must go on. And I got other box sets. Roy, I didn't answer Brent's question. Let's see here. Roy Gallagher, Brent, was self-titled. It is a 1979 UK reissue, VG Plus, $29.99. It is a UK edition. The last bid on Jamie Johnson was $80 with Tom Sullivan. $80 with Tom Sullivan. Did I miss anything else? I don't think I have. Any more new and sealed vinyl? There is no more new and sealed vinyl other than Zeppelin and Metallica box sets. I've done that. Let's go through this crate right here. All righty. Welcome, everybody. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. We'll be showing vinyl tonight. Up until at least 11:30. So we got a few more hours of vinyl, and then we're going to be doing, of course, CDs for the last couple hours, as usual. Let me do one more thing over here. Let me grab this. Okay. All right. So, Roy's available if you decide you want it, Brent, and Jamie Johnson's at 85. New auctions, new crate, new auctions, more new stuff, more everything. Here is our next auction. It's Queens of the Stone Age like clockwork. It's not in a sleeve, so it must be an oversized jacket. And Laura has it right here as I just seen it. What happened to it? This is a very nice pressing. Here it is. Queens of the Stone Age is an 2013 USOG Deluxe Edition with book attached in gatefold, original under sleeve, EX, a $35 start, Queens of the Stone Age. That is now up for bid. Jamie Johnson's at 92. New arrivals, Pussycats. This is awesome stuff Paul marked earlier today. Starring Harry Nilsson, produced by John Lennon. That is $19.99, Pussycats. This is One. That's the name of the band. It's $19.99. Very interesting design here. One, like the numerical. Just a one. That's what it says on the label. That's on the gun. Grunt label, which is, usually Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship. 1972. How interesting is that? I guess it's called COME, C-O-M-E 1. 1999. 1999. We have Bra Frechte, Manuel Jean Pierre. This is a 77 Canadian import folk, $9.99. And John Hartford, $29.99. John Hartford, $29.99. Next over here is Secrets, Nirvana. Secrets, the OG Nirvana British Psych. The original Nirvana band, which the British Psych. This is a 2020 record store day, which I think is obviously a reissue, $24.99. All right, so no bids on Queens of Stone Age yet, looking for a $35 start. Let me step over here and grab a few more books. How many hours per week do you work? About 60, 70? Probably closer to 80 or 90, probably. 90, 100? Probably closer to 90 or 100, I bet. Let's see. I'm working on Coletco stuff the entire time I'm awake every day. I'm doing something Coletco. Usually, even when I'm driving sometimes. So, yeah, I'd say, well, I'm live streaming. That's a good question. I don't even know how many hours I work. If I live stream 8 hours and I do it, if I say I do it all 7 days, that's 55 or that's 56. I'm here at least 3 or 4 hours after that. That's another 20, 80, 90, 100, 80 to 100 hours a week. I guess sometimes, like if I'm here looking through Stephen King books, right? If I'm here sitting in front of a table looking through Stephen King books, I'm working. But as y'all know, it doesn't ever feel like I am working. So I'm constantly here working, but I'm not. But yeah, I'm committing about 80 to 100 hours a week to this business. But it doesn't feel like it. Y'all all make it a lot of fun for showing up and buying stuff every night. Now, if I went live here and nobody was watching buying stuff, it wouldn't be that much fun. It's a lot more fun when everybody's here and all this work I'm doing, everybody's buying it. So here is the next book. This is these are buy it nows. These are $14.99. Skeleton Crew, these are just buy it nows. Dreamcatcher, Billy Summers, The Dark Tower, Dark Tower 7, and the Tommy Knockers. Those are all $14.99. The Tommy Knockers, this is the Dark Tower 7, Skeleton Crew, Dreamcatcher, and Billy Summers. Those are all $14.99. $14.99. Yeah, I don't clock in or out. It's just whatever it takes to put on an amazing show every night for 8 hours, which takes several. Combined everybody that works here, it takes hundreds of hours to get all this ready every night. Okay, so Queens of Stone Age did get a bid for $35. Back to the crate. The next question is Hartford condition. John Hartford is a Winchester Press reissue, $29.99. Aeroplane. John Hartford, $29.99. Jamie Johnson, $105, $107. John Hartford, $120. Queens of Stone Age, $35. Jamie Johnson, $126. Queens of Stone Age, $36, $36. And then Jamie Johnson, $135. Jamie Johnson out. Queens of Stone Age, $38. Queens of Stone Age, $39. So Susie Breedlove wants Dreamcatcher. That's so does Susie Breedlove. And these are $14.99. That's so does Susie. Tracy Miller wants Tommy Knockers. That's so to Tracy Miller. Tracy Miller also wanted Skeleton Crew. That's sold to Tracy Miller and Mary Miles on JH. And that might have been a John Hartford claim. But first, Chris Knapp asked the condition. This is no condition notes. Yeah, $29.99. Sorry. I guess when I read the sticker, if I don't mention condition, that means it's near mint minus. Near mint minus. Yeah, if I read the informational sticker and I never say anything, then it's near mint minus. Jamie Johnson's out, and that is Tom Sullivan at 135, and Brent says he's done, okay? And so that's a final call there. Jamie Johnson, 135, and that's with Tom Sullivan. Queens of the Stone Age 4041. Yeah, so far this is a Paul non-check condition bin. Nebula Heavy Psych, a 2009 Stoner Rock. Oh my gosh, $29.99. Chris asked first about John Harford, Mary, so he does get that. And then next thing over here is Moving Sidewalks. There's Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top. This is a 2021 remaster, $24.99. This is a fun crate. Oh my gosh. This is an orange sunset colored vinyl. It's a mono. It's an essential psych. It's the West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band Part 1. A 1967 mono on colored vinyl, $29.99. And we have The Seeds. And this Seeds is a 79 US reissue, $24.99. Brent on the West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band, sold to Brent. Jamie Johnson is sold. Jamie, sold to Tom Sullivan for $135. Queens of the Stone Age, and Dragon has that for $41. Daniel Strom, you're out. High bid on that's $41. A deluxe edition. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. What shall that next auction be? The Red Hot Chili Peppers. Oh boy, this is a big one. The Red Hot Chili Peppers is a 2013 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 5,000 numbered copies. Songs on this comp were previously only available as 7-inch singles. It's sealed, and it's a $295 start. Some have sold for $400. Red Hot Chili Peppers, sealed and numbered. Sealed and numbered. Record Store Day, a $295 start. $295 on that one. Brent on the Seeds. I can't believe no one got Moving Sidewalks. Next thing over here I have is Jane's Edition. Nothing shocking. We just had that new. There it is, pre-owned, nice and shrink. $29.99. He's out on Queens of the Stone Age. And we have One Man Army, Dead End Stories. One Man Army is sealed, a 1998 US hardcore punk. $24.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers, $295 start. Queens of Stone Age, Daniel's out. This is sold. Remind me who you are again on Dragon. Dragon on Twitch. Remind me. Dragon Master. You'll have to remind me one more time on that one. And this is sold to you, though, for $41. That's Rebecca. Okay. Rebecca. Sold to Rebecca Howitt, and that is done. One Man Army is also sold to Rebecca Howitt, Amanda Darby on Jane's Addiction, and Tyler Hubie on Moving Sidewalks. Awesome. There are paperback books in this collection, yes. Right now I'm trying to chip away at the Stephen King hardbacks, but yes, there are several. Next auction, a really cool Jimi Hendrix here. Jimi Hendrix People, Hell, and Angels. Hendrix is a 2013 numbered on 200 gram from QRP, and it has 12 previously unreleased studio recordings with book. Unreleased Jimi Hendrix stuff, a $35 start. $35 start. Let's get back to the new arrivals bin from Paul. Destructions, and that's a Finnish hardcore punk album, $19.99. And we have the Electric Prunes, Long Day's Flight. The Electric Prunes is a great compilation. Basically, their first 2 LPs in one, $24.99. That's the note on the back from Paul. There's the Electric Prunes. Let me step over here and get another tower of books. No pun intended. I guess that's a Stephen King thing, the Dark Tower. Where are the rest of them? I got one big handful here, right? Yep, I got this. And let's see how many more here. I've got all these. There are a couple paperbacks here, but the rest of these are all $14.99. And we're getting near the end of this tub, and then I'm really going to have to do some digging, I think. The next thing, if I have time tonight, I'm going to work on the graphic novels. We got pretty much complete, unabridged versions of all the Conan comics, Walking Dead, and stuff like that. So, very cool. Next is Destruction, and that's sold to Rebecca Howitt. Final call if anybody does want to get on Red Hot Chili Peppers for $2.95 or Jimi Hendrix. It's unreleased tracks. It's unreleased tracks. 12 unreleased tracks, a $35 start. I think Craig just shared the track listing. I hadn't seen anything spawn yet. Here's 3 more books right quick. We'll do the last next 3 here, hardbacks. These are $14.99. And we have The Institute. We have The Institute. We have Needful Things. And we have Gerald's Game. And those are all $14.99. Gerald's Game, Needful Things, and The Institute. Those are all available, $14.99 each. Okay, first thing we have here is the Electric Prunes was pressed. And Etzel, this is like probably a... it's not too new. It's like a 70s deal, 80s. 86, yeah. 86. 86 on the Electric Prunes. And then over here, Hawkwind Space Ritual. Hawkwind's a 2016, $49.99 on Hawkwind. And Red Hot Chili Peppers is a buy it now for $295. $295. Melanie Clausen wants Needful Things. That's sold to Melanie for $14.99. Thank you, Melanie. That's sold to you. All right, and Brent said he is sold on the Electric Prunes. That's sold to Brent. Thank you. And we have Oily Rags featuring Chaz Hodges, Dave Peacock, Gary Hogan, Ian Wallace, an 84 promo reissue, $9.99 on that. All right, and then next auction is going to go up right now. And the next auction I have is Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali, the greatest. It's a soundtrack sealed with hop sticker. It's a 77 USOG sealed Muhammad Ali, a $20 start on that. Now we have Charlie Marks on Hawk. That was Hawkwind right here. So to Charlie Marks, thank you. On Space Ritual, Hendrix does have a bid for $35. That is a final call. And then we have My Hero Academia, and this is Season 5 soundtrack. This is on blue and red marble vinyl, $29.99 on that. Okay, next thing I have is, what do I have? Who am I and what am I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna, that's a good pause. We're about halfway through this next crate. Let me step over here and see how many of these guitars I can go ahead and start showing. So, and how many of them are organized. As y'all know, I've got to start doing that and this. So let me start trying to do this and get some of these organized, okay? It's going to take me a few minutes, get them all right way and this way. I'll go ahead and do some that I know I already have several of. Like this one. And I'm going to go ahead and show the first one. And we actually, this one's $59.99. This one's $59.99. But first we got My Hero Academia. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. This one's officially Gibson licensed, and Brent Robley was on a waiting list. I just mentioned that I had ordered it, and that's one I've never shown. But this one, let me get it opened over here. By the way, Hendrix does have a bid, and we are about to sell it. Okay? But first thing is, let me get it open. We do have already one sold. And this is just, it's not really, like I said last time, there's a lot of these that are really not, they're not really a signature, but just so many people played it. Like this is just a regular cherry red SG. Beautiful. And, you know, just think about everybody who played an SG like this. I mean, first people come to my mind, of course, Gibson SG is Angus and Tony Iommi in some form or another, right? So that is that. I have one extra. Those are $59.99. I've got one extra. Those are $59.99. And Brent, I'm going to give you this one right here. That's sold to Brent Robley. That's the first one. Jimi Hendrix is sold to Jeremy Rourke for $35. That is sold to Jeremy Rourke for $35. And Autumn Betts wants the Institute. This is sold to Autumn Betts for $14.99. Thank you, Autumn. That is sold to you. And then over here was Muhammad Ali, the sealed soundtrack. I'm going to make that a buy it now for $20. I also have this one sold to Janet Gray. And with that being said, I have a whole stack here now of books and guitars that I need to take around the corner to the operations room before we have a disaster. So there's those and all the Stephen King books and guitars. Those 2 guitars are going to go right around the corner here. I'm going to start a heck of a tower, heck of a stack over here. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Amazing. Let me move some stuff around right quick before we have even more of a spiel. Move this charger. Let me turn all these like that. And like that. And like that. Okay. Wow, a lot of different stuff to get to tonight. I mean, we got stuff here and there. I hadn't even brought out the Dolly Parton stuff yet. Okay, so let's put Muhammad over here. What's the Red Hot Chili Peppers? The Red Hot Chili Peppers is a 2013 OG. So that's the first time any of this music was ever released to an LP format. It was all 7-inch singles that had never been pressed to an LP. They only made 5,000. It's numbered. It's sealed, 295. Other sealed copies have sold for as much as 400. That's available for $295. Let's go ahead and introduce a couple new auctions, including the Grateful Dead Skulls and Roses. The Grateful Dead is an OG Pittman, a 71 OG, green labels with a custom Skull and Roses label. That's in VG condition. The Grateful Dead is a $20 start. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Deep Purple Burn. And Deep Purple Burn is a 1976 beautiful near mint minus Japanese pressing, a $35 start on that. There's only 2 more books over here I hadn't shown. Let me flash those right quick. These are $14.99, and that is The Drawing of the Tree, The Dark Tower 2, and then Stephen King, The Dark Tower 4, Wizard and Glass. So those are $14.99. There's 2 more there very quickly. Let's go through some more Paul records. Randy Newman, 12 songs. Randy Newman's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Randy Newman, 12 songs. Also here we have, this looks familiar, Tangerine Dream Live. Tangerine Dream Live Encore. It's on promo marked labels. It's a gold stamp promo. VG Plus $9.99. We have Girl Watcher, The Occasions. That's in VG Plus $14.99. And Ohio Express, Yummy, 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 a mono promo with radio station stampings on the back, EX edition, $36.99. And then we have John Hartford, Iron Mountain Depot. John Hartford's a 1970 US with the insert. It's got a promo stamp on the back, $17.99. Jim Sedal on Tangerine Dream. Thank you, Jim Sedal. Let's go over here and take a peek at the mini guitars. As I'm pulling them out, I'm going to start sorting them. And I have a bunch of Jerry Garcia stuff because George Burleson, just so you know, George Burleson, a bunch of yours came in, which was basically, can I get one of each of all of them? And I was like, you sure can. And then here is the next one. And this is Green Day. This is Billy Joe Armstrong's blue Stratocaster, baby blue, I think is what they call it. And Susie Breedlove, you is on a waiting list, so we'll tag one for Susie. We'll tag one here for Susie, and let me show everybody what the extra looks like. I've got it right over here. This is Billy Joe Armstrong Stratocaster, also known as baby blue, and I've got one extra of these. I've got one extra of these. I have one extra. One sold to Susie, and I got one extra, okay? I'll put that right over here. Blue. Not baby blue. Okay, let me put these right back there. And now, Grateful Dead has bids for 20 and 25. Mary Miles did get John Hartford. Thank you, Mary Miles. That's so do you. Next is the Ox Pedals. This is a white label promo, VG Plus, $14.99. The Ox Pedals. High on Mount Rushmore. That's a 68 Monarch press, VG condition, $17.99. High on Mount Rushmore, VG, $17.99. And the Battle of the Garages. Look at that. The Battle of the Garages. An 81 US New Wave Punk Garage Comp, VG Plus, $14.99 on that. So Darren's back in on Deep Purple at 27. Let me clear up my no pile over here. It's getting a little bit wobbly. So first was, of course, the Red Hot Chili Peppers for $2.95. That's a big one. And then we had the sealed Muhammad Ali soundtrack, I Am the Greatest. That's $20. Includes the hot sticker mentioning George Benson. We had Lou Donaldson, Alligator Boogaloo, a 67 US Los Angeles OG and Shrink. That's VG for $20. One Japanese pressing of Bruce Springsteen, The River. That was $35. And then we had one Japanese pressing of Hall & Oates Private Eyes. That was $35. So that is all that I have left so far in no bids. And this pile was getting a little bit wobbly, so I wanted to go ahead and readjust those and show them. Now, we have, there's that. Deep Purple is a $35 buy it now. No bid on that. $35 buy it now. Grateful Dead, the last bid was $30 with George Burleson. And then, let's see here. One Billy Joe Armstrong here. I'm going to put the open one right over here. This one sold to Susie. And then Kelly Vlodarchek on Battle of the Garages. Kelly Vlodarchek on Battle of the Garages. You was evidently trying to claim that, but now it is sold to you. Okay, and we got it. And let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And this is Steven Wilson from Porcupine Tree, the Raven that refused to sing. Steven Wilson. Steven Wilson's a 2013 180 gram. Alan Parsons plays guest guitar on track B2. Steven Wilson's a $45 start. Okay, Tyler Huber got Mount Rushmore. Melanie got the Deep Purple for $35. Thank you, Melanie. That is sold to you. Deep Purple, $35. Nice. That's sold to Melanie Clausen. The best of the Strawberry Alarm Clock, and this is on the original label, Uni, Incense and Peppermints. How cool is that? VG Plus, $24.99. Deep Purple's at $35. I've also been trying to slip in some singles tonight when I can. We've already sold several lots. Let me go back over here and let's revisit these. And I'm going to put up 3 more here now for $10 starts. The Morning Benders, Waiting for a War. The Morning Benders, Go Grab a Stranger. And let's do Thomas DeBall, A Love Story. And I'll go ahead and throw in a Noel Gallagher as well, In the Heat of the Moment. Those 4 singles for a $10 start. Okay? Also, Messages from the Status Quo. Nice. This has that Pictures of Matchstick Men on it. VG Plus, $29.99. That's one you don't see too often. OG2, Status Quo, VG Plus, $29.99. And this is EX, $16.99, a 2014 Psych album, signed, and that is Minotode Rodriguez presents Cult of Riganonia. Cult of Riganonia. Are we done on the Grateful Dead? The last bid was George Burleson at $30. I was going to make sure Darren Chrisman was done. He says he has out. That's a final call. And then Charlie Marks on the best of Strawberry Alarm Clock. Incense and Peppermints. That's done. Cream, Wheels of Fire, In the White Room with black curtains. Also that amazing live cover of Crossroads. 2LP, classic. It looks psychedelic to begin with, and then it gets really psychedelic. Wow, look at that. I wonder how many people got messed up and looked at that cover and thought they were entering a different dimension. All of a sudden, we got a new bid on Grateful Dead. Tim Tolbert's in at $33. Tim Tolbert's in at $33, and that is an OG VG. And then over here, we have the very best of the Ohio Express, a 1970 U.S. promo. Never seen that before, EX $17.99. Jim, that means George Burleson, you're out on the Grateful Dead. Those 4 singles is a $10 start. Or I should say a start, yeah. Fever Tree on Uni, that's VG minus $9.99. Brian De Leon on Cream, that's sold to Brian D. Leon. And then we also have Housing Project, and that is John Hartford. Wow, I thought that was going to be something modern. Very modern looking cover for 1968. EX $17.99. Brian DeLeon, Cream was VG $14.99. George Burleson, if you want backing on Grateful Dead, let me know. He's out. Tim, that may be yours for $33. Steven Wilson's a no bid. It's a buy it now for $45. That is the Raven that refused to sing. It's a buy it now for $45. I'm going to try to clear off some of these Stephen King books, the ones that I've shown that didn't sell. We only got 5 leftovers in the hardbacks. And let's show those one more time. Stephen King's Gerald's Game. New bid on Grateful Dead for $34 was shakedown. So now there's another new bid. We got Stephen King's Dark Tower 7. All these are in dust jackets. That one has a little bit of a tape mark on it. Just FYI. Billy Summers. The Wind Through the Keyhole. And Sleeping Beauties. That's all that's left in the hardback so far that I've shown. I'm going to move them out of my way over here. And then there's 2 paperbacks. Wizard and Glass and the Drawing of the 3. Those are all available. $14.99 each. And that is the only ones that's left. Okay? So thanks everybody on that. Next thing is Mary Miles on Another Jarred Hartford. Tyler Hubie on Fever Tree. Tim Tolbert, The Grateful Dead goes back to you. And now Mike Strauss does want to grab the Stephen Wilson for $45. I'm also going to go ahead and make these singles. These 4 singles can be bought for $10 if anybody wants them. And then, by the way, the Grateful Dead is a 71 U.S. Pittman OG VG. It is OG VG. It's at $34 with Shakedown. All right, there's those for a $10 buy now. Let's finish up this Paul Crate. Bethlehem Asylum. Nice. A 71 U.S. Jazz Rock Psych album. VG $14.99. I'll try one more time. Balua. That must be something that you're asking is going up for auction. Let me see what that is over here. I never did see any of your comments until right now. Balua. Right here. This is The Coast is Never Clear. It's a 2001 US OG. It's a very scarce indie rock. Only 56 people have it in their collection on Discogs, and there are none for sale right now. None for sale. You also cannot stream this. Not available for streaming. It is in shrink with the original inner sleeve. It's an $85 start. Some have sold for as much as twice that much. Almost twice as much. That is an $85 start. Balua. Tim's out on Grateful Dead. Thank you, Tim, for letting me know you're done. And that is the final call to Shakedown for $34. And then singles is over here, and that is sold to Jerry. Those 4 for $10. Thank you, Jerry. All right, let's go ahead and finish up this crate. Next over here is Coven, and Coven's a 72 US VG Plus $19.99, and Psychedelic Lollipop Blues Magoos, a 70s reissue. Blues Magoos EX $22.99. Grateful Dead is sold to Shakedown for $34. Let's go ahead and get another auction. So basically, if you want to grab that album right now, it is not many for sale at the moment. Let's go ahead and put up Scorpions. This one's also uncensored. She is exposed slightly. It's kind of always hard to tell, but there's something showing right there. And this is a 75 German original. It is OG from Germany, which would be uncensored. Super clean. And this is near mint, and it's an $85 start. So 2 bigger auctions up right now. The Scorpions is like near mint minus. Beautiful copy of In Trance. $85 start on that. So those are now up for bid. Great Paul Crate there. Let's do a quick recap on those. And the next thing I have is going to be, let's see what else I have over here. I have, let me check the mini guitars. All right, I got 2 of these. There was no waiting list. It's just one I haven't had in a while. And I've just got 2, and it's one I hadn't had in a while. So let's go over here. And Shakedown says, charge me for the Grateful Dead and send it to George. Send it to George Burleson. George Burleson, he is going to pay for that Grateful Dead, and he would like to send it to you for free. Okay, for free. He's going to pay for it, and he would like to send it to you for free. For free. Now, I just want to say, some of these guitars can be fragile. I always try to handle them with they are small, intricate little deals here, okay? And we've been trying our best to package these, but they are fragile, okay? Just always the strings, everything, they're very fragile, especially right here around the neck, I think where they're glued. Just don't pick it up too much by the neck. Y'all see me pick up Dimeback Daryl the other day, and it basically just popped out. We're trying to repair it. I can send them back, I guess, and get a refund. But right around this area, they get really weak just because I think they're wood glued. But here's Willie Nelson's trigger. I have 2 in stock. They come with a stand. Those are $39.99 triggers. Willie Nelson's iconic guitar. These are new from Axe Haven. They're miniature guitars, and they're $39.99. I have 2 triggers in stock. I have 2 in stock, okay? Next thing is Bethlehem. Beulah. What was Beulah again? What was the starting bid? This is near mint minus. I'm really bad about not saying the grade when there's no condition notes. I'm very bad. It's happened probably already 5 times tonight. And I'm very glad everybody asked again. But usually when Laura and Paul, or when they leave me no notes, that typically means it's near mint, like a beautiful copy. Because, you know, if it was EX++++, we would mark it. So if I don't say anything and it's near mint, but some people ask because they think they might have missed it. This is a 2001 OG. It is near mint in shrink. Not even EX+, near mint minus. Near mint minus, a top copy. And it has an opening bid for $85. So Shakedown is going to pay for that Grateful Dead, and let's send it to George Burleson. The next comment was Bethlehem Info. Bethlehem Asylum was a 71 US jazz rock psych album, VG $14.99. The Scorpions opened at $100. Jetstream bid $85. Charlie bid $100 over on Twitch. Tyler Ubry on Coven. And then we have Scorpions Info. Scorpions Info is right here. And that is a 1975 German OG near mint minus. German OG near mint minus. Brandon's like, please stop hopping this record up because I want it. It looks like 2 or 3 other people want it too. And then we had a claim for Coven, which I did pull, right? Coven is sold to Tyler Ubry. Thank you. Really cool stuff here. And I'm about to go right into another Paul crate as soon as we have this. Does it actually have a hole? This actually has a big indention in it. Right here, this actually has like a huge burn hole. And it has all the signatures. But yeah, that right there is an actual burn, like a depression, impression, depression in the wood. I've got 2 of those. We're going to go through a lot of mini guitars. Tommy Chong is in. Okay, Bethlehem Asylum. I think I've answered everything. I feel like a politician in front of a news conference sometimes. Pussycat, starring Harry Nilsson, produced by John Lennon, 1999. It's part of my job, though, and I love it. It's part of my job, and I love it. I would do a press conference every day if I could get reporters to show up. Chad, can you tell me what happened last night around 7:20? The feed seemed to, like, crash out. Any response? We have one, 1999. I would do a press conference every morning when I'm leaving this in the morning. Reporters outside. Chad, can we ask you a few questions? Manuel Brawl and Jean-Pierre Facchetti, Pure Limonate. I don't know what I just said, but it's a Canadian import folk album, $9.99. We've got one. We got Harry Nilsson. We got Bethlehem Asylum. This is Nirvana Secrets, the OG Nirvana band, the British psych band, a 2022 Record Store Day, $24.99. And I think we're done on Beulah. It's a final call to Brandon for $85, and Scorpions is a final call for $100. We have Nebula, which is Stoner Rock, a 2009 Stoner Rock. Where is Joshua Cross at? He's probably still working in the mine. $24.99. Heavy Psych. Oily Rags is an 84 promo reissue. That's $9.99. And Randy Newman, 12 songs. VG Plus, $14.99. The Occasions Girl Watcher, VG Plus, $14.99. And Ohio Express, a mono promo, EX edition, $36.99. The Ox Pedals, white label promo, VG Plus, $14.99. Rod said he bid $85 on Beulah first. There is no $85 bid on here. Brandon Lack bid $85. I'll go up a little higher. Brandon has it officially at 85. There's no other 85 on the screen. And now we have a new bid on the Scorpions. Rod, I have not heard anything from you on Bula until right now. So there's Brandon's 85, so you need to be at 86 or more. You're going to have to be at 86 or more. And then Alan Hagan has the Scorpions at 105. Charlie Marks, you're out. Pictures of Matchstick Men, messages from the status quo, VG Plus $29.99. Oily Rags is sold to Chris Knapp. And then we have Bula at 87. Brandon Lack, you're out. And 2014 Psych album signed, EX $16.99. We have the very best of the Ohio Express, EX $17.99. And Psychedelic Lollipop, Blues Magoo's, EX $22.99. Yeah, those bids did not show up. Those bids did not show up. Always make sure you see the receipt of your comment over here, because if it's over here, then it's on my phone. If it's not over there, then it's not on my phone. So that's weird. It should have been on my phone. That's a rare glitch, if so. Very weird, yeah. All right, yeah, but it's nowhere on here. That's a rare glitch. It should mirror the exact same things over here. So, all right. And then Brian DeLeon on status quo. All of a sudden, I didn't think these auctions were going to get but a single bid. And now all of a sudden, everything has taken off. So I think everybody's been doing research. Probably double checking. Laura had all the notes. It's scarce. You can't get one right now. So there's that. And I'm going to drink some water right now. Brandon Lack, I don't know if you've heard, but you've been outbid on Balua. Brandon Lack, I'm not for sure you're out there, but you have been outbid after some confusion. And now, Alan Hagan, you're outbid on the Scorpions. It's at 110. Now, since these, I thought they were done and they've been up for a while, I better go ahead and start something else. And the next thing I have is Miles Davis, My Funny Valentine. Miles Davis is a 65 US repress in mono. It's in VG condition. My Funny Valentine, VG condition, a $20 start. Now we have a new auction. Anybody else who has the high bid on Bula, you do at $87. You do at $87. What is the price on H&O? Are you talking about the Japanese pressing of Hall & Oates? It's $35. $35. All right. That crate's been emptied as well. I'm going to condense that with that. Let's bring up another Paul crate. 3 in a row. Nice. I think y'all are going to like these next ones as well. What is the Scorpions? Allen's out. All right, so let's do this as a final call. This is a very desirable Scorpions album. It is an OG, uncensored cover of Scorpions in Trance. It's a 75 German original, near mint minus. It is a final call to Charlie Marks for $110. The most recent auction is Miles Davis, My Funny Valentine. It's a 65 US repress in mono, VG, just a $20 start. Balua. I've lost Brandon Lack. Brandon, I don't know if you're out there, but the hammer's up, and I've got to sell this for $87 to Rod Bryan. It's up to one person. Who is it? Brandon Lack. Hopefully he's still out there. If not, it's about to sell to somebody else. The Scorpions all of a sudden has new bids and new bidders. I was about to say, there's no way we're done on the Scorpions. I think I've caught a few people dozing off. Some people said earlier they were going to take a nap and come back at midnight when I'm showing CDs. And I'm like, are you really sure you want to risk something like that? That's a great way to risk your whole being to take a nap and miss Coletco action. Are you kidding me? Brandon Lack, Bula. Brandon's left the feed and he's about to lose the auction. Hammer's up. I'm grabbing the next crate. I'm grabbing the next mini guitars. When I come back, I'm selling it after a lot of mass confusion. Next thing is, let me see what else I have over here in this bin. I have... All right. So, this is sold. I don't see anything from Brandon Lack. This is sold to Rod Bryan for $87. That is sold. Miles Davis did not get a bid. Just a $20 buy now. And then Scorpions just got a new bid for $122, now $130. All right, new auctions going up right now. Next thing I have is Radio Birdman. Radios appear. Radio Birdman. This is a 2000 Australia reissue. Original release was in 1977. This is a late 70s punk. Clear vinyl, VG Plus, a $25 start on that. Scorpions is at $130. All right, and then Clay Moore got Bethlehem Asylum. Sorry, I am getting back to that too. I hadn't forgot about you. I was working on it. I'm going back to it right now. Feel like I'm getting pulled in about 30 different directions all of a sudden. I got way too much stuff going on. I've got to get some irons out of the fire. I've got to get some irons out of the fire. I'm gonna have to I've got to redo the whole show right quick. I got to pull back. I feel like there's about 7 things going on right now. I've got maybe there could be as much as 10 things happening right now. First thing is Bethlehem is sold to Clay Moore. Okay, we got that taken care of. Let me get some more irons out of the fire. Right now, Miles Davis is sold to Peter Mazzolino for $20. Okay, that's sold to Peter. $20. That's another iron out of the fire. Now there's 2 more irons I've got in the fire. They're going to be back there warming up for a while, especially the Scorpions. Now I'm going to go over it again, because if I say the word Scorpions, it can rustle some feathers. Some eyebrows get raised. Some eyeballs get big. And everybody's going, what did you say? The Scorpions? Tell me more. And I'm about to tell you more. It is up for auction. It has a high bid of $150. It is an OG near mint minus uncensored cover from Germany of In Trance. The most recent bid is $150. Very nice. $150. That is the high bid with Oso Adventure. He's watching out on the West Coast. He has it for $150. Now there's another bid for $151. Now there's another bid for $155. That could be back there in the fire for a long time. Radio Birdman is a 2000 Australian reissue. Originally, late 70s punk. It's on clear vinyl. It's in VG Plus condition. We have bids for $25, $26, $27. Hope everybody's locked in. Do not leave the chat. Don't leave. Don't log off. Don't go walk your dog. Don't go eat. Don't tuck your kid in. Don't answer any of his questions. Don't go help Sally with her homework. I need you watching intently with this Paul crate. Don't go fix a cup of coffee. Don't go turn off the TV. Just don't turn off the stove. First record is Fat Mattress. This is sealed. A 69 USOG sealed copy, $34.99. We have Jimi Hendrix Blues. This is also sealed. Sealed Jimi Hendrix, $34.99. Lonnie Mack, Second Sight. Lonnie Mack, also sealed, an 86 US, $19.99. Chris Knapp, all eyes are on you. Radio Birdman, the high bid is 27 with Dragon over on Twitch. It's a final call. Scorpions is at 175. Next auction is Miles Davis in concert. It's a 73 U.S. Pittman repress. Some cover wear and riding. Cover wear and a little bit of riding. Just a $25 start. The Scorpions is at $175. It is with Oso Adventure. Chris Knapp is back in on Bird at 30. Next is HYTS, looking from the outside. An 85 U.S. hard rock, I guess that's pronounced hits. HYTS, sealed, $34.99. Radio Birdman is at $30. Rebecca, you've been outbid. The Scorpions is between Oso Adventure and Nick Bargeron. Nick, the spotlight is now on you. To outbid Oso, you've got to bid more than $175. We got Hunchback, Pray for Scars. Hunchback is a 2008 U.S. Punk experimental sealed, $17.99. There's no other bids on Radio Birdman until right now. New bid for $31. Chris Knapp, you're out. Also over here is Earthquake, leveled. Earthquake is a 77 rock album, $14.99. Rebecca got Hunch. Brandon's back on the chat. Brandon, I said your name about 135 times. I said, Brandon, where are you? You've been outbid. Brandon, are you still out there? Brandon must have left the chat. I've lost Brandon. Then I went into a big spiel about how nobody can leave the chat or you're going to lose an auction. You left the chat and you got outbid on Bula. I was like, man, where's Brandon? He asked for it 3 times, and he's left the chat, and he lost it. Unbelievable. Here's Crazy Horse Loose, $19.99. Crazy Horse, $19.99. And Crack the Sky, $24.99. $24.99. Stephen A. Young on Jimi Hendrix. Sold to Stephen A. Young. Bird is out. This is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $31. $31 to Rebecca Howitt. That is sold. That is sold. And then Miles Davis did not get a bid. Miles Davis is a 73 Pittman repress, VG plus $25. I did not hear back from Nick Bargeron. He also left the chat. Oso Adventure gets this for $175. Do not leave the chat. That is probably one of the worst things you could ever do in your life. That is sold to Oso for $175. Next in the bin is Easy Rider. Songs performed on the motion picture. A 69 German import. $19.99. John Butcher, $9.99 for Axis. For John Butcher Wishes. Crystal Glass is sealed for $14.99. Sealed for $14.99. Next thing is going up for bid right now. Cream, Fresh Cream. Cream is the 67 OG first pressing of their debut album. Unfortunately, it is VG minus. It's a $10 star. Stephen A. Young on Easy Rider. Call from your daughter. Now, what's more important? Your daughter or the Bula album? Hopefully, you say Bula album. Easy Rider is sold to Stephen A. Young. That's sold. Next thing is going to go up right now. It's Led Zeppelin. I've already told everybody tonight, you've got to neglect your family. You've got to tell everybody, go to bed, leave me alone. I'm watching Chad. Get out of here. Shut the door. Get out of my face. I'm trying to buy records. I'll talk to you tomorrow, sweetie. Goodbye. We have Led Zeppelin, a 1975 US PRC Richmond reissue with the original sleeve, EX edition, and this is a $30 star, Cream and Led Zeppelin. Can I see the Cream cover? This is Cream, Fresh Cream, a mono, 1967, VG minus vinyl and a VG minus cover. There's that. Have I shown guitars? I've shown about 7 or 8. I'm working on it. I'm on a hot streak right now. We have With Love, John Conley. This is sealed, $9.99. Sealed, $9.99. The Bay City Rollers, Strangers in the Wind. This is sealed with hop sticker. Sealed, original copy, $14.99. And we have Maybe the Rain Will Fall, the Cascades, a 69 US, $9.99. We have Jeff Beck and Johnny Depp. Yes, Jeff Beck and Johnny Depp on Go Vinyl, $24.99. Nobody's bid on Cream, final call. 1 bid on Led Zeppelin for $30. With Karen Mills, that's going once, going twice. That is a final call. Next thing we have here is a box set. This is Kramer. Okay, nothing to do with Seinfeld. Kramer, make art, make love, die. This is Kramer, okay, not Cosmo. This is Kramer. And Kramer is a 2021 limited to 500 box sets with signed art print. It's signed by Kramer. Kramer. It's on red, blue, and neon yellow, purple, and clear. 5 LPs. It's electronic, avant-garde, all disc or EX or better. Now, when I hear Kramer in the music industry, I think of Eddie. But I don't think this is the same thing. So this is signed art print. It's all on colored vinyl. And Kramer is a $75 start. Kramer is a $75 start. Next thing over here is what? Space Orca. That's Kelly Vloddercheck on Johnny Depp. Susie Breedlove on the sealed Bay City Rollers. New bid on Cream for $10. Final call. And then over here is The Brains. The Brains is sealed, $34.99. A 1980 USOG, sealed, $34.99. And Terrence Trent D'Arby, The Hardline. This is sealed, an 87 US original, sealed, $34.99. Taylor Dane, Can't Fight Fate, sealed, a full album, an 89 US Club, $24.99. So we got a final call on Cream now, and definitely about to sell Zeppelin. Next thing is Bob Dillo. How about Bob Dylan, Shadows in the Night? This is sealed for $24.99. Kramer is a $75 start. There is only one bid on Zeppelin, and Zeppelin is sold, $30 to Karen Mills. Thank you, that's sold. Cream's also about to sell. Price on Cactus and info. Did I show a Cactus album? I don't remember showing Cactus. Cactus? There's a Cactus album in here? I don't think so. I've got Bob Dylan, Taylor Dane, Terrence Trent D'Arby, The Banes. I got the Cascades. No Cactus. I got Con Lee. I got Crystal Glass. John Butcher, Crack the Sky, Crazy Horse, Earthquake, Hits, Lonnie Mack, and Fat Mattress. No Cactus in here. But I do have the Charlie Watts Orchestra live at Fulham Town Hall. That is $19.99. Next is Kramer. Does have a bid for $75. Oso Adventure on the sold Taylor Dane. That's gone. What about Mick Taylor? That's from the Rolling Stones, his solo album, $19.99. Speaking of the Rolling Stones, Ron Wood, I've got my own album to do, $19.99. Here's Cream, 1B at $10. Scott Fellows, VG minus mono. Kramer, 1B at $75. Kramer, 1B at $75. We are about to sell it. I have our next mini guitar over here, which is, in fact, Tommy Chong, and I'm about to show it because I think there was a waiting list. Already had somebody ask for it. I'm having a hard time getting Cream back into the sleeve. Don't want to go back in there. There we go. All right, next thing over here is Taylor Dane. It's already sold. That's already been grabbed, but I do have Biff Rose, Children of Light. Biff Rose is $9.99. This is Live Hollies. That's a German import sealed for $19.99. And we have Flying Burrito Brothers live from Europe. This is an 86 US sealed for $14.99. Let's go ahead and introduce another new auction. What shall that be? Who can it be now? I have this right here. What is this? This is Deerhoof, the Runners 4. Deerhoof is an 06 US original, 2006 EX Plus, $55 start. That is now up for bid. How much is Terrence Trent D'Arby? That was sealed. That was an original pressing for TTTD, and that was $34.99. Brent Robley on the Flying Burrito Brothers. The Kramer was sold to Rebecca Howitt for $75. Folks, that is gone. And then we have Green Day, Greatest Hits, God's Favorite Band. Green Day is sealed for $34.99. Now, there's a couple other things other than guitars over here that's technically new stuff that I hadn't got to yet, and I mentioned box sets, okay? So I'm working on getting to those right now. And let me move a few things around. Don't let me forget about the drum sets. I don't think they've all come in yet, but I'll get to them eventually. Here is this one. What is this one? This one is, okay. And then what is this one? Aha. All right, so this one is available. This is available. Everything's available. It depends on how long you want to wait. You have to wait for it to be available sometimes, but this is available. We have a problem with disappearing box cutters around here. Box cutters are known for disappearing. I've already lost 2 tonight. I had 3 when the show started. Now I'm down to 1. They disappear. It's a weird thing. But this is, I got several box sets in. Here's the one that is really cool at a great price, $159.99. The Super Deluxe box set of Led Zeppelin, $159.99. The Super Deluxe box of Led Zeppelin's House of the Holy, $159.99. I have one available, Led Zeppelin Super Deluxe box set, $159.99. That is, what really stands out about these is the book that's included, beautiful packaging, the album remaster, and then all the bonus stuff on CDs. Art print, $159.99. I've only got one of those. I've only got one of those. Just one. Just one Led Zeppelin there. House is the Holy. $159.99. Okay, next thing we have over here is Oh So Venture was first on Green Day. Jamie Johnson is sold, yes. Deerhoof has a bid for $55. And then Led Zeppelin is sold to Stephen A. Young. That is sold to Stephen A. Young. Thank you. Led Zeppelin, Houses of the Holy. Man, we're talking no quarter. Song remains the same. Over the Hills and Far Away. Amazing. The Crunch, Dancing Days Are Here Again. The Rain Song. It just keeps going and going. That is sold to Stephen A. Young. Thank you. And I'm going to show some more in just a second. First thing is I've got Ron Go-Dirt, Breaking All the Rules. Ron Go-Dirt is sealed, $24.99. And Bob Dylan, Time Out of Mind. Bob Dylan is sealed, $39.99. Deerhoof is sold to Lucas Hanoff for $55. Thank you, Lucas. That's sold to you. And then over here, our next auction is, what is this? I don't even know what it is. It is Invent Animate. Invent Animate. Invent Animate is a 2020 U.S. original, limit of 500 on clear vinyl, and that's a metalcore album. And metalcore Invent Animate is a $35 start. Our next auction is Family Style. That's the Vaughn brothers, Stevie and Jimmy. It's a limited edition 2000 from Music on Vinyl. It appears unopened, a $25 start. And then, actually, I changed my mind. I'll take it after all. Travis Wood said, what now? Travis says pass, and he asked about Terrence Trent D'Arby. Okay, so this is sold to Travis Woods, and as soon as he said that, Kevin Voitosh says he wanted it. And then two other people just asked what it was. And then Todd Rundgren, Something, Anything. A note on the back from Paul says Essential, VG Plus $16.99. And then Savoy Brown, Raw Sienna, EX $16.99. And now the Vaughn brothers is at $25. We're going through new arrivals here from Paul. And we have Paul Simon. There goes a Ryman Simon. VG Plus $14.99 on Paul Simon. There goes a Ryman Simon. This is the next one. It's slightly more. And usually if that happens, it's probably because it has a little bit more media contents in it. But this one's $189.99. $189.99 on this one. And it is the Led Zeppelin Super Deluxe of $189 on this one. Presents, Achilles' Last Stand. It has a numbered art print, 88-page hardback book, remastered, beautiful in the shipping box, $189.99 on Zeppelin. For Your Life. Dun, dun, dun. There it is, $189.99. Come on, Stephen A. Young. Go ahead and buy them all. I know you want to. And then Clifford Umstead on SB, and that's for Savoy Brown. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That is sold to you. And then the Invent Anime is at $35, now $37. Vaughn Brothers, one bid, $25. Boz Scaggs, and this is EX $17.99. A 74 pressing with Dwayne Allman. Dwayne Allman played guitar on that album, $17.99. Boz Scaggs and Armageddon, nice. Armageddon is a 75 U.S. Essential, and this is $29.99. $29.99 for Armageddon, and then Event Animate, $37, $38, $39, and then Camel, the Snow Goose, and this is VG Plus $9.99. VG Plus $9.99 on that one, okay? There's that. And also over here is the Robert Cray Band, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, and that's EX $12.99. Robert Cray, Don't Go what does that say? Don't be afraid of the dark, okay? Clifford Umstead on Armageddon. That is sold. Clifford Umstead on Armageddon. Let me do a little switcheroo in here because we have filled up our 4th crate tonight. Let me peek over here and what's left in the box sets, and then I'm going to show the next guitar. And Laura's working on marking some records right now. I hear quiet, and I guarantee I know what she's doing. She's working on the hop sticker. She's working on the hop sticker. We got to build some hop for the Laura crate. If I hear the pricing gun stop, I'm like, I bet Laura's working on the hop sticker. So there's that. And there's the 2 box sets that have sold. That's our 4th full crate tonight. Man, wait till we get into the tub of CDs tonight. Y'all seen some of the stuff we had last night, right? I mean, the tub tonight on top is just the $9.99 CDs we're going to do is just mind-blowing, kind of like they have been all week. So there's that, and here is our crate, and where are we at now? Yeah, when I hear the pricing gun stop, unless I think she's working on auctions, there's usually a good chance I know what she's doing. Oh, man. All right. Let me get a great neck and back adjustment in. I am a licensed chiropractor. A lot of people don't realize that. All right, here we go. And the Vaughn brothers just got one bid to Nick Bargeron for $25. Sold. And then the Invent Animate is at $45. How much was Boz Scaggs? Boz Scaggs was EX edition, $17.99. We also have Cactus, VG, $14.99. That's what somebody might have caught a peek at earlier. It hadn't been shown yet. Cactus is VG, $14.99. The History of the Birds, 73 UK 2LP. It does have damage, unfortunately, though, inside of the gatefold. The History of the Birds, there it is. It's got a timeline, EX 1799. EX 1799. Invent Animates at $45. Let's get another new auction going. The next new auction I got is the Beatles, and this is a 76 Winchester reissue of Hey Jude. VG, just a $20 start on the Beatles. It's on the orange capital label. VG, $20 start on that. Now, let me turn on my laptop because I want to make sure, I think it was Charlie Marks that asked earlier, and make sure we knew he was on a waiting list over here. And let me type in the word guitar. And we have a wait list for that, and that, and that, and that. And I can take Susie off of that one. And then Tommy Chong, Charlie Marks. All right, so Charlie, this one sold to you. It is the Tommy Chong Sweet Mary Jane. Sweet Mary Jane, which is shaped like the marijuana leaf. Let's open this up and see who else wants one. Here is this, and here is the extra one I have left, the Canadian Maple Leaf. It's $39.99 if anybody wants it. So Charlie, you got one. You was on a waiting list. I got one extra there if anybody else wants one. Okay, there's that, and there's the stand for it. That's $39.99. Now let's see what else we got over here. We had up at the top. If you auction those extra Super Deluxe 1, 2, 3, you're just torturing us. I don't have 1, 2, and 3. Not tonight. No, I don't have 1, 2, and 3 tonight. Not tonight. Is it possible for me to mess and list cities I'm after and buy what you have? No, that's not possible because we don't know what we have ourselves. Susie Breedlove on the Birds. And then IA is at 52.54. And then IA's at 55. And then IA's at 56, okay? And then next is East West, the Butterfield Blues Band. That's a 66 OG Mono, EX edition, $27.99. And Buffalo Springfield, the best of Buffalo Springfield, a white label promo, VG Plus, $24.99. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? There is a little bit of writing on the cover. And this is Ashman Reynolds Stop Off, EX $12.99. So here's the way we do the CDs. Over here next to me are 3 tubs full of premium, incredible CDs. I have no idea what's over there. When I show them, about 90% of them is going to sell tonight instantly. Whatever's left, I've been posting the next day in the group, and most of those sell. If you're in Whole Lot of Records, there's a 12 o'clock CD post from today and a 12 o'clock CD post from yesterday. I take a picture of the spines, and I think most of those have sold too. And that is the way I do CDs. It's just like vinyl. We really don't know what we have or when we're going to be able to sell it. I'm going through a crate right now. I had no idea I even had these records. I had no idea. Here is our current auction, Invent Animate. Invent Animate is a 2020 USOG limited to 500 on clear vinyl. And the last bid was Brian Barwick at $57. Auction number 2 is a 76 US Winchester reissue VG condition of the Beatles' Hey Jude. We're looking for a $20 start. Okay? And then I had Tommy Chong and Mike Burson put BS, and that was for Buffalo Springfield. Thank you, Mike. That's so do you. And then here is Tim Buckley, Happy Sad. Tim Buckley's in VG condition, $11.99. The Chambers Brothers, The Time Has Come, VG Plus, $11.99. The Performance Soundtrack, Mick Jagger, they're on the cover, VG condition, $14.99. And now Invent Animates at $57. Ryan is out. He says this is exhausting. The best way to win an auction is just go ahead and bid like $250, and then it'll probably go ahead and get wrapped up. It's up to Natasha. Natasha is out. It's up to her. If not, it goes to Byron Barwick at $57. Next is Bill Wyman. Speaking of the Rolling Stones, EX edition $16.99 for Monkey Grip. And Nicky Hopkins, The Tin Man Was a Dreamer. Don't get that one as often. EX $16.99. No bid on the Beatles. It's going to go over here for a $20 buy it now. I can't convince somebody on a Tommy Chong Sweet Mary Jane Canadian Maple Leaf guitar. They are $39.99. Natasha, it's up to you. And she's back in on the Invent Animate at $59. Sorry. Okay. Next auctions, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication. This is a 2024 U.S. reissue, a 25th anniversary edition on red and blue vinyl sealed. And Laura says, I think this may be out of print now since this color was last sold $63. And speaking of Laura, she just dropped off a Laura crate sticker with a masterpiece of a sticker. Red Hot Chili Peppers, $35 start on that one. That's okay. Ryan, I'm sorry, but you can ask Carol Puckett. I called Carol Puckett a she for like a year. And then finally, I think he said, hey, listen, my name's Carol Puckett. I'm a he. If you can't change it, I'm going to get very mad. What time do you start tomorrow? We start every night between 5 and 5:40. I'll be here until 1 or 1:40. I try to start nowadays at 5:30. I've just learned 5 o'clock's nearly impossible, just with everything I got going on after I get up to get here and get rolling. It's just impossible. We don't close the store up until 4, and if I got here any sooner, there would be a lot of it would just be a waste of time. So I try to get started nowadays at 5:30. But if I do get started earlier, you wouldn't be surprised. But don't be surprised if you see it start at 5:15. You would be surprised, but yeah. Tomorrow is going to be an insane sale. I've already posted I've already showed the hot pictures. I hadn't posted them, but I've already shown the hot pictures for tomorrow. It is insane. And I think we're going to have a bunch of extra stuff that Seth is going to bring down. I think Seth is like priced 2 full crates of metal auctions, which is going to be great, but we're not probably even going to be able to get to them all. It's going to be like a couple weeks ago. We're going to be selling stuff until midnight. All right, here is our next Super Deluxe set. It's also $189.99. Here is our next Super Deluxe box. Let's go through this lower crate. But first, here's our next Super Deluxe. Led Zeppelin's $189.99. $189.99. Led Zeppelin Super Deluxe, $189.99. 40th anniversary, 96 hard page back book, individually numbered, $189.99 for Zeppelin. New in shipping box. Zeppelin, Super Deluxe. I also got Presents. Same price. All right, so here's where we're at. Invent Animate. Space Orca. All right, so Invent Animate 60. Red Hot Chili Peppers 35. Over here, we have Invent Animate 65. Invent Animate 66. Okay, and let's update what the Red Hot Chili Peppers is on the right, because somebody asked. This is the anniversary edition on colored vinyl. It's the anniversary, the 25th anniversary edition on colored vinyl. And the last bid on this was Kelly Vloddercheck at $35. Okay, and then over here is Invent Animate. And Natasha, it goes back to you. Brian has it for $66. How much was Nicky Hopkins? Nicky Hopkins is EX edition $16.99. What are the actual store hours? 10 to 4, with a hard emphasis on 4. More like 10 to 3:45. My mom will leave at like 3:57. She will leave at like 3:57. But yeah, 10 to 4. I would be here before 3:45 for sure. She slams that door shut, locks it, and she is gone. She is out of here, folks. But 10 to 4. If you show up at noon, you're safe, okay? You're safe. I always say call. Make sure they know you're coming. And if you're picking something up, and make sure they know you're on the way. Clifford on Nicky Hopkins. All right, that's done. And tomorrow is metal auctions. Tomorrow is metal auctions, okay? Now, I always clarify what metal night means. Metal auctions tomorrow night. It's metal auction night. I always make that clear. Because one of the first things I'll start going through tomorrow is new vinyl. And it could be stuff like, or pre-owned stuff, and it could be Marvin Gaye, Poco, James Taylor, Bill Wyman, Todd Rundgren, the Brains, the Cascades. And everybody's like, what the heck? I thought this was metal night. It is metal auction night, okay? We could have metal stuff in the bins. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. It's metal auction night. Metal auction night. Let's make that clear. So Red Hot Chili Peppers at 40. We sold Nicky Hopkins. Red Hot Chili Peppers 45. And she's out on Invent Animate. That is a final call to Brian Barbick for 66. Let's go ahead and go through the next crate, which is some stuff over here Laura's marked. And let's get started on that right away. Metal auction night. Metal auction night. Because we're going to have stuff like Aha, and we're going to have Pink Floyd, and we're probably going to have, you know, Hall & Oates and the Beatles. Do I have many guitars to fill? I've got probably 20 or 30 more over here, yeah. Let me see what the next one is. Yes, I always try to make that clear. Because I've got some people say, metal tomorrow, see you on Friday, Chad. And I'm like, no. Please tune in. If you can just bear seeing one metal auction, or sometimes two being sold, then I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. I got 26 more mini guitars that hadn't been tagged. I'm trying to get them all sorted. Unfortunately, when they come in, they're not sorted. So for me to know what I have and what I don't have, I'm going to have to figure it out here right quick. So, and a bunch of these are George Burleson's. Because he ordered like one each of all the Grateful Deads. And George, I'm working on getting all those together right now. Okay? And I'm going to start showing y'all some of these right now. All right. And then those two over there can be shown right now. And so can that one. All right, let me step over here and get the other handful. Okay. 80s night. That's probably tougher to get than metal night. The middle stack is Grateful Dead stuff George Burleson bought. Okay, I'm almost done because I knew there was a bunch. Yeah, right now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different Grateful Dead guitars. And then I've got 2 more. All right, I've got them sorted pretty fast now. And I think there was only one other Dead waiting list, and that was Susie, I think, on the Tiger guitar. Top Hat, Bean, and Phil Lesh. Okay, so let me figure out which one's Susie. Whichever one's in here, over here, it was Susie's. But yeah, that's a lot. George, are you watching? Because I'm about to read all these off and let you know what came in, okay? And because I had a sticky note that said one of each of all Grateful Dead. And I was like, we can do that. All right, the first waiting list, though, was Susie Breedlove on the Jerry Garcia Tiger guitar. Jerry Garcia Tiger guitar is right here. And that one is sold to Susie Breedlove. That one's right here. Okay? There's that. And now, here is these. So this is sold to George Burleson, the Jerry Garcia Tiger mini guitar. That is sold. Now, let me clear all these off and start showing you what came in here that's not Grateful Dead. And then we got some other auctions, I think, to both end and update. Okay, so let me move these carefully over here. Whoop. I had a feeling that was going to happen. All right, so let me go ahead and make sure nothing happened to this, and I'm going to sell it. It's good to go. And this was Invent Animate after a long battle. And there was multiple people, a very emotional auction. And this is wrapped up, and it's sold to Brian Barwick for $66. Thank you, Brian. That is sold to you, okay? Not George on that Susie. Susie Breedlove on Jerry Garcia Tiger mini guitar. Yes. The one that says Jerry Garcia Tiger mini guitar. Yes. Now, Red Hot Chili Peppers are right here. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication. The last bid on this was Ivan R, and that sold for $50. Ivan R, that sold to her for $50, okay? Now, the next thing, I got to fill these crates back up with vinyl. That's what I got to do. It's messing me up. Okay, now we're about to go through this crate, but let me go ahead and take care of this because there's a bunch of them. This entire stack you see here are all different Grateful Dead. And George, I'm going to read these off and let you know what came in. And I think almost all of them are here that are available except for a couple, and I back ordered them, okay? No Tiger. Yes, that one was Susie's. My bad. So here's what came in. I got Jerry Garcia Top Hat. Jerry Garcia Top Hat. Jerry Garcia Travis Bean. Jerry Garcia Travis Bean. Phil Lesh Modulus. Now, if you hear one of these and you want one, let me know. I just got him one of each. Jerry Garcia Bolt. Jerry Garcia Bolt. Jerry Garcia Tiger mini guitar. These are all mini guitars. That's the Tiger. So yeah, that's an extra. He got that one last week. So that's an extra. That's an extra. So no Tiger. And then over here, we have Bob Weir Signature Modulus. Bob Weir Signature Modulus. Jerry Garcia Wolf. Jerry Garcia Alligator. Jerry Garcia Rosebud. Phil Lesh Mission Control. Osiris. Bob Weir Cowboy Fancy. And Phil Lesh Albinic SYF. Now, I hope all that made sense. Let me cut this stack in half. All right, let's get started with this crate, and I'll show the extras I have right back here in just a second. So y'all know the deal on the lower crate. I'm going to show 3 records. Bart Simpson, Defacing the Wall. Laura. Thank you, Laura. Informational sticky note there. That is available to the first person who claims a record out of this crate. And it's open right now. I can tell you what the first 3 are just looking at the tops of them. Smashing Pumpkins is $99.99. A 2012 reissue. $99.99 for the box. Pink Floyd The Wall, perfect with the sticker. $39.99 for The Wall, Pink Floyd. And Blackberry Smoke, the new Honky Tonk bootlegs. That's on purple bluish marble vinyl or purple bluish colored vinyl, $32.99. All right. And then we usually have some metal. If we have metal to price, we price it. The reason it's so hard to price metal is because 9 times out of 10, it is 9 times out of 10, it's something that needs to be auctioned. Okay. So, yes, those are all $39.99. And I'm going to go ahead and start carrying them in here. Those are all yours for $39. I think some were supposed to be maybe more, but at this point, I'm just going to do $39 across the board. Okay, George? I think 1 or 2 was supposed to be $49, but we'll do $39 since you bought so many. That's going to be really cool looking when he gets all those displayed. George, when you get all those displayed, to have like the complete Grateful Dead guitar collection, that's going to look pretty dang impressive. So that's a bunch. And let me go ahead and take all these in here. And there's that. Awesome. That's a Deadhead right there. Buying the complete collected mini guitar series. And I think whatever I couldn't get, I still had you on I got you back ordered. Okay? That's going to look incredible. Trucking. Tennessee Jed. Tennessee Jed or Jeb? All right, so let's see what's going on now. I read off 3 records, and here's the comments. Tool, all priced at $39.99. What year's Pink Floyd? Pink Floyd. Makes perfect sense. Nice sticker. Didn't mean to say Tool. 3 dots. Dang it, the sticker's brilliant. Bum deal, I have The Wall, not interested in the other 2. Blackberry Smoke. Sticker, Jed, Blackberry Smoke. Okay, so that was a weird series there. The first claim that has anything to do with anything in here is a question. And that's Tim Graham. He wants to know what year this Pink Floyd is. 2016. I've never had the first claim in a Laura crate a question. If you want this, Tim, it's yours and the sticker. Mike Pierce is second. The next comment was Jamie McCord on Blackberry Smoke. And then the only thing unclaimed is Smashing Pumpkins, the box set. And that is $99.99. Tennessee Jed, thank you. All right, Tim Graham says he's passing on The Wall. Let me get my crates. Mike says, no, I claim Pink Floyd. Actually, he was first asking the question. He was first asking what year it was. That came in before your claim. So he has dibs. But luckily for you, he passed. Otherwise, it would have went to him. And so this is so to Mike Pierce. What a great Laura crate sticker to have. Look how well that is. I guess it looked better down here at the bottom, but look at that. That's pretty dang cool there. There's that. Okay. Now, let's show a few more in here. The suspense builds. Funkadelic Maggot Brain. Sealed. A 2023 remaster, $49.99. An essential album is the sticker on the back from Laura. Absolutely. I know what this is. This is Yes Live in Knoxville. It is live at Knoxville Civic Center Auditorium. Laura and Chad love Yes, a 5-heart ranking, triple LP live in Tennessee, Knoxville, 1972, $44.99. Our next auction, I've been curious what this is all night long. This is completely covered in stickers. I don't know what we're covering up there. I don't know if that's the front, the back, or the side. But either way, it's a 2012 OG limited to 350, and this is Natural Child. It is with insert. It's a Blues Garage rock album. It's a $75 start. There's only 2 copies for sale right now. Some of them have sold for as much as $100 sealed. That is a $75 start on that, okay? Now, the next mini guitar. This is right here. This one's incredible. And this one is $59.99. Let's see if I had a waiting list for this one. Let me take a couple people off. I tagged from memory over here. There's 2 people on the wait, so both of these are already sold. $59.99. This is the Gibson ED 1275 double neck. The Gibson EDS 1275 double neck. This is $59.99. $59.99. The Gibson EDS 1275 double neck. It is available. If anybody wants me to order you one, these are already spoken for. I see it, I think of Jimmy Page. I see it, I think of Jimmy Page. Cherry red double neck with stand, $59.99. That is available, just saying, okay? There's that. Now, the next thing I have over here is who got them. Those are sold to Bill Sammis and Craig Ruth. Bill Sammis and Craig Ruth. Thank you, Bill Sammis, and thank you, Craig Ruth, okay? That is sold and sold. Let's go ahead and take those in there so nothing happened to them. The EDS 1275 double neck. I have those available. Bill Sammis and Craig Ruth. Thank you. Let's put those away. We're right in the middle of a lower crate trying to show all the mini guitars. I tell you what, though, the Grateful Deads took a big chunk out of them, but those are sold. Wow. The operations room table has 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. The 24 Stephen King books we sold, and now the 50-something mini guitars. The shipping department is somewhere sharpening their knife. They're going to come stab me in the back one night and assassinate me. I just know it. Greg Allman, Southern Blood. Greg Allman is $19.99. And then this is Marble Frong. Marble Frong is a Sight Garage album. Looks like from the 60s. It is. It says, widely regarded as one of the rarest and most valuable American psych LPs. This 68 album from Tulsa, Oklahoma features fuzzed out manic covers and 2 originals. Marble Frong, $22.99. $22.99. Tony Murphy says, I'm taking the day off. Yes. And welcome, I guess officially, Tony Murphy to the Coletco crew. Longtime customer, and today was his first day in the shipping department. And he left with a smile on his face. He left with a smile on his face. So I think he had fun, just like everybody else that works here, including myself. So welcome, Tony Murphy, to the Coletco, officially to the Coletco, the immediate family. Everybody watching is part of the Coletco family every night. But welcome, Tony Murphy. He told me he was retired, and I said, not for long. I'm going to give you a job. I'm going to give you a job. If I know somebody that's retiring, I'm like, nope. Especially if they're knowledgeable, trustworthy, love music, I'm like, nope. You got a job with Coletco. Next thing is Northern Lights and Southern Cross, the band. The band is going to go up for just a $1 start. The band, a $1 start. Southern Lights, Northern Lights, Southern Cross, a $1 start. That's up for bid. Brent on Marble Frog. I was actually about to scan that and show y'all what OGs sell for, but no need to now. Are you the best seller for Axe? Axe Haven? I'm not for sure. I know good news. I think it's probably because I did get an email saying they were expanding their catalog. I need to read y'all that email that I got from my sales rep. He's been noticing, I think we sold a bunch, or how many we've been selling. He watches sometimes quietly. Obviously, he likes to see what we're selling. And then the other lady that runs or is my sales rep, I think she tunes in sometimes. And they like watching what's selling and what's moving and what people's not buying. It helps them, order, reorder, and tell their buyers, etc. But I did get a pretty cool email about. Let me see if I can find that for y'all. Let's see. It was great news. Let me look him up by his name. Yeah, here we go. They said they've been working. with Axe Haven the past few months to expand their assortment of mini replica guitars. He says they have plans in place that should see your sales grow dramatically with them over the next few years. They're currently processing on developing new products and licensing that should double their orders and double their business, which also means twice the inventory and hopefully twice the sales. So that was sent back on June 21st. So just a few days ago, they are working right now to pretty much double their inventory and license more guitars. So we're not done. It's not like this is it and they're going to keep making the same ones. They're working right now to pretty much double what they have here. So Eddie Van Halen's have already been made. Unfortunately, they're just been out of stock. They're probably trying to work on licensing. But here's the next one. And I know we have some Kiss fans watching. And this is $39.99. And this is Gene Simmons Destroyer or Punisher bass. Gene Simmons Punisher bass. Very cool. Gene. That is available. $39.99. Gene Simmons Punisher bass. I have two of those. I don't think I've had that one lately. Two of those. $39.99. Okay. Great lower crate here. Let's show some vinyl. The last thing we have is we sold Marble Frog. Next thing is the band that got open a bid for 5, and then 1, and then 7, then 8, then 10, and then 9, then 14, then 11, then 26, 15, and then 16. And this is a buy it now, and this is a $75 buy it now, Natural Child. Natural Child, a $75 buy now. I'm going to put that right over here. Okay, back to the crate. Zach Bryan, American Heartbreak. Zach Bryan is $34.99, American Heartbreak. Also, Blues Traveler. Blues Travelers, I think it's Travelers and Thieves. Yeah, Travelers and Thieves, $37.99 for Blues Travelers. Also, Vive Le Rock, Adam Ant. Vive Le Rock, Adam Ant, a gold stamp promo. Boy, I don't see that one too often. $24.99. The band is at 17 with Joe DeGaldo. Mark Morris, I got you down for a Gene Simmons. Thank you. I got one Gene Simmons Punisher bass if anybody else wants one. Also, Tony Joe White Collected. Tony Joe White Collected is a 2 LP, music on vinyl, $37.99. And the Cars, Heartbeat City, a little bit different looking cover there, right? Because it's a deluxe edition on 2 LPs, $29.99. Our next auction is, what do I have over here tucked away? What are these? Oh, I know what those are. These are all the Jimmy Buffett CDs from last night. I was going to try to bundle them and do an auction. Let's see here. So these are all Jimmy Buffett CDs that we ran across last night. We had some people pick out some, but man, there's a bunch. Y Sport Coat Pink Crustacean, Banana Wind, Son of a Sailor. You Had to Be There, recorded live. I think I got two discs of that. Yeah, there it is. So there's both discs. A1A, Living and Dying in 3/4 Time. Havana Daydreaming, Changes in Latitudes, Coconut Telegraph, Last Mango in Paris, Hot Water, there is Jimmy Buffett Feeding Frenzy, Barometer Soup, One Particular Harbor, and Off to See the Lizard. Off to See the Lizard. So those are all Jimmy Buffett CDs. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Some of them don't have the title art on the side, but there's 16 there. There's 16 Jimmy Buffett CDs there. And I'm thinking 16, 3, 30, 48, $50 start. Jimmy Buffett, $50 start. The band is at 17 with Joe DeGaldo. Melanie Jennings on the Cars, that's sold. And then info on Blues Traveler. Blues Traveler is a 2 LP. It is $37.99. It's on Medieval Marble Vinyl. And Medieval Marble Vinyl is black. I guess that was like them trying to be funny. Either they messed up the hop sticker or they called Medieval Marble black. $37.99 on that. The Jimmy Buffett CD lots at 50 with Brent Robley. Billy Joe Piano Man. That is sealed on Walmart. Walmart exclusive on Tan Swirl Vinyl. $19.99. And the best of Towns Van Zandt. $32.99. The Best of Townes Van Zandt. And this is an indie folk album, $19.99. It's called Patterson Hood, Exploding Trees and Airplane Screams. Patterson Hood, $19.99. What a wicked cover. And then The Dictators, Blood Brothers. The Dictators is on white vinyl, $27.99. The Japanese pressing of The Band is sold to Joe Delgado for $27. Excuse me, $17. $17. Joe Delgado, I'm putting that in a brand new sleeve for you right now. Let's show another mini guitar back here right quick. Jimmy Buffett's at 50. We're Brent Robley going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. And now we got Danny Thomason on Townes Van Zandt. We got Pat. Well, first we got PH for Brent Robley, and that is Patterson Hood. And then Gregory was next. And final call on those CDs. And then Natasha next on Patterson. Okay, next thing we have here, I've got two of these. Really cool guitar. Let's see what we got here. This is from one of my favorite guitarists. Danny, I still got to message you the Slash guitars. Danny, just be looking in your inbox. I'm going to send you pictures of all the Slash stuff, okay? Because I can't really figure out. Some of the Les Pauls that are available are kind of confusing. I know which one you're looking for, but they don't exactly, well, you'll just have to see. I'll send you some pictures, okay? Here is the Jimi Hendrix. This guitar was used to record most of Led Zeppelin 1, I'm pretty sure. This is the Fender Telecaster with the dragon design. The Fender Telecaster with the dragon. That's Jimmy Page. Signature Telecaster. That is $39.99. I've got two of those. Townes Van Zandt's already sold. And then that is Jimmy Page. And Jimmy Buffett here is sold to Brent Robley for $50. I think Susie wants one. I think Tony Kepler wants one. First, here's Genesis, Seconds Out. Genesis is $27.99. And the Jim Carroll Band, Catholic Boy. Jim Carroll Band, Catholic Boy. That's $19.99. And Purple Rain, Prince. Original remaster, or I should say, a remaster. It is got the poster. It's in shrink. And that is $22.99. Susie, you do want a Jimmy Page, right? And then Tony Kepler. And then I think we might have Brent and Craig on a waiting list. If that's right, then just let me know as soon as I stretch right quick. Okay. And then, so these two were sold. And we got Susie and Tony, Brent and Craig now on a waiting list. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and show some more stuff in here, like STP Core. Stone Temple Pilots is sealed for $29.99. And Blackberry Smoke, live from Capricorn Sound Studio. Blackberry Smoke is $44.99. That's on colored vinyl. And Billy Presents Volume 4. That's a Psych comp. Billy Presents $22.99. I said Jimi Hendrix at first, my bad. Yeah, Jimmy Page. Jimmy Page. All right, let's see what else I have over here. And, okay. I've only got one of these. Now, some that I have one of, it's because maybe only one was in stock, but they do come back in eventually. Ooh, that's cool. I've never seen one do that. Now, at one time, we had about 3 years ago, or gosh, 5 years ago when I first started selling these things. And I can't believe I went this long. And I've never sold this many, but 5 years ago when I first started selling these, you could have got a ZZ Top. It was like a furry guitar. That one's now back out of production, but here is a cool ZZ Top signature. And this is ZZ Top. And here it is. And let me see what they call this one. I've only got one. It's $39.99 as well. And this one is Billy Gibbons. It just says signature Billy Bo Gretsch. Billy Bo Gretsch. And this one's really cool. It has a like a card. Billy Gibbons Official Licensed Miniature Guitar Collection by Axe Haven. Comes with like a, there's that. Okay. There's this. And the first one on Prince was Chad Davis. And then next is Shannon Lee on Prince. Gregory STP Core. No, this is the newest remaster. That's the newest remaster. Gregory, if you don't want it, then Melanie does. And then Amanda Darby on JCB. Jim Carroll Band, that's sort of Amanda Darby. And I've got one, and I may can get more. I'm sure I've ordered more, but I'm sure I back ordered more, but I'm not for sure. Brent does not on the one on the wait list for the Dragon. I feel like I've already sold you one of those, Brent, but I don't remember at this point. I'm going to take this stack of sold ones around the corner right quick. Let me take this around the corner. All right. And now, let's see what else is going on. So this one here is sold to Stephen A. Young. We'll put Brent on a waiting list unless he says otherwise. Catholic Boy's already sold. Gregory does get STP. And let's put up some more Japanese pressings. I've got a couple more back here. Here is another Cyndi Lauper. We've already sold She's So Unusual earlier tonight. Here is True Colors. And this one actually came from the collection where we got all the Kiss bootlegs. So you can imagine how nice it is because everything in that collection has been pristine. And that's a $25 start. There's the insert. There's the insert. And Cyndi Lauper is a $25 start. $25 start on that. So Cyndi Lauper, $25 start. And then we got a $1 start on this one. I got a $1 start on, let's do Toto for a $1 start. Toto Hydra, a Japanese pressing, $1 start. $1 start. Toto. Yeah, Prince Purple Rain has been made on purple vinyl before. Yes. Toto, a $1 start. Original under sleeve and insert, another near mint minus Japanese pressing. That's now up for bid. Okay? Here is Led Zeppelin 3. This is sealed, $29.99, with a great sticker from Laura. Chad loves Led Zeppelin. $29.99. Cyndi Lauper, $25. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here remaster, unopened, $44.99. The 2016, $44.99 for Pink Floyd. And Dwight Yoakam, Hillbilly Deluxe. Dwight Yoakam is sealed on clear vinyl, $19.99. Melanie Gregory says you can have the STP if you still want it. Honestly, that exact, how much was that? That exact version, I think we still have that in stock. Like I think I have one over here in New Arrivals if anybody does want one. And I'll knock a few dollars off and say it's $29 because I think ours are sealed too. So I should have enough for everybody. I mean, I don't mind knocking a few dollars off to get one to everybody, but it's up to y'all. But that version still is the one that's in print. Amanda Darby on Dwight Yoakam. Thank you, Amanda. That's so to you. Final call on Cyndi Lauper for a $25 start. Is that all the guitars down in here? It is. So we sold one Billy Gibbons with one waiting list. All right, this next one, we have one person on a waiting list, and we should have one extra. And let me check right quick. Don't let me forget about the drum sets. I've got a couple. And yes, this is Randy Rhoads, the Black Flying V, $39.99. Susie, you was on a waiting list, okay? Susie, you was on a waiting list. This is the, so one in for Susie and one extra left if anybody wants it. So one sold and one left. This is the Jackson Black Concorde with the gold hardware. Signature from Randy Rhoads. And I'm going to have 0 left. So one sold to Susie and one sold to Mark Morris. All right, those are sold and sold. So those are done. I'm going to go ahead and take these in here. After I open them, I don't like stacking them, so I lay them flat across the table in here. Obviously, don't want to put any weight on these. And like I said, be very careful. They are extremely, you don't want to pick them up by the neck, you know. Probably handle it just like you would a normal guitar, unless you're Jimi Hendrix. Now, I better not see any videos of y'all setting these things on fire. Okay. Now, over here, we got that, and then, so, Melanie said she will take the STP. This is sealed for $29.99. Now, that exact same version, unless I've sold out, I had them in stock over here in new arrivals this week. What happened to them? They were just in our newest arrivals. They should be right here behind me, maybe. What's underneath me here? I've got at least one more, yeah. And I'll do $3 off just to see if Gregory or Danny wants one. So Gregory or Danny, it's the exact same thing. $29.99. And then how much is Pink Floyd? Wish You Were Here is $44.99. Angela's in on Toto. Brent on the waiting list for Randy Rhoads. Woody's out on Cyndi Lauper. So Pam has that for $30. And then Shannon says he'll take a Led Zeppelin. So there is another STP if anybody decides you want it, okay? Next over here is Sweet, Desolation Boulevard. Sweet is $19.99. Billy Joe Glass Houses, blue vinyl, Walmart exclusive, sealed, just $19.99. Moby Grape, censored, a 2000s reissue. Wow, I didn't know they really reissued this album. Moby Grape is $27.99. And Zach Bryan, $22.99, his self-titled album. And Aha, Hunting High and Low, $27.99. That does have Take On Me. Take On Me. I'm going to step up front and get a Monster, which is a energy drink, not an actual physical creature or living being that, like Frankenstein or something. I'm going to go get a canned beverage. Let me go up here and get this right quick. It's called Monster. And I definitely need it. Definitely need it. I do have one, yes. Nice. Is it colder? Ooh, that one feels colder. Let me grab that one. Definitely need this. Whew. Low energy Chad. Low energy Chad. Don't want to be low energy Chad. It's like low energy Jeb. Trying to be a tough guy tonight, aren't you? Oh boy. Great stuff. Great stuff. Okay. I got my snack and I got my Monster for later. Here we go. So, Gregory, I'm assuming you did not want the other STP. I'm going to go ahead and tag it to Danny for $29.99. Toto's at $16. Buddy Cordova got Billy Joel. Travis Woods on Aha. And then Christopher Dean on Sweet. Christopher Dean on Sweet. And we have, if I didn't buy the Cranberries, would you order the new release? Yeah, they're reissuing the Cranberries. And Cyndi Lauper is sold to Pam Murray for $30. You got it. I've been on a Beatles kick the last couple of days. I've got like just constantly Beatles stuff playing in my head. Toto's at 19 with Angela Lewis. That crate's definitely worthy. Folks, for a Laura crate, she will agree there's way too much left in there. For a Laura crate, there's way too much left. So let's get another auction going. We got Toto at $19. I'm putting up some Japanese stuff. And the next one's going to be right here. This is pretty cool. Unfortunately, it's got these foiled covers always have some kind of problem. It's like Kiss Double Platinum. If you can find one perfect, you're lucky. This has got like some wear on it. The Beatles rock and roll music. No problem, Gregory. Thank you for letting me know. But the vinyl is beautiful. It's your typical near mint minus vinyl. This is the Beatles rock and roll music, which is actually a great track listing. It does have the book with it with all the lyrics. And yeah, it looks like something happened to it. So let's just buyer beware on the jacket. But looks like maybe it got humidity problems, typical humidity problems in Japan. But everything else is nice, and we're going to put it up for just a $1 start. But man, what a great track listing. Back in the USSR, Revolution, Helter Skelter, Taxman, Get Back, Roll Over Beethoven, Twist and Shout. $1 start on the Beatles. $1 start on the Beatles. I'm almost done with the first full cycle of guitars. Let's go ahead and start the recap of this crate. Now, when these are new, they're $119.99. Y'all know I sell a new one every week. We have this incredible streak going. The other one I've ordered should be here tomorrow. This is the Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. It's a 2012. It is $99.99. So you can get one slightly used, still in shrink, for about $20 less than what the new ones cost, $99.99. I have an open one there, just slightly cheaper. A great album. True OG copies. The original limited edition version is about $1,000. It's expensive. Most people settle for that right there. I don't even have an OG in my collection. I've sold 4 or 5 since I've been in the business. I wish I would have kept one, because if I wanted to go get one right now, near mint, perfect, the way I like stuff, it'd probably cost me about $1,200. So think about it. Quick update on Toto. JD has it for $21. And then Bob, I'm going to pull you Adam Ant. It's right here. Thank you, Bob Reiger. Beatles 3, 5, 5, 5, 1. Beatles 6. Beatles 8, 15, 18, 17. Beatles 20. Funkadelic, a masterpiece. This is a remaster from 2023 sealed, $49.99. And we have Yes, live, Prime Yes, 1972. They're doing Close to the Edge tour live in Knoxville. That is $44. Folks, we're talking about Anderson, Howe, Squire, Wakeman, White. The classic lineup. I wish they were all still together and touring. I would go see them way too much. I would talking about traveling to see a band. If all those guys were still together and playing, I would be there as much as possible. I'd be a roadie. We have Greg Allman, Southern Blood, 1999. Greg Allman, Southern Blood. Also, American Heartbreak, Zach Bryan. American Heartbreak. Those new are about $50, $34.99. Generators Plugged, J.D. Conklin, thank you on the Toto. J.D. Conklin got that for $21. Hydra, I got more Dollar Star Japanese. Just tonight when David Johnson's not watching, he's probably like, you've got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Is there any Gary Watson, Sosa Guitar, Real Deal 59 Les Paul / I have not seen that. Ryan takes the Smashing Pumpkins. Thank you. Thank you. Great decision. Thank you. That is so. Now the Beatles is at 23 with Susie. Rock and roll music. Jeremy's out. And let's go ahead and flash a guitar that I have not shown yet. I'm down to some that I've only got one of, and I think a lot of them are spoken for. So here is one. I can't believe only one. I bet there's some stuff that hadn't been delivered yet, because I know there was more in stock than one. Here is this, though. Why does that feel weird? Okay, I did exactly what I told everybody not to do. Pick it up by the neck. Yeah, be careful with these. This slipped down. I felt something slip down. I was like, oh no, what happened? Okay, there's that. And this is a Keith. Let me make sure on this one. Yeah, this is a Keith Richards. And let me also make sure this is yeah, $39.99. And this is Renee R. Renee R. was on a waiting list. Thank you, Renee R. Renee R. was on a waiting list. And this is $39.99. And it's a Keith Richards. It's a Lucite, and it's $39.99. I have one, and that's sold to Renee R. And if anybody else wants one, it'll be a waiting list. I've already got several people sold and tagged on one, but that's what they look like. Completely clear. Lucite. How cool is that? What a guitar. And when I Google this, because, you know, I'm used to seeing Keith Richards playing Telecasters. When I got on Google, the first image that pulls up is him and Jimi Hendrix, and it looks like they're backstage, and like Jimi Hendrix is holding it, looking at it. And I was like, wow, what an image. That'd look cool, like if you could put this in a shadow box or something and have that picture frame. Just an idea. So that's sold to Renee R. And over here is, we've already sold one last week. We sold one to Susie. And of course, George Burleson bought a Boo Coodle. This is Jerry Garcia. And so, Susie, I've already tagged you for one. And here was my extra copy. Here was my extra copy. And this is Jerry Garcia's Tiger guitar. Definitely dead. Jerry Garcia's Tiger guitar. I've only got one of those, and that one's available. You can buy that one right now. Jerry Garcia's Tiger guitar, $39.99. Are we done on the Beatles? This is sold to Susie for $23. Let's get some new auctions going. And Joe Perry. I'm not for sure on if the Joe Perry had one or not, or owned it. He might have owned it at one point. And then check it, Fragile Tour. I seen that, but Derek, what I don't like about that is the only person on the Fragile Tour that played on Fragile is Steve Howe. The only person that played on Fragile that's on the Fragile Tour is Steve Howe. So I'd rather wait for John Anderson and the Band Geeks to come back to town, because that was an awesome show. But I'm probably going to pass on that. I've seen the John Davison on vocals lineup, and it's good, but it's just, to me, just not, it don't give me the Yes feel. When I was watching John Anderson, he was the only person, but he's the voice of Yes. You know, he's the true original member. Rest in peace, Chris Squire. We got Tony Joe White collected. Tony Joe White is $37.99. That's a music on vinyl. We got Blues Traveler. Blues Traveler's $37.99. There's Bob Cobb. Thank you, Bob Cobb. Billy Joe Piano Man, a Walmart exclusive, sealed for $19.99. And The Dictators, Blood Brothers. The Dictators is on white vinyl, $27.99. All right, our next Japanese auction, Beverly Hills Cop. And we've got, I'm going to do that one, and then I'm going to do my dollar start. And what's the dollar start going to be? Journey, Captured. Beverly Hills Cop is a beautiful Japanese press, and that's from the same collection where the Kiss records came from. $25 start. It's near mint with Obi. He's kept everything in Mylar sleeves. It's just a beautiful collection. And this is a $25 start. This is music from Beverly Hills Cop. $25 start on that. There's the insert. Beverly Hills Cop. That's a $25 start. Not bad whatsoever. And then Journey's going to be a $1 start. Captured. This is a 2LP Japanese pressing. No Obi, but it is very nice. It's a gatefold. It has a Ridge Runner sleeves and inserts, and that's up for bid. Okay? Next is Cynthia on Blues Traveler. And then Danny said Tony Joe White 30. You are missing $7.99, and I'll sell it to you. 37. These are new arrivals that just got put out, sticker price. And Danny, honestly, I think the MSRP for Tony Joe White Collected is $54.99. I think that's the MSRP for a new copy. And I'm pretty sure they're still in stock. But from what I'm seeing right here, yes. I wanted to make sure. I just looked it up over here, new, and I just scanned it on Discogs. But yeah, that's pretty dang fair. But it's up to you. That's $37.99. And then Genesis Seconds Out, $27.99. Journey has bids for $2, $20, and $5. And then Blackberry Smoke live from Capricorn Sound Studio. Blackberry Smoke. This is $44.99. Blackberry Smoke. Also, Billy Presents, a Sight Comp. Billy Presents, $22.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here is $44. Moby Grape is $27. And then Zach Bryan, self-titled, $22.99. $22.99. Okay? Journeys at 20, final call. If you want to bid on Beverly Hills Cop, now's the time. Now, a second ago, I went up front and got a Monster Rehab. Give me 1 second while I take a drink of that. I'm in desperate need of it. So give me 1 second. I need a quick hydration break, okay? Quick hydration break. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for allowing me to have a time out there. After about 5 hours, I am usually needing something for a pick-me-up. That was a great pick-me-up. Thank you, everybody. And I do see some new claims. Zach Bryan is sold to Melissa Bailey. Brandon, you were second. Beverly Hills Cop, Jeremy has it for 25. That's a final call. Journey has a new bid for 22. This says Billy Presents Volume 4. And yes, it's a site comp. Tracks from the 60s. I can't believe no one's bought it, Chris. It's available. It's $22.99. Let's see if we can get some balloon action going. Come on, there we go. Thank goodness. Make sure those things stay fresh and exercised. Journey 22, and then Cynthia on MJ or MG for Moby Grape. Now Journey's at 25, and Chris Knapp says, I'll try it, okay? So we have a major problem on Journey all of a sudden. There was a bid for 2, and then 20, and then it was 5, and then JD said he didn't mean to bid 20, and then somebody bid 22 because they thought he bid 20. And then somebody bid 25 because they thought there was bids for 2022-25. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm really confused myself now. Journey is retracted. Okay, now I'm going to put it back up for bid. Journey is a 2LP Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. It is back up for auction, and it's going to go up for a $1 start. Journey's a $1 start. Beverly Hills Cop is sold for $25 to Jeremy Dalton. Now Journey has a bid for 5. Journey's a redo. That's usually what happens when we have a massive confusion on something. Journey's at 5. It's been re-auctioned, and now it's back up for bid. All right, here's what we're going to do. It's 10:38. I'm about to start going through some discount bins, probably half off, buy it now, best offer, etc. Now, Paul told me just a moment ago when he was leaving that if I do decide to go to a concert out of town for a couple days, that he probably wouldn't be able to be here on Friday. So I'm going to figure out what we're going to do because we're going to try our best to try to have a sale. So I'll figure something out. But in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and start going through some discount crates. Now Journey's already at 27. I knew it was going to get there anyway. And in the meantime, let me swap out crates and let me figure out what is going on over here, okay? So the first thing I have is some buy it now best offer I've got tucked away over here, or maybe half off. I have no idea. There's so much stuff over here, folks. There's so much stuff over here. I am so tired of looking at this little black shelf rack. I'm about to take it outside and throw it in the parking lot. I've been known to do stuff like that before. Also, I got more drums and stuff like that to show. And so let's go ahead and knock that out right now. Y'all almost let me forget about the mini drum sets. I had a few Funkos show up. And what's underneath this box? Nothing underneath that box, okay. And I do have one more Metallica Ride the Lightning box. Looks like a couple free posters showed up. I've been trying to get those in people's orders. Some people may have got a free this or that in an order here or there, you know. And let's do some half-off records right quick. Let me see if I can get to some of these. God, there's some that's been buried over here forever. What is in here? It's like in a whole row. I can't even get to them. Let me move some stuff around. I think it's time, now that I've got a shot of B12, I literally just took a shot of B12. I don't know if y'all have ever had a shot of B12, but I just literally had a shot of B12, and now I am going to start doing really crazy, irrational things. Rash and just odd, just stuff normal people wouldn't be doing on a daily basis. So I hope you are ready for that kind of activity live here during the stream. If not, you might want to get off because it could get kind of bizarre, and some may even say strange here in the very near future. So here we go. And let's go through this crate here at half off. And I still hadn't even picked one out yet. Let's see here. I don't know which one to go through. What is this one? Can I get to it? Ah, that's a good one. We're just going to go through them all. Let's do it. Here we go. I'm about to start showing you records. They're half off the original sticker price. They're no more, no less. It's the easiest, fastest way I can actually completely blow out and sell some stuff. I hope y'all are ready. Give me 1 second. I got to get all my bearings straight because this could get pretty crazy. All right? The last bid on Journey that came in was Susie at $33. And the first thing I'm going to do right here is show you these records. The Pointer Sisters, that's a plenty. The Pointer Sisters is $5. We got Quarter Flash, that's their self-titled album. Quarter Flash is $7.50. Roy Rogers, Take a Little Love and Pass It On. Roy Rogers is $5. Take a Little Love and Pass It On. $5 on that. More Encore of Golden Hits, The Platters. That is also $5. And Josh White, Archive of Folk Music. Josh White is $10. Archive of Folk Music. Peter, Paul, and Mary, A Song Will Rise. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $5. And Jerry Lee Lewis, live at the International Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada. $5 on Jerry Lee Lewis. Jeremy Dalton, give me 1 second on Billy Joe, because first I got to tag this for $33 to Susie Breedlove. Thank you, Susie. That's sold to you for $33. Appreciate that. That's sold. And now we are going to start showing the last of the miscellaneous stuff that came in, and then I'm going to do a big recap, and that's going to include guitars, books, and then here in about 17 minutes, while I'm doing half-off records, we're going to start showing CDs. Just so everybody knows, because we're going to do about 2.5 hours of nothing but CDs. Well, we're going to do about an hour of CDs with vinyl, and then there's going to be about an hour, hour and a half of nothing but CDs. So here in a minute, I'm going to start mixing those in, 17 minutes to be exact. And it's going to be the premium CDs first, the $9.99 stuff. Hope everybody's ready. First, Jeremy Dalton on Billy Joel from the last crate. I believe there was two. There's 1 and 2. And Danny Thomason, I'm assuming you were passing on Tony Joe White. Here's Billy Joe Piano Man, sealed. And it's $19.99. Mega Blast 9, John Durden on Jerry Lee Lewis. He wants this one right here. That's sold to him, first half off record, $5. Next is Shannon Lee put 1/4. Is that a claim or quarter? Quarter Flash, thank you. That is sold to Shannon Lee. And then Mix Amy on Pointer Sisters, that's sold. And then over here is Jeff next on Quarter Flash. And the Best of the 60s Gold Volume 6. That's now just $5. Jeremy Dalton gets Billy Joel, and of course that's sticker price. Next thing I have over here is some more Japanese pressings. And the first one I have is Air Supply, the one that you love. And believe it or not, this came from the same collection where all the Kiss stuff came from. Air Supply, the one that you love. And I think it's the last one from that batch. Air Supply is a pristine Japanese pressing, a $15 start. $15 start. That's up for bid. And then auction number 2 from the Japanese pressings is Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston's a Japanese pressing. It's called Whitney Houston. It's near mint minus. It has the inserts, and that's a $15 start. Next is Amanda Darby on the 60s. That's sold to Amanda Darby. Also in here, we have Bachman Turner Overdrive 2. Taking Care of Business. Let It Ride. $7.50. Ricky Skaggs Country Boy. Ricky Skaggs is $10. And John Cale. John Cale is now $25. Church of Anthrax. Clean copy, no condition notes. $25 on that. And we have Ernest Tubb, Baby, It's So Hard to Be Good. Ernest is $5, and Tanya Tucker, Strong Enough to Bend. Tanya is $10, and that album came out in 1988. Air Supply has a bid for $15. Okay, now that same company, Axe Haven, not only do they make really cool mini guitars, they make really cool miniature drum sets, and I think we've only got 2 in tonight, and I think it's one we've had. I don't think the John Bonhams have shown up yet, but there is the Beatles Ludwig Ringo Starr drum set. And let me see who was on a waiting list. The waiting list for these were, let's look it up. The waiting list for these were, let's look up Ringo. Boy, I messed something up, because not that many people was on a waiting list. Hold on one second. I've got, oh no, let me figure out what I've done here. Let's see. Sean Druin. What have I done here? Oh no. I've got like 20 people on a waiting list. I know that's not right. Todd Doris, Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow. I bet Todd Doris wanted one. What is all these other names? Todd Doris, are you watching? I bet Todd Doris wants one for sure. That sounds right, because he buys Beatles stuff. But somehow I've got a bunch of other names underneath this list. Alonzo, Jamie, Randy, Michael, Sandy, Woody, Jorge, Nick. I've done something. I've shifted. Oh, I bet that's Van Halen Superdome. It is. Those need to be scooted over. That's Van Halen Superdome. Aha. Yes. So maybe it was just Todd Doris. I bet it was. It was just Todd Doris. Okay. So that's done. Sorry, I made an Excel. I made an Excel error. Y'all know how if you make an error on Excel and you don't remember what you've done and you saved it, that's a problem. I still think there was one other person, because I've got 2 extras. I probably wouldn't have ordered 2 extras. But we'll say one sold to Todd Doris. They're $59.99. $59.99. I've got 2 left. Really cool Ringo Signature Ludwig drum kit. So one sold to Todd Doris. I'm almost positive that's right. And then I've got 2 more here. And I would love to sell Romelu and one other. Yeah, I think I messed up my... Donna Boosie, possibly. Donna, are you watching? I was hoping people would be watching. They'd be like, hey, Chad, I was on a waiting list, but maybe not. Okay, let's keep going through the half-off stuff. And then Samantha Harrison on Tanya Tucker. Samantha Harrison on Tanya Tucker. That is sold. And then next over here is Romelu says he'll take one. Now there's one left if anybody else wants one. And hopefully somebody will be watching one night and be like, Chad, was I on a waiting list? Because I messed up the spreadsheet somehow. Nice. Pink Floyd in the half-off bin. Are you kidding me? $25. Pink Floyd, Uma Guma. So if you're just getting back on, we're doing a half-off crate. No more, no less. Pink Floyd's $25. Uma Guma. Also over here, Mo Bandy and Joe Stampley's Greatest Hits. That is a gold stamp promo, $7.50. Whitney has one bid for $15. Angela, you're outbid on Air Supply. The new bid's $18. Hoyt Axton, Snowblind Friend. Hoyt Axton, $7.50. Mega Blast, John Darden on Mo Bandy. Michael Hirara on Pink Floyd. Nice pickup there. Also, Jack Elliott, Country Style. Jack Elliott is $7.50. Zeb Turner, Jersey Rock. Zeb Turner, Jersey Rock. That's a Bear Family comp, $12.50. Loretta Lynn, Just a Woman. Loretta Lynn is $5 and more 60s gold. We just sold Volume 6. Here's Volume 7. Johnny Cash, A Boy Named Sue is the first track. That is now $5. Air Supply's at $19 with Jeff. Next over here is Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act. Grand Funk is $12.50. Steve Biddlecombe on Zeb. Zeb Turner, that is sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Thank you. Robert was second. American Flyer is $10. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Day for Decision, Lloyd Green and a steel guitar, 66 mono, $5. Amanda Darby picking up another 60s gold. That is sold to Amanda Darby and the Haggers, Music on the Countryside. That is stars of the show Hee Haw, $7.50. And the Bandit, the Nashville String Band, $7.50 on that. Next thing I'm going to do is Whitney Houston. And Whitney Houston is sold to Jeff Hallsworth for $15. He's also the high bidder on Air Supply at 19. Angela, you're out, and everybody else is out because he has it for 19. He's been tied, but it's still at 19 with him. We're going to put Whitney away. Goodbye, Whitney. And now let's show us a few more half-off titles right quick. Doing a half-off bin. These are no more, no less. Next is the Free Design, You Could Be Born Again. It's an OG 68 US Sock Pop album. Sock Pop, just $6.50. Super Sound, the Jimmy Castor Bunch featuring the Everyman. Could we possibly be going through an old Paul crate that is now, what? Half off? That's now $7.50. And Randy Matthews, All I Am Is What You See. VG plus $5. And the Electric Prunes, Mass and F minor. It is VG minus $7.50. Air Supply now at 20. It's between Angela, JD, and Jeff. Our next Japanese auction is Mick Jagger, She's the Boss. Mick Jagger is in shrink with Obi, and Mick is going to go up for a $15 start. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, has the other insert. It's in shrink with Obi. Mick is a $75 start. How about Hot and Nasty? That is Black Oak, Arkansas. Hot and Nasty. VG Condition, $5 on BOA. Neil Rigler on the Jimmy. That was Jimmy Castor, so to Neil Rigler. Thank you on that. Also, Da or DA, Fearful Symmetry. That's an 86 pressing, a new wave album. VG Plus now $11.50. Okay, so I'm going to start cleaning up. Well, you know what? That was it. There was only 3 Ringo drum sets, but I think I have a couple more toys here, or Funkos or something. Yeah, David V's Sharon Stone Funko came in. Ginger McKenna from Casino. So David V, this is sold to you for $14.99. $14.99. I have one extra. That is Sharon Stone, Ginger McKenna from Casino. I've got one extra if anybody else wants one, okay? And now I'm going to go ahead and take this pile of sold miscellaneous in there. That's the Ringo drums, and I'm going to show everything that hadn't sold in just a second, okay, everybody? Great night so far. We've sold a ton of vinyl, box sets, a bucoodle of miscellaneous items, a bucoodle, and we hadn't even got into CDs yet, so pretty amazing what is still to come. Oh, let me pick this up. All right. Sorry, I'm around the room in the operations trying to get Ringo situated. The lid popped off and I couldn't get it back on. There we go. All right. He's back on now. I got to have a whole clear table, though, somewhere to put all the CDs because I have filled that one up and this place is packed. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. All right, let me get back over here and see what happened. All right, so Air Supply, the last thing we sold Jimmy Castor, Air Supply 21, Mick Jagger insert was signed. Oh boy, I don't think so. I think it just looks that way. Yeah, it just looks that way. Yeah, that's just printed on there. Just printed on there. Unfortunately, it's not a $1,000 signature. It's a printed signature. Mick Jagger, that's a tough one to get. $15 start, Air Supply 21. Tracy Songer on Free Design. I think you meant free design. This here, Free Design. Yes, that's so to Tracy Songer. Air Supply 22. Mick Jagger's a $15 start. $15 start. And we have, back to the half off, Rita Marley, Harambe. Rita Marley is VG plus $6. Mix in at 15. Mix in at 15. That is available. Air Supply. The last bid was $22 with J.D. Conklin. So the bids are 21 and 22. J.D. Conklin has it for $22. That's the high bid on Air Supply. We're going through half-off records right now. Next is Jimmy Cliff Cliffhanger. Jimmy Cliff is VG plus $6. Al Di Meola, a half-speed master of electric rendezvous, that's $15. Blue Cheer, the best of Blue Cheer, louder than God, that's now $10. Blue Cheer. We have Welcome to My Fantasy, Eugene Record. That's a 79 Soul Disco for $7.50. Shakedown on JC. Blue Cheer has a little bit of writing, by the way. JC's Jimmy Cliff, and that's sold a Shakedown. Jeff, you are out on Air Supply, right? And Final Call on MJ for $15. Next is Tequila, West Montgomery. VG, a 66 mono, $6 on that. And West Montgomery down here on the road, that's VG plus $7.50, back-to-back West Montgomerys. All right, so what I'm going to start doing now is showing you all the guitars that I've shown that are left for tonight, okay? And I'm going to start back here in this corner, and then I'm going to start taking them probably, let me find a place to lay them as I show them. That way, if I need to get to them, I can get back to them easy. Let me move a few things around here, and I'll put them right here on this box, okay? So the first one I have, and just a couple, and then I'm going to get right back to the half off, is the Gene Simmons Punisher bass. We sold one. There's one left. He plays that all the time. $39.99, Gene Simmons. That's one. And then over here was only one left of the Jerry Garcia Grateful Dead Tiger. That's also $39.99. So those two are available, okay? Now, back over here, Andy McLean. Andy McLean on Al Di Meola. That was a half-speed master as well. Sold to Andy for $15. Now, Donna, you got dibs on both West Montgomerys. William APM was next. Cat Stevens, Mona Bone Chacon. EX 650 on that. And Jack Bruce Songs for a Taylor. Jack Bruce EX edition, $9. Alex Chilton, High Priest. Alex Chilton is VG plus $9. Also, Coryell, Planet N. Larry Coryell, 75 US, $10. Larry Coryell, Planet N, $10 on that. Let's go ahead and sell the Mick Jagger then. That is sold to Travis Woods for $15. Let's get that a new sleeve for him. Thank you, Travis. That is sold to you for $15. Appreciate that, Travis Woods. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Thank you, Travis. That's sold to you. And then the last bit on Air Supply that came in, Air Supply is sold to J.D. Conklin for $22. And thank you, J.D. That is sold to you. All right. Done and done. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, she wanted Tequila. All right, so Donna gets Tequila. William APM, let me know if you want the other West Montgomery. That one's called Down Here on the Ground. It's VG plus $7.50. And we also have the Dennis Coffey Band. Dennis Coffey is EX $9. William does want the other West Montgomery. Thank you, William. That's so to you. And the Hank Williams Collection, all the #1 songs, VG plus $5. How much was the Grand Funk? Grand Funk Railroad. Caught in the Act is a 2 LP, no condition notes, $12.50. Does have a little bit of writing there on the cover. All right, the next couple Japanese pressings. First is Wham, Make It Big. In shrink, Obi, hop sticker. Wham is going to go up for, whoop. I really smacked the camera that time. I did it with my hand. There we go. Wham is going to go up for a $35 start. George Michael, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go, and Careless Whisper. There's the book. There's the shrink. There's the Obi. There's the hop. That's now for Bia. John Durden on Hank Williams. Darren Crispin second. Then Elijah Dole. Also, we have Django, as in Django Reinhardt, an original 56 US mono. And this was priced VG $29.99, and now it's $15. Prestige. Original label, 56 mono, 15 on that one. Rita Marley, Who Feels It Knows It. Rita Marley is EX, $6.50. Jimmy Cliff, and this is called Hangin' Fire. Jimmy Cliff is $8.50, EX condition. Vanessa Williams, The Right Stuff. Vanessa Williams is $7.50. Lucas Hanaft on DR, Django Reinhardt. That is sold to Lucas Hanaft. And now another Japanese pressing, and this time just $1 start. Elton John is a Japanese pressing. It does have quite a bit of the foxing on the cover. Humidity. Ironically, it is called the Fox, and it does have quite a bit of foxing on the cover. But Elton John, the Fox, is going to go up for just a $1 starting bid. So there's that. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. And the Fox is a $1 start, okay? Now we have Robert Warner on Rita Marley. That's sold to Robert Warner. Andy McLean next on Django. Jeff Halsworth on Vanessa Williams. And Andy McLean next on Rita. All right, my crate's almost full over here, but let me go ahead and show a few more. We got Steely Dan Asia. No condition notes on this. Steely is $17.50. Nice clean copy, gatefold jacket, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Child is Father to the Man. And BST's on the original Columbia 2i label. $15 on that. So there is a bit on Wham, and there's a bit on Elton John. So those are both going to sell, and Chad's going to take a drink of Monster. Very much needed. That was very much needed. Thank you. All right, so final call on those two auctions. First thing I'm going to show you here is Ted Nugent, Intensities in 10 Cities. Ted Nugent is $7.50. Vanessa Williams was a full album, yes, and Rockin' with Ricky. Rick Nelson, $7.50. But first, Steely Dan is sold to Ivan R., and we're going to put that away. Thank you, and now let me swap out crates. But first, let me put away, I showed these two guitars and I didn't put them away, so let me do that right now. Grateful Dead, Jerry Garcia, and Gene Simmons Punisher bass. I'm going to put them over here on this box I've flipped upside down temporarily, so I can get some of these out of my way and show you the no bids and show you another couple guitars. The other guitar is Tommy Chong's Sweet Leaf. Tommy Chong's Sweet Leaf is $39.99, another Axe Haven miniature guitar. And then the other one is Willie Nelson's Trigger. There's Willie Nelson's Trigger. So more mini guitars. Tommy Chong's Sweet Leaf. Speaking of Sweet Leaf, there is Willie Nelson. There is that, and those are $39.99. Okay? Those are new mini guitars from Axe Haven. Let me swap out crates right quick because this one is full, and that's amazing. And it's that time of the night. I'm still going to keep going through half off, and I'm going to officially start trying to mix in some CDs while we go through half off. And it's going to be a lot of half off stuff, probably for the next half hour at least, or hour. Let me go grab an empty crate. A lot of stuff being sold. Well, we've had a big week. I mean, Monday was huge with Kiss stuff. Last night, so much stuff sold. Tonight, same thing. Tomorrow's going to be metal night. So thanks to y'all, we're having another incredible week. The streak continues here. I'd like to thank everybody. Just a lot of new vinyl hadn't come in this week. I haven't really had a lot of time to order much. Not that many new releases, and I'm going to try to change that tonight. I'm going to try to order quite a bit so we can have all that ready. Okay? And so the next thing was Elton John did get a new bid for 10. That same person, Michael Nath, also got Ted Nugent, and now another bid on Elton John for 11. Samantha Harrison got Rick Nelson. Elton John 15, Robert Barnett out. And now we have Susie said she'll take a Trigger guitar. Thank you. And that is right here, and this is sold to Susie Breedlove. Thank you, Susie. That's sold to you. And then Wham is sold for $35. And this is sold to Jeremy Dalton for $35. Thank you, Jeremy. I'm going to put that away. And that is $35. Appreciate that. And sold, okay? Now the Elton John, I think, is up to Michael Nath. The vinyl and everything's perfect. Just some of that foxing on the cover for the Fox cover. And that's at $15, and that's a final call. Let's finish up this half-off bin. And these have not been shown yet. The greatest hits of Carl Perkins. Blue suede shoes. $10 on that. The Cow Seals in concert. The Cow Seals is $5. Rural Space, Brewer and Shipley. VG Plus $5. Neil Diamond is $8.50. Also, Jan and Dean, the little old lady from Pasadena, $7.50. And Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. Elton John is $10. MCA Records. We sold a Japanese press in that earlier, and now Elton John is sold to Michael Nath for $15. Got a few more Japanese here to tie up some loose ends, and then I'm going to try to get into whatever else I can officially start showing and selling over here. And then, Chad, did you ever find any Exciter LPs in stock? I actually haven't got a chance to look. I'm still on the hunt for 2 or 3 things. I have not really flipped through our new inventory completely. Sometimes I'll take time every night and flip through everything and just kind of try to memorize it. Because, memorize it. Because that's the only way we keep what we have in stock. It's all stored in my head. So, I haven't got a chance to do that. I'm still hunting some stuff for some people. But I'll try that tonight, or maybe later tonight when things slow down. That was a great half off. That Elton John was sold to Michael Rudolph. Thank you. And now a couple more Japanese pressings. Let me put away Tommy Chong's Marijuana Leaf guitar. I'm putting it over here of Gene Simmons and Jerry Garcia and that. And I think I got 2 more Japanese pressings here in this crate. I do. I got a Neil Young. And I got a Billy Joel, and I'm willing to start both of them for $1. Oh, here's another Wham. Here's another Wham for $35. Here's another Wham for $35 if anybody wants it. Another copy, a beautiful Japanese pressing. If you was going to buy that other one Jeremy just got, there it is. All right, so our next auction is a Japanese pressing of Neil Young's American Stars and Bars. The jacket on this one has such great colors. Typically, not the colors I see on a U.S. press. Very bold and bright. And Neil Young is going to go up for a $1 starting bid. It's now up for auction. Have fun bidding. Neil Young, no inserts, just a jacket, a Japanese cover, Japanese vinyl, $1 start on that. And then over here is Billy Joel's Nylon Curtain. And this one's going to go up for just a $1 start. Now, Billy Joel is near mint minus and pristine. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has the inner sleeve, the insert, and it's also, what else does it have in it? Maybe an autograph. It has the Billy Joel book. And Shrink and Obi, $1 start, okay? That was just the first. I'm going to read through these one more time. That was just the first read through. I'm going to do it quick, and then the next crate I'm going to start showing. We're also going to be doing CDs in between half-off runs, okay? But that last Wham is sold. And don't worry, JD, we always get more of these, but I don't have any more tonight. Sold to Samantha Harrison, okay? The actual Neil Young vinyl is near mint minus. All right, now that I've got all the guitars over there, or at least part of them, I can now show you the no bid so far tonight, which is just a couple. Just a couple over here. I have one Funko new for tonight. Ginger McKenna, Sharon Stone from Casino. That is $14.99. We sold one to David V63. And then over here is the no bids from tonight. The first no bid tonight was a 2012 USOG of Natural Child. Natural Child with a lot of sticky notes on there, okay? A lot of sticky notes on there. And that's a $75 buy now. Natural Child. That's a blues garage rock album. Then we had the Beatles, Hey Jude. A 76 US Winchester reissue, VG condition. $20 start on that. And then Miles Davis in concert. Miles Davis was a 73 US Pittman repress. It does have some cover wear and some writing, but it's only $25. When are CDs about to start? CDs are about to start right now. We're about to start CDs right now. The first batch is going to be the $9.99 from this tub of this really incredible collection. Okay, so I showed you that, and then here is the last Ringo drum kit I have. It's $59.99, and we did sell a trigger to Susie, but there is one extra one over here. So let me go ahead and put this one away too. I do have one more Willie Nelson Trigger guitar, and here's what it looks like. I'm going to put that with the Beatles drum kit. And I have one Billy Joe Armstrong left. That's from Green Day, and that is right here. And I have one of those left. We sold one of those tonight. There's one left. So Ringo drum kit, Willie Nelson Trigger, and Billy Joe Armstrong. Those are available. We put up two $1 start Japanese pressings. The first one was Neil Young, which now has a bid. Guy Shard has it for $15, and Billy Joel's at $10. I got Jeremy Dalton at $10 on Billy Joel. Brian Call bid $12. Brian Call has it for $12. Now JD has it for $15, and now Neil Young's at $15. So both auctions are at $15. And then Cynthia got the Beatles for $20. And she wants the Billy Joe Armstrong guitar, okay? There's that and there's that. I am going to work on a way to get, I think that place has a direct website, but I think I did, in that email that I read off earlier, they did say something about getting me a digital catalog, which would be amazing. So there's Billy Joe, and I'm going to go ahead and put for Cynthia Herdron, and since those sold, I'm going to go ahead and put them away. Thank y'all on those. Got quite the stack I'm building over here. I might have to set up whoever's tagging this sale, we might have to set up a extra table in here because we are full, and I hadn't even shown the first, this table's full. I hadn't even shown the first CD yet, or I'm going to have to put them somewhere else. So, okay. And the Miles Davis for $25. All right, that just leaves one unsold auction. If anybody wants to make an offer on Natural Child, looks like a pricey record, and that's sold on there. Wham is long gone. No more Whams, unfortunately. Okay. First thing we have here. These are half off, no more, no less. Roy Rogers, quickly, because we've already been through these once. $5 on Roy Rogers. The Platters is $5. Josh White, Archive of Folk Music. Josh White, $10. Peter, Paul, and Mary, $5. Bachman Turner Overdrive 2, $7.50. Ricky Skaggs, $10. John Cale was $25. Church of Anthrax, Terry Wiley. John Cale, $25. Ernest Tubb, $5. Billy Joel is officially sold to J.D. Conklin for $15. Guy Shard has Neil Young for $20. Everybody else is out. He has that for $20. I think it's up to Susie at this point. All right, Buck Owens. I'll check on that. There's not that much country options, honestly, but I'll see what I can come up with. Okay, so those are those. Next, Hoyt Axton, Snowblind Friend, $7.50. James Allen on the John Cale, that's sold to him for $25. So this crate's pretty simple. It's half off, no more, no less. Jack Elliott, Country Style. Jack Elliott is $7.50. Loretta Lynn is $5, Just a Woman. American Flyer, $10. Day for Decision. Lloyd Green, $5. And this is $7.50. The Haggers, Music on the Countryside. Next auction I have is an Oasis item. I don't know a lot about it, but it came from that Music Executives collection. It came from that Music Executives collection. This is Oasis, and it's from July or October 7th, 2008, or July 10th, 2008, if it's a British dating system. It's Oasis, and it has a press photo and a write-up. And this is an Oasis compilation, and this is a DVD Soul Sizzle final pre-release. So definitely some kind of promotional Oasis item here. Their big tour is about to begin. It's in the original folder, and Oasis is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Neil Young's at $25. Back to the half off. The Bandit is $7.50. Nashville String Band. Randy Matthews, All I Am Is What You See. That's VG plus $5. Mass and F Minor, Electric Prunes. VG minus $7.50. Also Hot and Nasty, Black Oak, Arkansas. VG $5. Daw, Fearful Symmetry, VG Plus, $11.50. Rita Marley, Harambe, Rita Marley's VG Plus, $6. Neil Young's at $27. And Blue Cheer, the best of Blue Cheer, Louder Than God, that is now $10. It is a Rhino compilation from the late 80s. Unfortunately, it does have some writing. Oasis is a $10 start. Eugene Record, Welcome to My Fantasy, that's $7.50. Black Oak, Arkansas, Soda Brian Call for $5. And Cat Stevens, Mona Bone Jacone, $6.50. Now, we had a couple other no bids from earlier tonight. Here's some other no bids from earlier tonight. First, Hall & Oates, Private Eyes, $35. Hall & Oates, Private Eyes, $35. Bruce Springsteen, The River, $35. How about Lou Donaldson on Blue Note, Alligator Boogaloo, and that's a 67 U.S. Los Angeles, and Shrink VG, $20. What about Muhammad Ali, The Greatest, a soundtrack sealed, mentions George Benson, Hop Sticker, unopened, just $20. And here's a pricey one. Red Hot Chili Peppers, a 2013 Record Store Day. It is numbered 4041 of 5,295 on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Next over here was Robert Warner on Rita Marley. Let's pull that for Robert Warner. Jim Ciascio, second on BOA. God's Done on Neil Young. Susie has it for $27. Michael Nath on Blue Chair. And Oasis does have a bid for $10. That's the other no bids. If you don't like the price, make an offer. I'm here to sell records. We price stuff. It sells. If it doesn't sell, we mark it down until it does. That's the way I do business. Next thing is Jack Bruce, Songs for a Tailor, EX $9. About the only exception is maybe something really, really, really expensive like our autographs or our rare records, and that's what I do there. $9 on that. Alex Chilton, High Priest, that's VG plus $9. And Coryell, as in Larry Coryell, Planet Inn, 75 US, that's $10. And the Dennis Coffee Band, that's EX $9. All right, so Susie, I'm going to tag you for the Neil Young. That's sold to Susie for $27. Thank you on that. Appreciate it. Done. Sold. And I'm cracking the lid over here to the first wave of CDs. And this first batch from this premium collection, just like I did last night, I'm going to start picking out some that I'm going to do for $9.99, and then we'll see what happens with all the other ones. But y'all are going to be like, holy moly, Chad, where did all these come from? I mean, there is a heck of a collection in here. Let me grab some of these. Let me grab some of that. I'm going to grab some more over here. I'm going to grab some of these. I mean, there's just some really cool stuff in here. I got these. I got that. Let's grab some of this right here, and let's do these for $9.99, okay? And I'm going to get the stack a little bit closer to me over here. A little bit closer over here. First thing we have is Oasis, this, and this. And, okay, so the first thing I have is, let's go ahead and sell this Oasis to J.D. Conklin for $10. Thank you, J.D. That's so to you. And then the next thing is J.D. offered $27 on Bruce Springsteen. That's sold to J.D. for $27. That was fair. And then we got $55 on Natural Child to Rebecca Howitt. That is sold to Rebecca for $55. Natural Child, that's fair. And then we have $225 on the Red Hot Chili Peppers. $225 on the Red Hot Chili Peppers. $295, $225. I'll sell it for what'd you say, $225? Let's do let's do $255. $255, Josh. $255. $255. Near mint copy. This is sealed. Other sealed copies have sold for as much as $395. $255. $255. Hall & Oates is Japanese. Yes. Hall & Oates is Japanese. Last half off records here is Grand Funk Railroad. It was $12.50. We also have Jimmy Cliff, Hanging Fire, EX650, EX850. EX850, 88 US. Over here is Blood, Sweat, and Tears, original label, clean for $15. Carl Perkins' Greatest Hits was $10. We have the Cal Seals for $5. And we have Brewer and Shipley for $15. Also, we have Neil Diamond for $8.50. And then we got Jan and Dean, the little old lady from Pasadena, $7.50. All right, and the first thing I'm going to do is see who's paying attention. I'm going to go ahead and show some CDs. This first wave here is $9.99. We got Styx Greatest Hits. Styx Greatest Hits. I got Striper. This is G I don't like this title, but it's GD Evil. It's not the way that it's supposed to be read, but I still don't like it. And then we got Stryper, No More Hell to Pay. Stryper's obviously a Christian metal band, but they put it in a different way there than usually most people express it. Stryper, The Covering, $9.99, 3 Strypers in a row there. And then this is Todd Snyder, That Was Me. Todd Snyder, 94 to 98. D. Snyder from Twisted Sister, Never Let the Bastards Wear You Down. And then we got the Smiths, the singles. The Smiths, the singles. Slime the Family Stone's Greatest Hits. We have 3 here from Bruce Springsteen, 4. We got 5. We got 5 from Bruce Springsteen, Devils and Dust, Magic, High Hopes, Born in USA Live, and Western Stars. And then over here we got The Best of Sting, Thin Lizzy Live 2 CD, Thin Lizzy Renegade, and Thin Lizzy Thunder and Lightning. Wow, every one of those is going to sell for sure. Okay, the next thing we have is we had a $14 offer on Ali and a $15 offer on Ali. So, John Durden, if you want Ali, it's $15. Just say sold. If not, it goes to Michael Rudolph. Melanie says, what would I take for Hall & Oates? If you want it, Melanie, I'll take $225 for it. Josh Brown said he would do $255 on Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's sold to Josh Brown for $255. Now, SoulMan66. I'm not for sure who that is. SoulMan66. You are first on Strypers. Let me know which 3 you want, and also let me know who you are. Michael Ruttman, second on Stryper. J.D. Conklin put S. Now, that could be for several things. And I think it was for Stryper because he put both Strypers. You was actually 4th on Stryper. The first uncontested CD claim was the Smiths, and that's sold right now to Cynthia Herdren for $9.99. And then Darren Chrisman on Thin Lizzy. Darren, you got 3 to pick from. Thunder Lightning, Renegade, and Life Live. Jim Ciascio was first on Slime the Family Stone's Greatest Hits. I Want to Take You Higher. Thank you for being my friend. And next we have over here, Michael Knapp second on the Smiths. Greg Herman next on Thin Lizzy. Michael next on Thin Lizzy. Michael again, Michael and Michael next on Thin Lizzy. John Durden got Ali for $15. That's sold to him. Buddy Cordova next on Thin Lizzy. Chris next on Thin Lizzy. And Scott Oman, okay? That says S-O-Man, So-Man, Scott Oman, okay? Your dibs on the 3 Strypers. And then over here is Melanie said sold on the Hall & Oates Japanese for $25. Thank you. Can somebody please make an offer on Lou Donaldson? Alligator Boogaloo, Blue Note, 67 Los Angeles Original, VG and Shrink for $20. Next is Scott Oman wants the last Stryper, okay? That was the Covering. That one right here, the Covering. That's sold to him for $9.99. Now, back up at the top, the next person on Stryper then, the next person on Stryper was Michael Ruttman. I have a feeling Michael's going to want the other 2. Michael, if not, just let me know. Okay, and then nobody got Stick's Greatest Hits. Back down to the bottom, the 3 Thin Lizzies was pending. The 3 Thin Lizzies was pending to Darren Chrisman, and he wants Thin Lizzy Live. So that's sold to Darren Chrisman for $9.99. Now, the Michael Ruttman does get both Strypers for $9.99 and $9.99, the ones that's left. So the next Thin Lizzy comment goes to Greg Herman. So Greg Herman, you're next on Thin Lizzy. You can have Thunder Lightning or you can have Renegade. Now, to my knowledge, nobody got Stick's Greatest Hits for $9.99. No one got the Best of Sting for $9.99. No one got any of the Bruce Springsteens. There was 5 different ones. There was Western Stars, Born in the USA, High Hopes, Magic, and Devils and Dust, which is a dual disc. It says dual disc, 2 LP. And then D. Snyder, that never got claimed, and Todd Snyder never got claimed. We got Donna said she do 10 on Lou Donaldson. I think it's a steal, but I'm going to sell it, so it's not left behind. Next thing over here is Greg Herman got both Thin Lizzies for $9.99, $9.99. Susie Breelove gets Sticks. That's also sold. And now Farmer Redman wants Dennis Coffee. We still got more vinyl to go through. Let's go through some more vinyl. And then Susie says Devil, 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 Devil. Nothing devil here, I don't think. All right, let me go grab a new crate of vinyl. All right, let's find another crate. And what I'm going to do, and as I'm going through probably this half off crate, we'll slip in half off. We'll slip in CDs every few moments if we can. I think y'all would like that, right? Yes, yes, Chad. Yes, that's what we want. Bring us the heat. Hope everybody's warm. Maybe that little wave right there woke everybody up. Okay, like wow. All right, I got to get focused. Chad's doing it. Let's turn off the TV. Everybody go to bed. Leave me alone. Chad's doing this, so just please, just leave me alone. I'm trying to buy CDs for a lot of all things good and holy. Please. I can't be distracted right now. Do not distract me. I think y'all are going to like this half-off crate. I should have offered the last crate as a bundle. Let me do that actually right quick. Let me do that right quick because I might get this one pretty cheap. So we had Jan and Dean, Neil Diamond, Brewer and Shipley, No More Claims, just offered as a bundle. Cal Seals, Carl Perkins, Child is Father of the Man, that was BST. Jimmy Cliff, Grand Funk, Coriel. Chilton, Bruce, Jack Bruce, Cat Stevens, Eugene Record, that was Fearful Symmetry, Electric Prunes, Randy Matthews, The Bandit, The Haggers, Lloyd Green, American Flyer, Loretta Lynn, Jack Elliott, Hoyt Axton, Ernest Tubb, Ricky Skaggs, BTO, Peter Palmieri, Joshua Platters. Wow, that's actually a variety there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Folks, there's 30 records there. I'll sell those 30 records, whoever wants them. The price for those 30 records would be $105. 30 records, just $105. We'll sell them, we'll blow the air horn, and I'll go ahead and get the next crate up. That's all I've got to do. That's all that you've got to do. You just got to say bundle sold. Now the question is where's Michael? Where's Thomas Baumhart? Where are the bundlers? Where are the bundlers? That's what I need to know. I need to know, where are those people? Hopefully they're watching. If not, I need them to start watching. Before I swap out crates and start the next one, I'm going to go ahead and show some more CDs. Susie wanted Bruce Springsteen. She wanted the one right here. She put Devil, Bruce Springsteen. Okay, so one or two things. Susie was claiming a CD, Devils and Dust. I thought there for a second she was calling Bruce Springsteen the devil. I thought she was saying he was Satan, but she was claiming a CD. Okay? Anybody on the bundle? Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? First, here's some more CDs. Striper, To Hell with the Devil. Striper, Soldiers Under Command. Are you kidding me? Striper, The Yellow and Black Attack. Are you kidding me? We got Stripes. Stripes. We got Nita Strauss, signed. Nita Strauss, signed. Twisted Sister, Club Days, Live in the Bars. Rocky 2. Todd Snyder, The Devil You Know. And then Thin Lizzy, Fighting. 10,000 Maniacs, Our Time in Eden. Toto 4. Top Gun. Titanic. Those are all $9.99. Nobody on the bundle? Nobody on the bundle? 30 records, $105? Surely. Anybody? Surely. Okay, they're going right back here. That's rare. That's actually rare for that to happen. All right, here we go. So the first comment was Justin Deckelman on S, okay? Now that's Striper. And I will take one-letter claims, but I'm going to ask something for the CDs. If you're claiming CDs, we got to get at least, if you're going to comment one letter, immediately comment what your S was for. Okay, at least do that. Otherwise, it's going to hold up the whole stack for a long time. So if you are going to try a one-letter claim, make sure as soon as you send it, send again what your S was for. Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask, because we had S, 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 S. Then we had some more S's, and then more S's, and then some more S's. So that was Striper, okay? And he was first, and he wants all three of them. Justin Deckelman, $9.99. The next comment was Michael Ruttman on Striper. The next comment was Jim B on Striper. Next was Andrew Lewis on Nita Strauss, the autograph one. That's sold to Andrew Lewis. Then Kenny Stanley. Then Buddy Cordova put TS. That's for Twisted Sister. There was only one. That's sold to Buddy Cordova. Michael Nath next on Nita. Jerry next on Nita. Ivan next on Nita. And then J.D. Conklin put S. Okay, now S, let me see if he's put anything else. I don't think he's put anything else. So I'm going to skip his S, and we're going to go Thin Lizzie's next. Thin Lizzie is sold to Greg Herman. Thin Lizzie on Greg Herman. That was the only one that was Thin Lizzie. Sold to Greg Herman. THI. Cynthia Herdron on Maniacs. That is sold to Cynthia Herdron. And then James Hicks got Toto. And then the next thing over here was Striper Test All, Serenity Now. And then I'll Do Better, Thank You, and both Todd Snyder CDs, okay? There was a Todd Snyder here. That's sold to Atlantic G. And there was a Todd Snyder back here. That's also sold to Atlantic G. Thank you. All right, so those are all done. What's left in that stack? Titanic, Top Gun, Rocky II, and Stripes. We have a claim from the half-off bin. It was info on Loretta. What about it? You just go ahead and buy it sight unseen? That would be best. However, I also have somebody claiming a Jimmy Cliff. And then Loretta Lynn. Let's find that one right over here. Still selling from the last half-off bin. I hadn't got to this half-off bin. Jimmy Cliff. This is sold to Andy McLean. The price was $8.50. Here's Loretta Lynn, Just a Woman. Gold stamp promo, $5. We got another half-off crate to go through, and maybe even another one after this. The Moody Blues, Go Now. The Moody Blues is $10. Go Now. Doug Kershaw. Doug Kershaw is $10. We have Dave Mason, Let It Flow. Dave Mason is $5. We have The Alarm, Eye of the Hurricane. The Alarm is $12.50. Sybil Shepherd, $10. Also, Johnny Winter, Serious Business. Johnny Winter is $10. And the Beach Boys Holland with the EP, no condition notes, $17.50. And the Moody Blues is $7.50. Long Distance Voyager. Nice. I still got my calculator opened over here. All right, let me grab another handful of CDs. We'll see how many claims kind of are there. I'm going to grab some CDs over here. Now, what I'm trying to do, I'm going through a heck of a tub over here. I'm trying my best to show as many as I think are $9.99 worthy, just picking and choosing, right? And then I'm going to revisit them later. And the last night, we basically had some leftover stuff, and I showed those for $6.99. And then we got into a lot more $6.99 CDs. But however, these $9.99 batch is killer. This $9.99 batch is killer. Loretta Lynn is sold to Alonzo for $5. So that means the bundle earlier, just a moment ago, the bundle was $30 and it was $105. We sold two out of there. And so now 28 records for $95. 28 records for $95 in the last crate, because we just sold 1 and 2. So yeah, we'll take 2 out and $95 now. Melissa won the alarm and then she passed. Next album. This is the professional approach to disco dance instruction. You listen to this, you will learn how to disco. It's a box set, $12.50. Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil, $5. Leon Redbone, $10. No condition notes. And Aretha Franklin, In Shrink with Hype, Who's Zooming Who, $10. Wow, no claims out of here already. And that includes a Beach Boys with an EP. I was also surprised somebody did not claim the alarm, even though it was a putback. And then Johnny Silva now just getting the Beach Boys. That's more like it. Thank you, Johnny Silva. Also in here, the best of James Brown. That's now $13.50. And Edgar Winter's White Trash. What a nice looking copy. This one's known for having a lot of ring wear. It's in shrink in the original baggy, beautiful copy. That is $10. Edgar Winter's White Trash. All right, here's some CDs coming at you. $9.99. Here we go. Twisted Sister live at the Astoria. Twisted Sister live at Wacken. Twisted Sister live at Hammersmith. Stone Gods, either Spoons or Broken Bones. Stone Gods. Styx, The Mission. Straight, No Chaser with a Twist. Stone Temple Pilots, Thank You. A 2 CD greatest hits with nudity. No extra charge. Rick Springfield, Songs for the End of the World. U2 Octung Baby Deluxe Edition. U2 Octung Baby Deluxe Edition. The very best of 38 Special. By the way, this particular batch is just beautifully taken care of. They're all near mint, jewel cases. It is one of the better, well taken care of collections we've had. The Thing soundtrack. The Thing soundtrack. 2 different ones there. The very best of Thin Lizzy, Dedication. Tina Turner, Simply the Best. And we have Tribe of Judah, Exit Elvis. Nothing to do with Presley. Okay? Let's go back up the top. And the last thing we had was Beach Boys, So Did Johnny Silva. Shakedown on James Brown, So Did Shakedown. Jennifer Corbin, Next on Leon. Sold to Jennifer Corbin, Got Leon Russell. DJ, second on James Brown. Johnny Silva, third on James Brown. Jim B, fourth on James Brown. Now, Greg Herman, you're first on Twisted Sister. So, Greg, you can have either of the 3 Twisted Sister. Arnold Adams put Metallica. No, Metallica's here. Cynthia Herdwin put Stop, but she meant STP. That's So to Cynthia. And then Travis Woods. Then JD next on Twisted Sister. Scott Oman got U2. This is So to Scott Oman. Chris Frazier next on STP. Cynthia next on U2. Jennifer next on STP. Darren Chrisman. There's 2 different things here. I really don't know the difference. I don't think there is much difference. I don't know if you want both or want to pick one, top or bottom. Top or bottom, your pick. And then Jennifer next on U2. Susie, that's uncontested. First on Thin Lizzy here. That is sold to Susie. And then Michael next on Thin Lizzy. Greg wants all of the Twisted Sisters for $9.99 each. And Darren wants the Thing that's on top. All right, so the only thing left in there is John Carpenter's The Thing, the different version here. And then Tribe of Judah, Tina Turner, 38 Special, Rick Springfield, Straight No Chaser, Styx, and Stone Gods. Those are all available. I'm going to put them right back there. All right, let's get through some more half-off LPs. Hot Butter. This cover is really cool. It's actually got a popcorn box, like embossed, stuck to the cover. Hot Butter plays popcorn. That's now $5. Also, the Best of Jerry Lee Lewis Volume 2. Gold stamp promo. JLL is $5. We also have the Best of Dolly Parton, now just $12.50. How about that? Tan label, which I think is the first label. It's a gatefold jacket. Jolene. Next, Zappa's 200 Motels. Nice. In the half-off bin. How about $22.50? A copy of Zappa's 200 Motels, $22.50. It feels foreign. Where's this made at? It feels like it's a foreign copy. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But it's got to be, yeah. It feels foreign. Interesting. I'm not for sure. But Zappa, $22.50. And Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine. Elvis is $7.50. And El Dorado, this is a very nice copy. Just has one cosmetic flaw up here, but that's $12.50. El Dorado, A Symphony for the Electric Light Orchestra. And this does have that great song. And I can't get it out of my head. Oh no, I can't get it out of my head. Next is Steve Biddlecombe. Got Hot Butter. Hot Butter for Steve Biddlecombe. Thank you on that. Kenny Stanley on Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton, the Queen of Tennessee. Jolene. Chuck Bailey, Haley, second on Hot Butter. Jeremy next on Dalton. Steve Biddlecombe on Elvis. Or was that for ELO? I bet it was for Elvis. Steve's a big Elvis buyer. I may be wrong, but we'll see. And then Zappa is sold to Ivan R. And there's El Dorado. Let's grab another handful of CDs, shall we? More CDs, shall we? And then over here is what? Oh, man. Let's grab this whole stack right here. Okay. Golly, there's some great CDs coming up. I've pulled out, last night I pulled out 3 like legit box sets to auction for Metal Night. So they're going to be low starts tomorrow, kind of early. You want to make sure you're watching. I've already let a lot go tonight. I could have bundled all those stripers and auctioned them tomorrow night. So that kind of stuff would have been crazy to have for Metal Night. But we're letting it go right now because guess what? I haven't told anybody. So this is just between me and you, okay? Don't tell anybody else. But tomorrow night, there's going to be a post-hit before the show advertising the metal cassettes that I have, okay? Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. But the reason I've went ahead and done a bunch of the CDs is because we're going to be auctioning the metal cassettes tomorrow night. Don't tell anybody, okay? Wait till the hot pictures hit the internet, though. It is an insane collection. It is an insane collection. Here we go. Did I just hear Chad Lynn? No, you did not. Do you still have Carcass, Morbid Angel, and Entomb cassette box sets? I don't think I've sold anything like that, so yes, I should. Few more half-off LPs. Neil Young, Live Rust. You can get this one for $12.50, or I've got an autographed one for $1,175. Your pick, $11.50 or $1,175. This one is $11.50. We have Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Traffic is $9. And James Brown, everybody, in shrink, $12.50. The shrink is a little dingy, but it's preserved the cover, and it's clean for $12.50. No condition notes. Are y'all ready for this stack? I don't know if y'all ready or not. Here we go. These are $9.99 CDs. Violent Films, self-titled. We have Vigilantes of Love, VOL. Velvet Underground, Live of Lou Reed. Jerry Jeff Walker, a couple of those I've never seen on CD before. The Velcro Pygmies, Live of the Party. Van Halen, A Different Kind of Truth. Nice. Towns Van Zandt, Live at Oak Quarter, a deluxe edition. Van Halen, OU812. Thin Lizzy, Live, 1977. Thin Lizzy, Live and Dangerous. And then Volunteer Jam 20. Volunteer Jam 20, a tribute to Charlie Daniels. Wow, how cool is that? Volunteer Jam 20, and then Volunteer Jam Classic Live Performances Volume 1 and Volume 2. Nice. Wow. Here we go. They were in the original Hot Picture Collection. They was purchased a few weeks. Oh, I know. Are they little black boxes? You know, we still, let me walk around the corner over here. Yeah, that original metal collection, plus we've bought another metal collection since then. Yeah, all that stuff is over here somewhere. Yeah, I mean, here's a crate right here. It's got Rat box sets, Guns N' Roses, Winger, Van Halen, Wolf, Warrant, Dio. It's got about 30 Van Halen albums, David Lee Roth, Vinnie Vincent. There's posters. I see a whole box that has Metallica on the front. There's 4 Black Sabbath box sets. There is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. There's about 24, 30. There's about 30 crates of that metal collection still over here. 30 crates. Now, we're lucky to put out 1 full crate of auctions every Thursday night. So, yeah, we've got a huge backstock for Thursday Metal Night. We've got enough Thursday Metal Night stuff. Plus, we just bought the bootleg collection with all the bootlegs we're going to be. We've got a bunch, okay? I just don't know. The stuff you're talking about, I don't know where it is. The modern ones, the ones I'm talking about, I've got like original Metallica cassettes and Megadeth and stuff like that. Okay, let's tag these CDs now. The first thing we had was Shakedown got James Brown out of the crate. Shakedown got James Brown out of the crate. That sold to him for $12.50. And then DJ was next. And then first in this stack was Violent Films. That sold to Michael Reed for $9.99. Cynthia was second. Robert third. Cynthia also got Velvet Underground. Velvet Underground sold to Cynthia. No. Violent Films was sold to Michael Reed. Cynthia was second. Robert Warner got Velvet Underground. Robert Warner got Velvet Underground. Sorry, I'm getting my V's confused. Robert was first on Velvet. Then Cynthia second. Corey, you got dibs on the Van Halens. Corey, you can have a different kind of truth or OU812. You were first on those, Corey. JD next on Violent. And then Jennifer next on Violent. Susie next on Van Halen. Greg, you got dibs on both Thin Lizzies. And then Chris next on Van Halen. Then Jeff. Chuck Haley on Volunteer Jam. He wants Volunteer Jam 20. Travis, let me know if you want essentially a 2-disc compilation. Travis, or Travis, you got dibs on those if you want them. Volume 1, Volume 2. There's one Towns Van Zant that hadn't been claimed. Live at the Old Quarter, Houston, Texas. It's a 2-disc, $9.99. I used to have a copy of that autographed. Golly, I wish I had that back. He passes on the Volunteer Jam. And then Greg Herman wants both Thin Lizzies. Okay, so we got a lot to clarify here. First, Greg got both Thin Lizzies. That's easy. Corey got both Van Halens. That was easy. And Nicholas got Towns Van Zant. And so that means here's what didn't get claimed. Vigilantes of Love, VOL. The Velcro Pygmies, Live for the Party. Jared Jeff Walker. And then the Volunteer Jam 1 and 2. Classic live performances. Okay? Tomorrow night is going to be a great night to be watching. I'm going to try to start at 5 too, so we can get all the ins and outs done, and then we can get rolling with just great stuff to auction. Seek Ye the Lord, the Caravans. That's VG Plus, $7.50. Aretha Franklin's Greatest Hits, 60 to 65. That's in VG condition, $5. VG, $5. I love how everybody's getting prepared for battle. We shall face off then. I look forward to it, my friend. Sounds like some wars are going to be going down for some cassette tapes. I love it. I live and breathe it, everybody. I live and breathe this Philadelphia freedom. The Doobie Brothers is $5. I live and breathe this Coletco live stream. The Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, VG condition $5, and Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues. Johnny Winter is $9, and Leslie West, you may know him from Mountain. He's EX now $9. And let's take these cassettes in here, or these CDs, because we got quite the stack we accumulated. So let me take these around the corner right quick. Don't go anywhere. I was about to say be patient, please. Don't go anywhere, because I'm going to get these. I'm going to figure out where to start stacking these. I'm going to put this folder over here, and then I'm going to have to sit down at this desk while balancing these CDs and start a new tower here. Let me push off Tanner's stuff back. Tanner, I'm about to destroy your desk. Let me move that there. They have little sticky notes everywhere. Stickers, sticky notes. I'm going to move them all so they don't get mixed up here. Wow, so we've already sold a full stack. Oh, I forgot about these metal CDs too. I got to find these got probably mixed in back here. These probably got mixed in. They probably thought these were sold. These are, in fact, not sold. I got to find the JSA cards. But these are autographed metal CDs that I'm going to try to run tomorrow, too, if I can find the JSA cards. These are all autographed. I got to find the JSA cards, but there's some dang cool ones in here, all signed. These are ones that I had authenticated months ago. Months and months ago, I had all these authenticated, so I just don't know where the cards are. We have about 1,500 cards that are mixed in with other stuff and stacks, so I got to find that. Okay, so welcome everybody. Let's finish up this half-off crate, and let's see what's going over here. And have y'all seen the hot picture from tomorrow? I hadn't posted it, but I can show it here on my phone. Cynthia got JW. That's Johnny Winter, right? And then Greg Beddinger, I'm assuming you want both Doobie Brothers. If not, let me know if you want The Captain and Me or Living on the Fault Line, okay? So let me know which ones you want there, Greg Beddinger. Let's go ahead and show a few more. Mudslide Slim, James Taylor, VG Plus, $9. And the Ozark Mountain Daredevils, EX, $9. Their cassettes worth money now. Cassettes have pretty much always been worth money. We sold about 20 cassettes last week for probably a few $1,000s. It seemed like. Yeah, we had about 10 sell for almost $2,000. We had about 10 cassettes sell for almost $2,000 probably. CCR is VG Plus $12.50. CCR is $12.50. Reminiscing Buddy Holly, VG Plus $14. And Neil Young, Tonight's the Night, VG $7.50 on that one. We're going to see which two here Greg Beddinger wants. And let's go over here. Tony Joe White and LP and Towns Van Zandt. Tony Joe White is still available. Towns Van Zandt is long gone. Long gone. Let me grab some more CDs over here. All right, let's grab these. These are going to be steals, but this is the kind of reason I want y'all tuned in when I show CDs like this coming up in just a second, okay? And let me grab some more of these. And whoever's first of some of these artists are going to get lucky because it's mostly like a complete run of a bunch of their albums. And then I'm going to try to mix in a few more things right here.